Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The next day, Aris stopped beside the table in the laboratory and took a magic crystal with a faint blue glow in his hand and looked at it. Magic crystal is the renamed name of the new magic mineral material they just discovered. Next to him, Nicolael was carefully observing the tiny crystal structure under a microscope. The whole room was silent, with only the low hum of instruments filling the air. "This is incredible material," Aris exclaimed. Nicolael nodded, but his eyes did not move away from the magic microscope. "It is different from any magic material we have known before. It has extremely high energy storage efficiency. This is definitely a subversive discovery that will have a long-term impact on the magic world." Just as they were immersed in their research, the heavy wooden door of the laboratory was gently pushed open. Albus Dumbledore walked in wearing his elegant robes and a warm smile on his face. "I'm sorry to interrupt your research, but I have a message that I must personally pass on to you tomorrow." Aris and Nick Flamel immediately stopped their work. Aris said in surprise, "I'm sorry, Professor Dumbledore. I didn't know you were coming. Please forgive me for not being able to greet you. Compared to the news I brought, this is just a trivial matter." Dumbledore winked at Aris. "What news brings you here in person?" Aris was curious. Dumbledore pulled a roll of parchment from his robes and handed it to Aris. "The Ministry of Magic has just approved a proposal to establish 3 teleportation magic circles in the wizarding world of London, one of which is located at the Ministry of Magic headquarters." Aris' eyes flashed with surprise. He quickly glanced at the document, then exchanged a look with Nick Flamel excitedly. "This is amazing. If successful, not only will our plan go smoothly, but it will also be a major event that will change the entire wizarding world." "That's right, and as the initiator and main participant of this project, you will benefit in many ways." Dumbledore nodded to Aris. Then his eyes fell on the magic crystal on the table. "But I was thinking that maybe you could tell me about this new discovery you have." Aris handed the crystal to Dumbledore and began to explain. "We call it a magic crystal. This can not only store a large amount of magic power, but also amplify the caster's magic output under appropriate conditions." Dumbledore looked at the crystal carefully and exclaimed, "It's incredible. I have lived for so long and have never seen such a complex and exquisite magical material. Its application potential is undoubtedly huge. Indeed, we plan to continue studying its stability and longevity," adds Nicole May. "If all goes well, this material may subvert the traditional way of using magic." Dumbledore's long fingers gently traced the surface of the hedron. He pondered for a moment, then smiled and looked at Aris. "This makes me look forward to the future of the magic world. You are writing a new chapter in magic, Aris." Aris smiled and nodded, then nodded firmly. "Not you, but us. Without your help, we would not have been able to do this." At this moment, Dumbledore's eyes lit up slightly. Then, a burst of cheerful laughter came from the laboratory. At the same time, Luna appeared at the door of the laboratory. "Oh no, Aris, something seems to have happened at the magic crystal mine. Iris sent someone to send a letter back, telling you that you'd better go over there." Hearing this, Aris's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he decisively changed into a magic cloak and walked out of the laboratory. Dumbledore looked thoughtful and followed. In the entire laboratory, only Nick Flamel was left standing in a daze. But soon, he put aside other things and devoted himself to the research of magic crystals. Aris and Dumbledore had just apparat to the outskirts of the crystal vein in the ancient Nile ruins when they were attracted by a deafening explosion. Thick smoke billowed, several beams of magical light exploded in front, and dozens of figures wearing magic cloaks were scattered around, looking a mess. "It seems that we have arrived at the right time." Dumbledore glanced at Aris, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Aris nodded, but his expression was a little solemn. Aris and a group of core members of the Shafik family stood not far away, frowning. Aris could see that the little red dragon was a little annoyed. If he had come a little later, these people would probably have died here. Owner. After seeing Aris, Iris' eyes lit up slightly, and she immediately came forward. These are scavenging adventurers from the neighborhood. Apparently, they thought they had found an opportunity to make a fortune. After listening to Iris' brief explanation, Aris frowned slightly, looked around, and made a quick judgment in his mind. These people may not know the true value of the crystal veins. We don't need to make a big move to avoid attracting more people's covetousness. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes and said half-jokingly, "So, Aris, how do you want to deal with these treasure hunters? It's better to teach them a lesson they won't forget." Aris thought for a moment and said, "But we can't use all our strength directly. We have to let them realize the risk themselves." Just then, an adventurer with a disheveled face noticed the commotion here. He glanced at Elise, then turned to Aris and Dumbledore and shouted, "Hey, who are you? Do you want to get involved in this ruins too?" Aris smiled helplessly, took a step forward, and responded calmly, "This mine is the territory of the Shafik family. You're not allowed to enter without permission." Hearing the name of the Shafik family, the adventurer frowned, obviously hesitant. But the other strong man beside him shouted disdainfully, "So what about the Shafik family? Come and stop us if you can." As soon as she finished speaking, Iris sighed softly, and then a small flame appeared and spun at her fingertips. In an instant, an invisible wall seemed to rise up around the adventurers, tightly surrounding them. Blazing flames rose up on all sides, frightening them into panic. When have they ever seen such strange magic, a powerful spell that can be cast without chanting any spells? In their minds, Iris was immediately classified as a person who should not be provoked. Perhaps you haven't thought it through before taking action. Aris' tone was calm but firm, full of an attitude that could not be questioned. The adventurers looked at each other, gradually realizing that the situation was not good, and they began to put down their wands with somewhat grim expressions. The leader couldn't help swallowing his saliva and forced out a bitter smile. "Maybe we should change our treasure hunt location." "That's right." Dumbledore nodded slightly, his eyes full of approval. Sometimes, compromise is also a kind of wisdom. In the face of absolute strength, the adventurers quickly reached a consensus. After Iris canceled the fire cage magic, they began to retreat one after another and gradually disappeared into the dense jungle. Iris sneered disdainfully, and the flame in her hand turned into starlight and gradually dissipated. "I thought they would be tough guys." At this time, Aris's eyes turned cold. "We can't go on like this. More and more wizards will definitely notice this place. We must start mining the mineral veins as soon as possible. Aris, you continue to guard here. If you encounter this situation again, there is no need to hold back." "Yes, Huxia." Iris's face was filled with obvious excitement. After a simple arrangement, Aris nodded to Dumbledore. Then the two of them operated again and disappeared from the spot. As soon as Aris and Dumbledore operated into the courtyard of Shafik Castle, Henry came quickly from inside the castle to greet them, as if he had known about it. "Master, welcome back." He bowed, slightly respectfully, then quickly observed the expressions of the two men. "Henry, time is of the essence," Aris said decisively. "I need you to organize a wizard mining team immediately and go to the ancient Nero ruins. We have to mine those magic crystals as soon as possible." He paused, glanced at the calm Dumbledore beside him, and continued, "The mining of the mineral veins and the construction of the teleportation magic circle are the key." Henry nodded in understanding, and then immediately nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." "Master, do you have any special instructions?" He was about to turn around and leave, but stopped. Aris thought for a moment and remembered the group of adventurers in the jungle who were ready to take action. 150, even though they have given up, the potential threat still exists. Be careful. If there are any more uninvited guests approaching, notify Aris immediately. She will know how to deal with it. Henry nodded solemnly. I understand, Master. I will make arrangements. His attitude made Aris nod slightly. This butler has always been reliable, so he has nothing to worry about. However, the situation at the ancient Nile ruins will sooner or later attract the covetousness of more forces, and the mining progress must be accelerated. It would even be best if the mining could be completed in a short period of time, but this is obviously impossible. The mineral vein is so huge that no one knows how much or is hidden underneath. At this time, perhaps some support from the Ministry of Magic is needed. As long as there are reasonable reasons for mining and ownership, there is no need to worry about others coveting. At worst, if anyone dares to show up, I'll just twist his head off. The current Shafik family and Aris have such strength. As Henry left for his mission, Reese and Dumbledore wandered towards the castle's attic. A breeze blew by, bringing a little coolness. You are getting more and more adept at handling these things. Dumbledore spoke with a hint of emotion in his eyes. Just try to adapt, Aris smiled. You know, I'm the only one left in the Shafik family. I can only do my best. He knew what Dumbledore expected of him. After all, we have not only unlimited possibilities, but also countless responsibilities. Responsibility, Dumbledore repeated softly, with a glimmer of satisfaction and approval in his eyes. Well said indeed. You are taking the responsibility. He stopped and said goodbye with some regret. I have to go back to Hogwarts to deal with some matters. Remember to contact me at any time. Professor Dumbledore, I need your help. At this time, Aris thought of the idea just now. I would like to ask you to go to the Ministry of Magic again. I need to have the private ownership and mining rights of the mineral veins over the ancient Nile ruins. Although this is not an important thing in the magic world, it is best to have it. That's very thoughtful. Dumbledore nodded slightly. Okay, I'll run again. After the matter is done, I will send the corresponding documents to you via owl. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. Aris nodded and watched Dumbledore disappear into a magical glow. After everything was arranged, Aris finally felt a little relaxed. He walked alone in the castle's desolate corridors. The sun casts its warm rays obliquely. At this moment, he felt a sense of satisfaction in the tranquility of Shafik Castle. However, he knew very well that this was just the calm before the storm. At the end of the corridor, Luna stood there quietly, kicking her feet and looking at Aris with a smile. Of course, there is no need to worry too much. Happiness now is the most important. He walked towards Luna and touched the girl's head. Have you been waiting for a long time? The next morning, the sun shone through the curtains onto the dining table, and warm spots of light danced on the table. Aris walked slowly into the restaurant and saw Luna happily enjoying breakfast at the table with a satisfied look on her face. Good morning, Aris. Luna looked up and greeted him with her signature dreamy tone, her voice also seeming to be tinged with the softness of the morning light. Good morning, Luna. Aris smiled slightly, sat opposite her, and picked up a piece of perfectly toasted bread. At this time, Henry walked in wearing a neat suit, looking as focused and steady as usual. He bowed politely. Good morning, Mr. Shafik. Good morning, Henry. Aris responded and nodded to him, signaling him to continue. The wizard mining team is ready. They are all elites who are proficient in construction and mining spells and are absolutely loyal to the family. Henry reported briefly. Hearing this news, Aris felt his brows relax, and a huge weight lifted off his chest. Good job, Henry. Henry smiled with satisfaction and nodded slightly. This is my duty. Breakfast continued in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Aris enjoyed the food while thinking about what to do next. After finishing his coffee, his eyes drifted gently out the window. Luna, I suddenly thought of Harry and them. I wonder how they're doing during their vacation at the factory. Do you want to go over and take a look? Luna nodded, her eyes sparkling with interest. Okay, wherever Aris goes, I'll go. The two smiled at each other and stood up at the same time as if they had telepathy. As soon as Aris and Luna walked out of the castle gate, they used apparition to disappear on the spot. The space changed, and when they appeared again, they were already at the gate of the Wizard Battlefield game platform production factory. As soon as they landed, they heard cheers coming from inside, and it was obvious that the atmosphere inside was very lively. What are they doing? Luna looked inside curiously. Just go in and take a look, Aris said with a smile. As Aris pushed open the door, a warm atmosphere hit him. Inside the factory, Harry and his friends were gathered together excitedly, seemingly celebrating something. Yes, friends. Not only were Harry and Ronald here, but Hermione and the Weasley twins also came at some point. Aris didn't even get the news. 0 request, flowers 0. He looked at Arthur's, the factory manager, who was smiling at the side, with a questioning look. Arthur's came over and reported, "These kids are here to help, especially the 2 Weasley brothers. They have made many suggestions for our production line, which has greatly increased our production capacity. Just now, they developed a more efficient way to cast spells, so they are celebrating. Your classmates are all outstanding." So that's how it is. Aris was a little surprised. It seems that the talents of these little guys are gradually beginning to show here. Sending them here seemed like a wise decision. Aris, Luna, Harry and his friends soon spotted Aris and the others, and waved to them with joy on their faces. Afterwards, several people began to talk about their achievements one after another. Even Hermione's face was red. Obviously, she was very excited. This may be the first time for them to step out of their homes and independently use their abilities to create results. So, it's normal to be excited. Aris, can we stay here longer? After a while, Hermione and the Weasley twins both requested to stay in Factory 5. In the factory, Harry and his team have initially found their own value. Of course, I don't want to leave like this. And here it is. They can also get plenty of exercise. Every time they cast a spell on the factory's products is a kind of exercise for them. Today alone, Harry and Ronald even felt that their magic power had increased significantly. This makes them even more delighted. Of course, you can work here until the start of school on August 37th. As Aris finished his words, cheers rang out again in the factory. Not far away, the workers who were working saw this scene and smiled. After looking at Harry and the others, Aris nodded slightly towards Arthur's. "These children are in your hands. Make sure they are safe." "Yes, Master Aris." Arthur's nodded solemnly. "I promise you with my life." "Yeah." Aris nodded. Then, he said to Luna, who was looking at him and smiling, "We should go." Aris took Luna out of the factory and then performed apparition. As light and shadows flickered, when they reappeared, they had already arrived at a high ground in the ruins of the ancient Nile. Aris was excited by the scene before him. He was surrounded by the blue sky and endless green mountains, while on the ground there was a bustling scene. The wizards were wearing the same brown windbreakers and had the Shafik family emblem on their chests. They were busy waving their wands and casting spells. "It's spectacular." Luna looked at the scene below, her tone revealing excitement that was hard to conceal. "Indeed," Aris nodded with a smile. He observed the movements of a wizard not far away. The wizard's wand drew an elegant arc in the air, and then he stabbed the ground hard, causing a deep crack to appear. Then, mysterious runes burst out from the tip of the magic wand, circling in the air before falling into the ground like a meteor. As the caster moved, the ground seemed to grow invisible life, shaking and rolling gently. The mines began to appear, and each appearance was a work of art accompanied by ground vibrations. The soil was cleverly peeled away, revealing the magic crystals inside that stored unimaginable energy. These crystals emit a faint blue light in the dim mine, as if they have spirits, and tremble slightly with the breathing of the chest. Seeing this, Luna opened her mouth slightly and couldn't help but let out a soft cry. "Those magic crystals are so beautiful, Aris." Aris still smiled and nodded, touched the girl's head, and said, "This is just the beginning, Binadi. These magic crystals will be an important foundation for us to realize our dreams. Imagine that one day in the future, every corner of the magic world can be illuminated by the energy of these crystals. There will be a lot of magical technologies that you can't imagine, such as huge airships that can fly in the sky, large automated vehicles that can automatically travel thousands of kilometers on the ground, and magical communication tools that could transmit sound thousands of miles away. We are not only changing the current situation, but also the future. Aris' eyes were shining and full of determination. At this moment, Luna had already drawn up a grand blueprint in her mind, and it seemed to be within reach. She knew that what Aris wanted to do was to open up a whole new world. Although it sounded like fantasy, but she firmly believed that the boy could do it. Let's go. We still have a lot of work to do. Aris took Luna's hand and flashed away. The next second, he appeared at the entrance of the mine. The two walked together towards the depths of the mine, their backs looking particularly determined under the blue light. The air was filled with a strong magical atmosphere. This place was like a huge magical source pool. Aris and Luna walked on the hardened soil and went deeper into the mine. As they stepped into a wider space, Luna's eyes were immediately attracted by a hint of red. It was Aerys. She was lying on a pile of crystal-clear magic crystals, mumbling softly, her eyes shining. Obviously, he has a special liking for these glowing crystals. It's Aerys. Luna ran over happily. Aerys, Luna. Hearing the voice, Aerys raised her head lazily. This is such a treasure. Look at these crystals. They have so much energy. Her pupils sparkled in the flickering blue light. Aerys walked closer with a smile. Elise, did you move all of these together? He looked at the glowing magic crystals piled up into a small hill in front of him and asked with amusement. Aerys curled her lips. A guilty look flashed across her face because, according to the process, these crystals had to be collected by the mining team. But she still turned her head away as if nothing had happened. Humph, no need to thank me. I was just having some fun. Luna smiled and shook her head. Aerys really likes this kind of glowing things. Okay, let's go deeper and see if there are any surprises in this mine. Aerys looked up into the depths of the mine. In fact, this was no longer the passage opened by the mining team. Instead, a very deep underground cave had naturally formed here, and it was full of magic crystals. The entire cave layer emitted a faint blue light. Very magnificent. The three continued to go deeper into the mine. The road became rugged, and the blue crystals inlaid on the rock walls were like stars in the sky, flashing mysterious light. There was an exciting, magical wave in the air, as if the whole world was waking up at this moment. Aerys, after walking for a while, Luna couldn't help but say, "Do you feel it? The magic here has become stronger." Aerys nodded, frowning slightly. Yes, this fluctuation is not like an ordinary gathering of magic power. It seems to come from some deeper existence. He stopped, closed his eyes, and felt the change with his heart. Elise yawned beside her, but her eyes were still looking around. Maybe there's something hidden underground. Maybe a relic? In my world, there are many such places. Things from ancient times always hold many secrets. Aerys' heart beat faster, and he thought of countless possibilities. If it really is a magical relic left over from ancient times, there might be unimaginable gains here. This world may not be as simple as described in novels. Keep going forward and see what is hidden here. There was uncontrollable excitement in his tone. The three of them quickened their pace. The deeper you go, the more shocked you will be by the scene before you. They found themselves walking into a huge underground rock formation, and the entire cave was flooded with blue 0.10 light. Crystal clear magic crystals dotted the rock walls like morning dewdrops, and the air was filled with endless energy. Luna was almost attracted by the landscape and couldn't take her eyes away. What a magnificent place! It seems like a forgotten world. Aris took a deep breath and calmed his thoughts. With these reserves of magic crystals alone, he won't have to worry about energy issues in the short term. But what he cares more about now is something deeper in the ruins. Because at this moment, he could feel that the magical fluctuations in the air were becoming more and more intense. It has reached an extremely exaggerated level. Let's go, I have a feeling. Maybe there will be a great discovery this time. Aris continued to move forward in the cave with Luna and Aris. Their footsteps echoed across the spacious cave floor. After a long walk, they walked in the underground cave for more than an hour. Suddenly, Aris stopped and exclaimed, "Look there!" In front of them, A magnificent bronze gate was vaguely visible in the hazy blue light. The three of them walked in quickly and found that the surface of the door was engraved with complex and ancient magic runes, which glowed mysteriously under the reflection of blue light. "Is this the entrance to the ruins?" Luna said softly, unable to hide her shock in her tone. Aris was looking at the gate carefully, with a strange light in his eyes. His eyes moved back and forth between the runes, his expression focused. Iris stood aside with her arms folded and warned with a little caution. "Places like this are usually guarded. We have to be cautious." She raised her chin, a hint of vigilance in her eyes. Luna also nodded and replied softly, "Yes, the magical fluctuations of this relic are so strong. It must be something extraordinary." Both of them became alert. But Aris, who had been studying the bronze gate, seemed to have forgotten the danger he was in and was completely attracted by the ancient magic words engraved on the bronze gate. Then, his eyes were attracted by a magic circle above the bronze gate. He moved closer and moved his fingers in the air, as if trying to decipher the symbols. "This magic circle, I seem to have seen something similar in Merlin's handbook. What do you think this is?" Luna asked curiously, following closely. "I'm not sure," Aris admitted, as a little magic power began to gather in his hands, "but I want to try and see if I can unlock it." "Then give it a try." Iris smiled slightly, then looked around vigilantly. "I'll be on guard for you." Aris nodded, then took a deep breath and slowly placed his hand on one of the runes. A faint light emanated from his hands, and a magic power in his body carefully touched the magic array. He could feel the magic power flowing through his fingertips, and the magic power also flowed back into the formation, as if responding to his call. As runes were triggered one after another, the magic circle above the bronze gate began to glow. The entire cave seemed to vibrate slightly at his movements. Luna held her breath and watched it all intently, while Iris turned her body slightly, ready to deal with any emergency that might arise at any time. "There's still a little bit," Aris muttered to himself, his fingers continuing to move over the runes. When the last rune was activated, the bronze door made a low humming sound, and then the heavy door slowly opened to both sides. A whole new world, full of unknowns and magic, is vaguely revealing its tip to them. "It's open," Luna exclaimed, unable to suppress her excitement. The three of them looked at each other, their eyes full of eagerness to try. Aris had not expected that his attempt to analyze the magic circle according to the records in Merlin's manual would actually succeed. Could it be that there is some connection between this ancient relic and Merlin? Thinking of this, a little bit of heat arose in his heart again. Merlin, that's the man known as the god of magic. If this relic is really related to him, there must be something hidden that will shock the world. "Come on, let's go in." While he was thinking, the bronze door slowly opened, revealing a gap for passage, but it was not completely opened. Aris looked at the gate warily. Then he took the lead and walked inside. Inside the underground palace, the cold air was filled with a strong sense of chaotic magic and unknown atmosphere. Aris and the other two walked cautiously in the dark corridor. There was no longer the soft blue light of the magic crystal around them. The only thing that accompanied them was silence and the strange echoes coming from the old stone walls. "It seems like this place is completely different from the outside." Luna seemed a little nervous and spoke in a low voice with a hint of uneasiness in her voice. Aris responded, "The fluctuations of magic here are very unstable, but this is one of the reasons why we need to investigate." Iris snorted and raised her head. "No matter what, you will be fine as long as I am here." The Dark Red Dragon King has strong self-confidence and is not afraid of any crisis at all. Suddenly, there was a slight tremor under Iris's feet, as if some mechanism had been triggered. A hint of embarrassment flashed across the Red Dragon girl's face. "I think I stepped on something." Then, a sound of mechanical rotation was heard from the stone wall in front. Aris stopped immediately and looked towards the source of the sound with alert eyes. "What happened?" Luna asked nervously. "There seems to be a mechanism ahead," Aris said. As soon as he finished speaking, An ethereal and solemn voice came from the front, echoing throughout the corridor. The temple ahead, no prisoners allowed. This time, even Iris couldn't help but frown. Before she could say anything else, 2 stone guards jumped out from the stone walls on both sides of the passage and stood firmly in front of them. Powerful magical fluctuations poured out, like an invisible wave rushing towards him. The magical fluctuations of these stone guards are much stronger than the guardian statues of Hogwarts. Aerys couldn't help but remind him. Is this a warning to us? Iris half squinted her eyes and stared at the stone statues warily. Aerys's heart was filled with alarm. His mind told him that this was not just a simple warning. These stone guards were clearly hostile. He waved his hand quickly, and the wand appeared in his hand, and magic power surged like a tide, preparing for the impending attack. As long as we deal with them, we can move on, right? Luna clenched her wand, her eyes determined. Although he was a little nervous about the upcoming battle, he mustered up his courage and did not want to be a burden. Yes, but we have to be careful. This stone statue guard is probably just the first line of defense. Aris calmly thought about the response strategy. What he was most worried about was that after killing these stone statues, it would trigger a stronger guarding force. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 stone statues started fighting. Their bodies rushed towards Aris and others at an unnatural speed. At this moment, Iris immediately transformed into a black shadow and rushed towards 10 of the cloth statues. The flames gathered between her claws as she regained her dragon form, and suddenly turned into flaming blades, slashing fiercely at the enemy. At the same time, Aris suddenly swung the elemental magic in his hand towards another stone statue. Thunder Spear. Light blue lightning flickered on the tip of his wand, and a flash of lightning pierced into the chest of the stone statue like a silver snake. Protect everyone! Luna quickly stepped back, muttered something, and waved her wand forward to cast a protective barrier to prevent the stone statue from counterattacking. The battle instantly broke out in this ancient corridor. Aris felt the hot blood deep in his soul being stimulated and boiling, and lightning flashed continuously from his hands. Elise became the front row, and her dark red dragon blood gave her powerful defensive power. In terms of physical strength alone, he is in no way inferior to these stone guards. Every time the flaming blade slashed through a guard, a terrifying force would erupt. Although Luna's strength was not as good as the other 2, she was unusually calm at this moment. With a wave of his hand, he can always cast the most appropriate magic to cooperate with the 2 of them in attack or defense. The 3 of them worked closely together and became each other's strongest support in this dangerous environment. Work together to kill. After a short battle, Aris discovered the attack pattern of the stone statue guards and let out a light shout. The air was filled with the sound of magical collisions. The stone statues kept trying to get closer, but under the joint attack of the 3 people, they were gradually forced back. At this time, Iris also reacted quickly. When Aris swung his wand again to release a bolt of lightning, she immediately launched a counterattack. The powerful lightning occupied the entire corridor, repeatedly jumping between the 2 stone guards, blasting out streaks of stone chips. The thunder was deafening. At this time, Iris also came to a guard, and her dragon-shaped claws turned into huge, sharp edges and slashed at a stone statue guard. The next second, it was like a knife or an axe chopping at the tofu. A smooth cross-section appeared on half of the body of the stone statue guarding it. Then it slowly collapsed. That's it. Aris' eyes lit up slightly. His lightning attacks could control the movements of the stone statues, while lowering and paralyzing their body joints. And Iris's attack can undoubtedly have a decisive effect. The 2 worked together, and the remaining stone statue guard was quickly dealt with. Both stone statues collapsed under the powerful impact of magic, and the fragments scattered all over the ground and turned into dust. The 3 of them looked at each other and the ruins in front of them, but they did not let their guard down. Be careful. This may just be the beginning. As soon as Aris finished speaking, as if in response, the sound of mechanical movement was heard again in front. Immediately afterwards, one stone statue after another fell from great heights. This time, the number of stone statues was simply impossible to estimate. The entire underground palace corridor was occupied by stone statues, which were so densely packed that it was frightening. So much. Seeing this scene, Aris was also a little confused. She is strong, but the stone statue guard is also powerful. Moreover, it seems that this will never end. We must find the control point of the mechanism to completely eliminate these guards. Aris quickly grasped the key point and began to scan the stone walls on both sides. At the same time, a faint light emanated from his eyes. I have true seeing. This is a status magic, a collection of time and space magic. At this moment, the entire underground palace corridor seemed to be half analyzed. Rays of light appeared in front of Aris' eyes, forming the shape of the entire passage. The surge of magic power within it also became extremely clear. Where? Suddenly, Aris let out a soft cry and then pointed somewhere on the wall of the passage. But that place was surrounded by layers of stone statue guards. 0, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. There's no way to get through. Trouble. Aris frowned, then pursed her lips and directly activated the red dragon form. A huge dark red dragon appeared in the wide corridor like a small mountain. Get out of here! With her light shout, the dragon's roar spread throughout the entire passage. Then, like a rock spreading its wings, she pounced towards the army of stone statues with flames all over her body. 2 plus F8F. Countless pieces of stone flew and shattered. At this moment, the dark red dragon King Aerys displayed the true majesty of a dragon. Meteoric kill. The dragon's body turned into a stream of light and passed through the corridor in an instant. At the same time, we also passed through the stone statue storehouse. The next second, a shocking scene appeared. The entire passage seemed to be half burned by flames, turning into a charred black. The stone statue guard that originally filled the entire passage have also disappeared, all turned into black powder scattered all over the floor of the passage. Luna stared at the scene in a daze. Is this Aerys' true strength? Well, it seems that this little guy is really angry. Aerys shook his head helplessly. He originally found out the core of the mechanism that controls the stone statue guards. But now it seems that it is completely useless. Aerys and the other two finally walked through the corridor of the underground palace and entered a majestic palace. In the center of the hall stands a huge magical technology device, which looks like a huge hollow globe and rotates slowly. A faint light emanates from its core, shining on everyone's face. Aerys was excited. He had never seen such a complex and exquisite device. This is incredible, Aerys murmured. 193. He walked closer, and the good in his heart made him look carefully at the globe-like device. But after seeing the structure of the entire device clearly, his brows couldn't help but furrowed tightly, and at the same time a bold guess emerged in his mind. Could it be that in ancient times, the magic technology of this world was once glorious? Perhaps for some reason, it failed to completely replace the current magic system. Hey, be careful, don't let it explode. Seeing Aerys tinkering with the device, Aerys couldn't help but say that this underground palace was full of mechanisms. This device must be unusual, since it is placed here so conspicuously. Aerys smiled slightly. It's okay. I can sense the flow of magic power in the device. There will be no problem. After saying that, he continued to observe the details of the device. It is somewhat different from the modern technology he is familiar with, but essentially they have the same purpose. He began to gently touch the rotating parts, feeling the rhythm of their movement and the flow of magic. A moment later, Aerys, who was exploring around the palace, suddenly exclaimed, "Come and take a look. I found something strange." Aerys and Luna heard the sound and walked over quickly. At this time, Aerys was standing in another corner of the hall, where there was a heavy bronze coffin that looked quite old. The surface of the coffin is engraved with intricate patterns, which appear mysterious in the dim light. Is there a body in this coffin? There was surprise and a hint of uneasiness in Luna's voice. Aris nodded. Yes, and it looks completely unrotten, as if it had just been put into the coffin. Aris was startled and walked forward to carefully observe the body lying peacefully. Both the skin color and expression of the corpse were the same as when it was alive, as if time had stood still for it. There must be some connection between these magical technologies and the body in the coffin. Aris said thoughtfully, maybe these devices exist to protect the people in the coffins. But why do that? Luna asked softly, confusion in her eyes. That's what we're going to figure out next. Aris turned to look at her thoughtfully. Do you remember that disembodied voice when we were walking through the passage? The voice called this place the temple. Could it be that the person inside this coffin is a god? But how can God die? The three of them looked at the coffin again and frowned. Look around for any clues. If we can determine the identity of the person in the coffin, we may be able to get more clues. You 3.2 Reese made arrangements in a deep voice. Good. Iris and Luna responded in a deep voice and then began to look around, looking for any clues that might help them decipher the mystery. Is the corpse in this coffin a god or a human? Aris's eyes were fixed on the face inside the transparent coffin. The material of this coffin is also very strange. In ancient times, there were actually transparent coffins. This is very unusual. Aris looked at the bronze coffin carefully, as if he was admiring a priceless work of art. His eyes slid across the transparent coffin lid and fell on the face of the person in the coffin. This is an old man with a peaceful face, wearing a dark robe and a long beard that rises and falls with the brim of the wizard hat on his head. This image is almost the incarnation of the legendary god of magic Merlin. Aris couldn't help but whispered, could this really be Merlin? He tried his best to keep his voice calm and composed, but the excitement in his heart was beyond words. Luna stood beside Aris, looking up at his expression, slightly nervous. Aris, so this place is Merlin's resting place. Very likely. Aris nodded in response, eyes sparkling. Maybe the whole palace was built for this coffin. Iris whispered on the other side. There are many legends about Merlin. He is the founder of the entire magical world. If this coffin is really his. She didn't say anything else, but her meaning was clear. Then this place must be extremely dangerous. The majesty of the god of magic cannot be challenged, and he certainly doesn't want anyone to disturb him after his death. At this moment, Aris stopped suddenly. He seemed to see the eyes of the person in the coffin tremble slightly. His heart skipped a beat. Wait, I think I saw. Luna came over curiously. What did you see? The eyes of the person in the coffin seemed to move. Aris looked intently, his face almost touching the transparent coffin lid. Suddenly, a powerful wave of magical power surged out from the palace and filled the entire space in an instant. The three of them took a step back at the same time and looked around vigilantly. The magic device in the center began to emit a low and continuous humming sound, and terrifying magical energy fluctuations were overflowing from the device and pouring into the entire dome. Iris quickly protected Aris behind her, her body slightly tense, ready to face possible attacks at any time. These fluctuations seemed to be responding to something. She said in a calm, low voice. Aris's gaze returned to the bronze coffin, his heart filled with curiosity and confusion. Could this be the activation device of this palace? Or, for the person in the coffin? Luna tentatively asked. Maybe it's some kind of ritual, or is it to wake him up from his sleep? Aris' eyes became brighter and brighter, and his mind was wildly speculating on various possibilities. If this really is Merlin, then we may be unraveling a huge mystery. His voice was full of excitement, as if he saw another unknown world before his eyes. In the constantly surging waves of magical energy, the three of them seemed to be in another world 600 degrees away. It was an ancient, mysterious future full of infinite possibilities. Above the palace, terrifying magic power surged, as if it had gathered into a dazzling, starry sky. At this moment, the corpse in the bronze coffin which had kept its eyes closed, suddenly opened its eyes. Luna turned her head inadvertently and happened to see this scene. Ah! She couldn't help but scream and subconsciously hugged Aris beside her. Aris immediately turned around and saw what was happening in the coffin. Eyes narrowed slightly. "Open your eyes? The person in the coffin, isn't he dead?" Feeling Luna's body trembling slightly due to fear, Aris immediately whispered to comfort her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. He didn't come back to life. Maybe it was just a chain reaction caused by some magical energy." After saying this, he turned his gaze to the eyes in the coffin. The pupils were dark and lifeless, as if looking into an abyss of chaos. These were not the eyes of a living person. At this moment, he felt a little uneasy in his heart, as if something was about to happen. Based on his experience of reading tomb-robbing novels over the years, he always felt that the ruins of the underground palace must not be that simple. At this moment, Aris suddenly cried out softly, breaking the brief silence. "Master, look!" She pointed toward the palace dome. Aris looked up and saw ancient paintings beginning to emerge on the dome in the vast starry sky, formed by magical energy. The images gradually became clear and bright, connecting together. It's like a reel of film, played back quickly. The content of the scroll is an epic that looks back to ancient times, telling the legend of Merlin, the god of magic. In the picture, Merlin is a majestic and wise elder, wearing a gorgeous robe and surrounded by countless magical creatures. Each scroll shows the scenes of him creating and guiding great changes in ancient times. With just a gesture, he can connect the power of heaven and earth. Luna looked at the scrolls, seeming to have forgotten her fear, and whispered, "Is this the legend of Merlin? He's so powerful, even more powerful than Professor Dumbledore." "Of course," Aris smiled. "Merlin is not only the god of magic in our legend, but also the son of destiny who can change an era." Luna's eyes were filled with longing. That era must have been very exciting. "Our times will also be exciting." Aris suddenly smiled. "Perhaps, in the future, it will be called the era that created the epic magic." Aris looked up and watched the images on the dome flash by, observing every detail intently. From the scroll, he saw Merlin's deep connection with the natural elements and how he used magic to communicate with the world. The knowledge of elemental magic involved in these scrolls was something he had never known before. Maybe this is some kind of hint left by Merlin. Aris thought, these scrolls may be guiding us, or explaining some forgotten mission. Behind them, Aris folded her arms. Although there was still a hint of pride on her face, she couldn't help but be attracted by the picture in the scroll. Although that old man looks powerful, he likes to be mysterious. What on earth is he trying to tell us? Wait, look. Aris suddenly let out a light exclamation. At this moment, the magician Merlin on the screen seemed to be under some extremely evil curse. Life has entered its final stage. He's dying. The god of magic can also die. There was shock in Luna's eyes. "No, maybe it's not that simple," Aris said calmly, with a firm tone. As expected, the scroll continued to play, and when Merlin was about to die, he stripped all his magic from his body and used a magical magic to create a new life shell to replace his original human body. Then he poured all his consciousness and abilities into that body. However, the body that had been cursed aged rapidly and eventually became something that Aris was somewhat familiar with. That body is actually Merlin's remains. Obviously, the body and curse that Merlin discarded in the picture are the corpse that was trapped. No wonder it has not decayed for thousands of years. This is indeed the body of Merlin, the god of magic. But where did Merlin go after he completed his transformation? Aris was still a little curious and couldn't help wanting to know more. But at this time, the picture scroll on the dome has come to an end. The last scene is frozen on Merlin's back, which gradually blurs under the starry sky. After his figure completely faded away, the palace became quiet again, and the grand, epic story seemed to be just a dream. It's incredible playing. The three of them came back to their senses, and then slowly turned their gazes to the bronze coffin. Aris stared at the bronze coffin, his heart full of doubts and curiosity. The three of them slowly approached again, with some caution. But more than that, I couldn't suppress my excitement. This is the body of Merlin, the god of magic. Even though it's just a shell, it's still amazing, isn't it? It's incredible that Merlin's shell still exists in the world. He muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He couldn't help but move closer, wanting to observe more carefully. Merlin's legacy is a priceless treasure. Even if it is just a shell, it has extremely high research value, and perhaps we can analyze from it the opportunity for a mortal to become a god. How about we open it and take a look? Luna asked softly, with a hint of uneasiness and anticipation in her tone. Aris was a little moved, but still said cautiously, "Wait, let me study it again." "Huh, what are you still hesitating about?" Iris snorted disdainfully, walked forward, and patted the bronze coffin. For something like this, why not just smash it open? As soon as he finished speaking, it seemed that Iris's action triggered some kind of mechanism. The coffin suddenly shook violently, and the three people stepped back subconsciously. Aris' heart skipped a beat. He felt a dangerous aura coming from the bottom of the coffin, where the light of a magic circle was faintly visible. "Be careful. There's a formation over there." The light of the formation flickered faintly through the cracks in the coffin, and an ancient and powerful magical wave emanated from it, as if to lift a certain seal. There's also a formation set up on the coffin. This was something Aris had not thought of before. "Retreat first." He gave the command without hesitation, and then cast wind magic to hold Iris and Luna, and quickly floated back. It turned out that Aris' decision was correct. They had just created some distance between themselves and the bronze coffin. A terrifying wave of magical power erupted from the bronze coffin. Not only that, the huge magic device behind him clicked and started up again. The sound of gears seemed particularly abrupt in the silent hall. "Here we go again." Luna couldn't help but exclaim and quickly turn around to look. Aris felt a strong sense of uneasiness rising in his heart. He judged the current situation as quickly as possible, his brain rapidly analyzing everything that might happen. At the same time, we are looking for solutions. Everything here is unknown, and they may die here at any time. Protect everyone. Absolute defense. Aris quickly cast protective magic around the three people, layer after layer. He didn't stop until the brilliant light completely enveloped the three of them. At this time, Iris seemed a little impatient. In her opinion, it would be better to just smash the corpse and the magic device and be done with it. Why is it so troublesome? However, she still took Aris's orders very seriously and had to obey them. So he just followed Aris obediently, while keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. Luna raised her eyebrows. If this formation is triggered, will the entire palace become a trap? Maybe, but we must quickly figure out the working principle of the magic circle. And what exactly is this magic globe? Aris answered quickly, frowning at the same time. The sound of the magic device operating behind him became more and more rapid, and the whole palace seemed to be shaking slightly. However, the ancient bronze coffin stood up strangely at this moment. As if there was an invisible force, the coffin was lifted up. It seems something is about to come out from inside. Is he going to fake his death? Aris, Luna, and Iris stared at the upright bronze coffin, their hearts filled with anxiety and confusion. The sense of urgency in the air was so heavy that the three of them even breathed cautiously. Suddenly, the coffin opened slowly and steadily. A pale arm stretched out from the middle, like an ancient corpse crawling out from the depths of the abyss. "What on earth is going on?" Luna asked in a low voice, her tone full of tension. It's normal for little girls to have a natural resistance and fear of ghosts and monsters. But at this time, Iris, who had always been fearless, actually subconsciously took a step back, holding Aris's arms tightly with both hands. He actually looked very scared, but her face still showed the arrogance of the past. Aris frowned, quickly calculating various possibilities in his mind, and subconsciously protected Luna and Aris beside him. Whatever it is, it should not be underestimated. This is Merlin's shell. Even if only 1/10 of the magic power he had in his lifetime remains, it's still terrifying. At this moment, the noise of the magic device behind him became louder and louder. The globe-like device was spinning at an accelerated speed, almost breaking the limits of human vision, and even forming a shadow in the air. The roar of the machines echoed in the hall, like an invisible band guiding the arrival of unknown things. Then, something happened that shocked them greatly. The coffin opened and closed slightly, and Merlin's body turned into a translucent form without knowing when. It seemed as if it had completely transformed into a ghost, and its body floated out of the coffin, looking lifeless and mysterious. It's Merlin's shell. Aris subconsciously raised the wand in his hand, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. Although he had expected that today's events were unusual, he was still frightened when he saw Merlin's body being awakened and walking out of the coffin. Although Iris was scared to death, her face was strong and calm, and her tone of voice was still arrogant. It had moved on its own. Aris glanced at her and felt a little amused, but it did not break Iris's stubbornness. Originally, he, the remnant of Merlin, would attack them, but to his surprise, Merlin's shell ignored them and walked straight towards the madly running magic device with its empty eyes. Its movements are mechanical and precise, as if every step is controlled by some invisible force. What does it want to do? Luna clenched the wand in her hand nervously, her heart beating like a drum. The three of them held their breath and watched the coffin approach the rotating device. 0, asterisk. Then it stretched out its hand, and a faint light emerged from its palm. This light is connected to the magic device. Then, the magic device began to emit a brighter light, as if it was cast with magic. At the same time, there was a dazzling flash of light. Isn't it going to explode? Iris narrowed her eyes slightly, and her body subconsciously became alert, always ready to transform into a dragon to protect Aris and Luna. 0. But what happened next was still beyond everyone's expectations. The magic device did not go out of control or explode. Instead, after a violent flash, it shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a small model the size of a palm, which fell silently into the hands of Merlin's remains. The entire hall fell silent in an instant. After the noise, the air in the hall returned to a calm state. Aris and the other two were stunned, not knowing how to react for a moment, and just looked around in disbelief. And as calmed down, Luna's voice broke the silence. Although she was still confused, the anxiety in her heart eased a little. Merlin's remains did not move after putting away the magic device. It stood there quietly, as if waiting for something, perhaps some kind of instruction, or perhaps the power that controlled him has disappeared. After the hall quieted down again, Aris observed carefully for a while. Then, he looked at the still shell of Merlin. After making sure it was no longer moving, Aris began to approach. He held his wand tightly in one hand and stretched out the other hand, cautiously reaching for the magical device held by the remains. Luna took a deep breath and stared at it all without blinking. Aris, be careful. Elise subconsciously took a 700 step forward, looking around vigilantly, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. It can be seen that the mood of several people has become extremely nervous at this moment. Aris swallowed. Hesitation flashed in his eyes, but soon became firm. His fingers lightly touched the magic device and unexpectedly found that the cold surface was vibrating slightly. It seems as if this tiny object contains enormous power. He exerted a little force, and the device slipped out of Merlin's hand without any hindrance and fell into his palm. Is it really not moving? Elise muttered in disbelief, but his eyes were fixed on Aris. At this moment, Merlin's shell suddenly trembled violently, like broken ceramics. Then, in an incredible moment, it turned into countless magic particles and quickly poured into the device in Aris's hand. The three of them only had time to let out a cry of surprise. What happened? Luna looked at the scene in front of her, her heart full of confusion and anxiety. Aerys' eyes widened as he watched this sudden change. He could feel that after the device absorbed these particles, the magic power inside gradually stabilized, but it was also faintly mysterious. It was as if some kind of consciousness was awakening. I think Merlin's shell is not a simple defense mechanism at all. Aris finally spoke, his voice low and solemn. It was protecting this thing, and in the end chose to merge into it, becoming a weapon spirit. Elise added, her tone filled with barely concealed surprise. It's incredible. Merlin's remains became a weapon spirit? Not exactly. He doesn't seem to have a complete consciousness, but only a little intelligence, like artificial intelligence. No, you don't understand this. Aris smiled bitterly and shook his head. All you need to know is that this thing should be safe now. At least, it's enough that you won't treat us casually anymore. Aris said with a slightly wry smile, but inwardly he was extremely surprised. He lowered his head and looked carefully at the small magical device. When he concentrated his mind and tried to establish some kind of connection with it, he seemed to receive some kind of response, and a faint warmth quietly flowed from the device through his palm. In any case, we have to quickly understand its purpose. Luna suggested, a hint of curiosity on her face. Yes, I have a feeling that this thing may be one of our greatest helpers in the future. Aris responded, unable to contain his excitement. Iris snorted lightly, seeming to be unhappy with Aris' words again. Isn't the director's greatest help to me? Iris is obviously the best. The ultimate secret of this underground palace should be this magic device, but there should be a lot of information about Merlin hidden in other places. Aris spoke again. Let's explore the surroundings a bit more. For point 2, I also think this place is not that simple. In addition to this magic device and Merlin's shell, there should be some other treasures. Iris's eyes lit up. It feels like you've seen piles of gold coins and wealth. After all, since entering the underground palace, she had encountered either dangers or ancient magic information that had no appeal to her at all. Her desire for glittering things has long been stirring. Aris and the other two explored the entire underground palace again. Soon, a side door was found in an inconspicuous corner. We should be able to get out from here. Aris observed for a moment, used the guiding spell to investigate, and then spoke. Then let's take a quick look at what's behind this door. Iris's eyes lit up. Hope there's a big treasure. Walk. Aris used a shatter spell to violently break the door. Then the three of them left the hall. After coming out of the main hall of the underground palace, there's another passage in front. The three continued to move forward, exploring the winding and complex passage. The walls on both sides of the passage are covered with vines and mottled magic runes, as if 01 is telling an ancient and mysterious story. Nearly half an hour later, an exit appeared ahead. After walking out, there is a wide open space in front of you. A faint blue light enveloped the entire underground world. Before they knew it, they found themselves back in the underground cave. Isn't this the road we took when we came here? Luna said softly, with a hint of doubt in her tone. Strange, we clearly came from that direction just now. Aris looked up, stunned to find that the exit of the hall not far behind him had disappeared, leaving only a smooth rock wall. Are we being deceived by some kind of illusion? Iris frowned slightly, looked back at the passage behind her, then looked at Aris, her heart full of confusion. I guess it's some kind of advanced environmental magic that hides the ruins. Aris pondered and vaguely thought of something in his mind. Maybe some specific conditions are needed to trigger it. Luna walked to a magic crystal that glowed with a faint blue light, leaned forward slightly to take a closer look. This is indeed the underground cave from before, but the magic fluctuations of the magic crystal are more intense and pure. Indeed, the energy contained in these crystals is even stronger. Aris said, looking around carefully, let's go out first. It seems that there is no golden treasure. Iris was obviously disappointed. The cave was completely silent, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the space. However, I really like the scent of these magic crystals, so it's not a complete loss. There was a hint of excitement in Iris's tone. Her figure appeared vaguely in the light blue halo. If you like, you can stay and mine all these crystals. However, these crystals will be useful for my future plans, so you can't keep them for yourself. Aris smiled and teased. If I don't care. The little red dragon was still so arrogant. He raised his head, looking nonchalant. However, those big eyes never left the crystals that exuded rich magical power. As their footsteps echoed softly in the spacious cave, it seemed to be responding to the music of this mysterious land. Although no golden treasure was found in the underground ruins palace, Aris gained something even more surprising. He vaguely felt that the magical technology device in his hand was of unimaginable value. This trip to the underground palace ruins seemed to be led by a mysterious force, like a call of destiny. This made Aris think, why has that relic not been discovered for thousands of years? But they happened to find out. Then, when they finished their exploration, they disappeared without a trace. This relic is related to Merlin. Could it be related to the Merlin template that he was rewarded by the system? At this time, Aris, who inherited the template of Merlin, the god of magic, is undoubtedly the closest being to Merlin in the world. Regardless of talent or bloodline, he can be considered the authentic descendant of Merlin. Perhaps it is for this reason. The ruins will be open to him. Thinking of this, he became even more excited about the magic technology device in his hand. Soon, the three of them found the way they came, and followed the veins of the underground caves back to the ground. The sunlight shone through the treetops onto them, and a warm warmth instantly dispelled the coldness brought by the underground cave. Aris took a deep breath of fresh air and squinted his eyes slightly. The depression he had felt underground was swept away, and he felt more relaxed than ever before. The sun is shining. Luna stretched her arms with satisfaction, a peaceful smile appearing on her face, as if she had just woken up from a long dream. Iris looked at Aris, with a hint of arrogance in her tone. Don't worry, I will protect this mine. It's all mine. Aris nodded. Iris, you continue to supervise the mining of the mineral vein. After all, there's still many things that need to be resolved here. If there are still people who don't have eyes to make trouble, you can handle it yourself. He paused and looked into the distance. I need to go back to Shafik Castle. The magic technology one just found in the ruins may reveal more secrets. The little one who needs to be studied carefully. Iris snorted softly. Don't worry, I can handle these little things naturally. She turned and walked down the mountain, her figure gradually fading in the sunlight. Aris turned to Luna and held out his hand. Let's go. I need to tell Professor Dumbledore about these things. His insights may be able to help us more. I have a feeling that this Merlin's ruins is definitely not simple. Yeah. Luna gently held his hand, her eyes shining with anticipation. Aris can definitely solve these mysteries. She nodded heavily, her eyes full of unreasonable trust and admiration. Then, Aris took Luna and separated. When they reappeared, they were already in front of the gate of Shafik Castle. This ancient building stands quietly in the sun, still so majestic and steady. Mr. Aris, welcome back. Henry had already sensed their arrival through the castle steward surveillance system and came to greet them at the castle gate. Uncle Henry, did anything happen while I was away? Henry nodded, then said solemnly, The Minister of Magic is here to visit. Aris was slightly stunned, then regained his composure. What is the minister doing here? Is it because of the ancient Nile ruins? Henry shook his head. I'm not sure. You need to talk to him in person. Aris pursed his lips and thought for a moment, then smiled slightly. It seems we are back at the right time. Let's go meet the minister. Maybe he has good news for me. Luna smiled sweetly beside him. Well, I'll go to my room and rest first. After exploring the underground ruins, Luna was indeed tired, and it was full of disgusting dust and the smell of underground decay. She was eager to take a good bath and have a good sleep. Yeah, that's right. Reese touched her head lovingly. He then cast a refreshing, cleansing spell on himself. Then he took Henry and walked towards the main hall of the castle, Wang Nu Zhao. Watching Aris's departing back, Luna tiptoed happily towards the other side of the castle. This adventure is so thrilling. I must share it with Hermione and the others. It's a pity that they didn't get to take a look inside the ruins. The girl's voice sounded somewhat regretful, but more of it was secret joy, because it was just her and Aris' experience. It greatly satisfied the girl's little thoughts. Perhaps this is what is called possessiveness. After Aris and Luna said goodbye, she and Henry walked into the main hall of the ancient castle. The sunlight shines through the large windows and onto the floor, making the whole room look bright and solemn. Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, was sitting there at this time, holding a cup of tea in his hand, seemingly thinking about something. "Minister Fudge, welcome to Shafik Castle," Aris said. "Mr. Aris." Fudge stood up and extended his hand politely. "It's nice to see you." "You're welcome, Minister." Aris held his hand and smiled. "I wonder what the purpose of your visit today is." Fudge adjusted his sitting posture, and his expression became serious. "Then I'll just say it straight. Mr. Aris, I have heard something about the automatic casting wands. The Ministry of Magic is very concerned about this." Aris' eyes moved slightly, and then she smiled. 750, he had actually anticipated that the Ministry of Magic would pay attention to the issue of automatic spell-casting wands, and had already thought of a countermeasure. He smiled, sat down, and picked up a cup of tea. "Minister, you may have heard some exaggerations. Those wands are just toys at present. They do not have the power to pose a threat to the wizarding world at all. But this is only for now." Fudge stared at Aris, his tone still serious. "What we're worried about is whether they will be gradually improved and become more powerful in the future." Aris gently put down the teacup, her smile still gentle. "Your concerns are indeed valid, but I promise that we will strictly control the direction of the development of this technology." He thought for a moment. "Actually, our original intention was to let more people understand magic and add some entertainment, not to change anything." Fudge took a deep breath, and it was obvious that this answer had partially relieved his tension. "I understand your original intention, but the ability to automatically cast spells does need to be handled with caution. This may overturn the existing stability of the entire wizarding world. You know, there aren't many elite combat wizards in the wizarding world right now. Once this type of automatic spellcasting wand is mass-produced, it will definitely allow most ordinary wizards to gain more powerful power, and even make their spellcasting abilities take a qualitative leap. This is not a good thing for the Ministry of Magic." "I totally agree," Aris nodded. "I also fully understand the Minister's concerns. I can assure you that if there are any future updates to automatic wand casting, we will communicate with the Ministry of Magic as soon as possible. And, in fact, I was thinking, if the ability of the automatic casting wand can reach the level you are worried about, does it also mean that the aurors of the Ministry of Magic, who are already elite, will become even more elite after being equipped with such a wand? Of course, the sale and use of this kind of wand must be strictly regulated. According to my original plan, this automatic casting wand will be divided into two different versions for production and upgrade. One is an automatic casting wand specifically used for combat, and the other is a product specifically for daily life. I believe you can understand the purpose of such a plan." Hearing this, Fudge's expression was obviously relaxed a little, and then he became interested. "You mean the automatic wands for combat can be used to strengthen our weapons, and the automatic wand for daily life are the products that are truly available to ordinary wizards?" "That's right," Aris nodded. "You should know that the level of many wizards nowadays is actually very worrying. Even if it is just some spells needed in life, 80% of people cannot really master them. My product will really bring convenience to people. As for the automatic wands, specially supplied to the Ministry of Magic, they will surely enhance the combat effectiveness of the aurors." "It's a win-win situation, isn't it?" After Aris' explanation. At this time, Fudge was obviously moved, and his eyes lit up slightly. He fell silent and began to think carefully about the pros and cons. Aris was not in a hurry either. He leaned forward slightly, picked up the teacup on the table, and took a sip. Then he put it down, looked at Fudge with a smile, and said, "Mr. Minister, I understand your interest and concerns about this product. But we have been working together for quite some time. I think you should trust me more." Hearing this, Fudge also smiled, and his originally frowned brows slowly relaxed. "Aris, actually, I think your ideas are very forward-looking." He tapped his fingers on the table, thinking, if these two versions of wands can work as you said, it will not only benefit our Ministry of Magic, but also be a positive boost to the entire wizarding community. Yes, as I have emphasized, this will be a win-win situation. The elite combat wizard team will become more powerful, and ordinary life will become more convenient due to innovation. Fudge nodded and quickly made a decision. If everything is as you said, I can express to you on behalf of the Ministry of Magic that I am willing to fully support your product. But at the same time, please remember the promise you made today, Mr. Aris. Of course. Aris nodded. Then, the two of them clinked their teacups lightly. Then I wish us a happy cooperation for the future of the Ministry of Magic. The two smiled and drank a cup of tea instead of wine. Then, Fudge changed the subject and mentioned another matter. Then let's talk about the ancient Luo ruins mine. Oh, it seems that Professor Dumbledore has already talked to you about this matter. Aris' heart moved. Obviously, Fudge's voice became a little more serious. The mining rights of the mine involve many issues. Dumbledore suggests that the Shafik family be the sole agent for the mining of the mine and then pay the corresponding taxes. There is nothing wrong with the normal process. Moreover, the mineral vein was originally discovered by you, so you should have the priority right to mine it. However, there are some different opinions within the Ministry of Magic about this matter, so we need to organize a field investigation to ensure that we understand all the relevant circumstances. Aris frowned slightly, but remained calm. Of course, Mr. Minister. This is reasonable. 0 request flowers. Mr. Aris, don't think too much. Seeing that Aris looked a little strange, Fudge quickly explained, "This is just a normal inspection process. I assure you that things will go smoothly, and you will get the results you want. Besides, we have always been happy to cooperate, right? If your wand plan can go smoothly, then we will have another layer of cooperation. Now we're also grasshoppers on the same rope, right?" Fudge added with a smile. Of course. Aris gave an understanding smile. He was quite relieved by Fuku's attitude. In that case, I very much look forward to further cooperation with the Ministry of Magic. As he spoke, he leaned forward slightly, showing his sincerity. Fudge nodded with satisfaction. Okay, I'll be ready for it. Aris replied, mentally thinking about the next steps. The two then chatted about the current situation and future prospects of the Ministry of Magic. As the conversation continued, the two of them became more relaxed. It can be seen that Fudge thinks very highly of Aris. When talking, we used a completely equal attitude. Obviously, he also knew that the boy in front of him would be an important benefactor in his future. As soon as Minister Fudge left, Aris immediately stopped smiling and became focused and serious. He called Henry, who had been waiting outside. "Master, what do you want?" Henry was a calm and steady man. When he saw Aris's expression, he knew something must have happened. "Henry, I need you to help me investigate the internal situation of the Ministry of Magic, especially those who are eyeing the mines." Aris sat on the sofa, tapping the armrest with his right hand. His voice was low and firm, revealing a sense of urgency. "I doubt if that's simple. At the same time, we need to try our best to place our own people in the expedition team to ensure that the expedition goes smoothly and there are no accidents during the process." "You mean someone wants to intercept our mineral vein?" Henry's expression also became serious. "It's possible." Aris nodded slightly. Henry nodded immediately, with a cold look in his eyes. "Don't worry, Master. I will make arrangements as soon as possible and find out all the details." "Okay, please." Aris nodded to him. He was still very confident in Henry's abilities. Henry left quickly, and Aris fell into deep thought in the hall. He knew that things might not go so smoothly at the mine. Once someone knows the value of it, they will inevitably become greedy. Although, with the current strength of the Shafik family, they were not afraid of any other family. But many people in the Ministry of Magic were involved in the huge interests of the entire wizarding world, especially the backbone of those important departments. But just now, Fuji's attitude made him feel a little more relaxed. His attitude at least shows that although there are differences within the Ministry of Magic, there are still people who are afraid of the Shafik family. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Lucy got up early in the morning and arranged things for the castle. He had to go to the wand factory again, which was the Battlefield Game Factory. Now, 2 workshops have been expanded there. One was producing the Wizarding Battlegrounds game, and the other was researching automatic spellcasting wands by the Weasley twins, and conduct small batch production trials. After operating, Aris appeared directly outside the factory. He glanced at the factory sign, Magic Research Center Factory. Aris came up with this name. Walking into the factory, Aris saw a busy scene. Harry and Ronald were working on an assembly line, holding wands and casting magic carefully, their faces full of concentration. During this period, they made rapid progress. He has mastered almost all the blessing spells, and his success rate is very high. He is even not inferior to some old employees. Aris felt relieved. He is indeed the savior. He is better than others at screwing screws. He didn't bother her and walked towards another workshop. Soon, Aris found the Weasley twins, who were concentrating on studying the drawings of the automatic casting wand. The 2 brothers put down their work as soon as they saw Aris coming in. "Boss," Fred raised his head with a smile, "we have recently made some attempts to optimize the automatic wand 5.4 and have made some progress. We are confident that we can perfect the automatic casting and continuation capabilities of the wand within a month and improve its stability to a certain extent. Yes, we have come up with some ideas that might make these wands faster and safer." George echoed this, with an expectant look on his face. Aris's affirmation is very important to them and can give them great confidence. "Very good," he smiled and said, "I believe you can do it. We will never let you down," the twins said in unison, with excited smiles on their faces. "I have good news for you," Aris said immediately. "A brand new magical material that may be able to replace the core storage crystal of the automatic casting wand," Aris said as he took out a transparent and shiny magic crystal from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. The Weasley twins immediately stared at the magic crystal like a cheetah finding its prey, with excitement flashing in their eyes. "Wow, it's beautiful. I can feel the powerful magical fluctuations in this magic crystal." Fred couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Aris smiled slightly. "This is a magic crystal found in the ruins of ancient Nile. It has a similar effect to the magic crystal we used before. If you can successfully use it as the core of the automatic casting wand, then we can mass-produce this kind of wand and put it on the market in advance." "Are there many of these magic crystals?" George couldn't help but ask. It was because the number of magic crystals provided by Aris was scarce that automatic casting wands could not be mass-produced. "Well, a lot. More than you can imagine." "Great. With this thing, we can make the automatic casting wand truly commercially available." George pumped his fist in excitement. Fred couldn't wait to say, "Yes, I finally don't have to worry about the lack of magic crystals." "Keep it up. I believe in you," Aris said encouragingly. The Weasley twins were excited and quickly returned to their research. At this moment, brisk footsteps were heard at the door. Aris turned around and saw Hermione hurried in. Her face showed a little fatigue, but her eyes were still full of enthusiasm and concentration. "Aris, you're back." Hermione's eyes visibly brightened. "Hermione," Aris responded with a smile. "I was just discussing some things about automatic spellcasting wands with Fred and George. I heard that you have joined the research team." Hermione nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Yes, I prefer research and innovation to hands-on work on the assembly line. Now, I am helping them improve their spellcasting ability, and I have learned a lot from this process." "Well, I'm glad you made the right choice. With your intelligence and talent, you will definitely become a true master of magic technology in the future. I have full confidence in you," Aris said with relief, and at the same time, gently touched Hermione's soft and fluffy hair. This action immediately made Hermione's face turn red visibly. "Yeah, I'll try my best." Hermione lowered her head, not daring to look at Aris. After Aris left, George turned to look at Hermione, whose face was still red. Hey, our little Hermione looks like she's in love. What nonsense! Hermione was shocked and denied it quickly. How dare you say you don't like Aris? Fred also joined in the teasing. 220 Hermione blushed completely. She couldn't say anything and just lowered her head shyly, which was very cute. Ha ha! Seeing Hermione's expression, both Weasleys laughed. However, the two did not continue to ask questions, and instead turned their attention back to the magic crystal in front of them. Hermione, come and see this magical crystal. I feel like this material seems to have extremely strong magical energy storage properties. Perhaps it can store more spells. Really? At this time, Hermione's eyes also looked at the beautiful, mysterious magic crystal on the table. Then, the three of them quickly entered the research state. He began to carefully analyze the magic crystal in front of him. The mining of the mineral vein is progressing steadily, but it will obviously take some time for the Ministry of Magic to form an expedition team. So Aris had some rare free time to spend with Luna. In the courtyard of Shafik Castle, Aris was teaching Luna magic to her second year at Hogwarts. Because after this summer vacation, Luna will officially become a second-grade student. The speed of this spell could be slightly faster, and the movements and gestures are like this. Aris simply corrected Luna's slightly irregular movements of the fire spell. This spell is actually beyond the scope of second grade. But Luna always felt that she looked stupid if she didn't know some high-level magic while following Aris. The morning sun shines on the soft grass, dewdrops sparkle on the leaves, and the air is filled with the faint fragrance of flowers. Little Luna, your spell reciting speed has improved a lot recently. Aris smiled and said with pride, you will definitely do well in the second year next semester. Luna raised her head. A smile appeared on her face, and her eyes were clear. Thank you, brother. I'll learn much faster with a teacher like you. Luna winked playfully. At this moment, the castle's butler system issued a slight warning. Aris immediately stopped casting the magic in his hand, with a hint of alertness in his expression. Someone has operated outside the castle. Luna also stopped, looking curious. Who could it be? Why would they come to visit at this time? Just as the two were wondering, the door slowly opened. Aris and Luna looked at each other and then walked towards the door. At this time, a tall figure appeared at the door. It was Dumbledore. He had the authority to enter and exit the castle, so the door opened automatically after detecting it. He had a warm smile on his face and a thoughtful look in his eyes. Professor Dumbledore? Aris was slightly stunned, but then politely greeted him. I didn't expect you to come at this time. Aris, Dumbledore said in a gentle voice, I have good news. The teleportation magic array project we have been preparing for can now officially begin. Aris' eyes suddenly flashed with excitement. Great, this is really good news. Luna also showed an interested expression. She asked, is this magic circle you are talking about the kind that can teleport over long distances? That's right, this will be a bridge connecting various magic gathering places, and it will be more convenient for long-distance travel. Dumbledore explained, not only can it promote friendly exchanges between different places, but it can also provide a faster and more efficient means of transportation between people who do not have the ability to apparate in addition to flying brooms. Aris nodded, even though he had already thought about the countless possibilities of this project. But when it comes to actually implementing it, I still feel a little excited. This means that the wizarding world will truly begin to come into contact with Li Qianhao, elemental magic technology. This project will not only bring convenience to the magical world, but will also subtly change the rules of this world. It seems that our mineral vein was mined at the right time and can be used just in time. Aris couldn't help but smile. Well, maybe this is Merlin's gift, Fong. Dumbledore gave Aris a meaningful look. Then he spoke again. Let's go to the Ministry of Magic. After saying goodbye to Luna, Aris and Dumbledore walked out of Shafik Castle side by side, talking in low voices in the morning mist. Dumbledore briefly mentioned the details of the upcoming plan, and Aris excitedly thought about the possibilities of the teleportation magic circle. The two of them quickly walked out of the castle, and with a slight sound, they apparat and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the entrance of the Ministry of Magic in the Wizarding World of London, and there was an iconic red telephone. There was a hint of curiosity in Aris's eyes. He had seen this telephone booth more than once in novels, movies, and TV dramas, and he was curious about how the telephone worked. And now I can finally see it. Is this your first time entering the Ministry this way? Dumbledore glanced at Aris and asked with a smile. 660 Aris nodded. Yes, it must be an interesting experience. He had actually been to the Ministry of Magic before, but it was always in a hurry, and he entered the Ministry directly through Floo powder. He watched the telephone booth slowly sink as the phone dialed, as if entering another dimension. When the telephone booth landed in a huge lobby of the Ministry of Magic, Aris couldn't help but admire this wonderful device. This phone booth seems to connect two completely different spaces. The way it works is surprisingly similar to teleportation magic, except that the power of magic is applied to the telephone booth. Moreover, it can only travel in a fixed way. As soon as they stepped out of the phone booth, they were immediately greeted by Minister of Magic Fudge and several officials who had been waiting for a long time. Fudge bowed slightly, with his usual kind smile on his face. Mr. Dumbledore, Mr. Aris, we welcome you. Dumbledore smiled back. Thank you for your kindness, Minister Fudge. I hope today will be a lucky day and everything will go smoothly. Aris simply looked around. The hall of the Ministry of Magic was still shocking. The various magical decorations and the paper planes flying in the sky made him dazzled. Let's go check out the site first, Dumbledore suggested. Of course, arrangements have been made here. Please follow me. Fudge guided them enthusiastically. Soon after, the group arrived at a statue square. The bustling crowd was attracted by the appearance of Dumbledore, and many people stopped to watch. Several wizards in black robes looked at Aris with curiosity. At the end of the square, some dilapidated buildings came into view. The magic circle will be set up inside this building. Aris looked around carefully. There's a lot of traffic here. Are you sure you want to build the teleportation magic circle here? Fudge smiled and then answered confidently. Yes, although it looks a bit old, this square has a long history and has hosted many important magical events. I think it would be the perfect place to build the cross-era magic circle that Mr. Aris envisioned. Indeed, the location is very good, with easy access. Dumbledore looks at the building in front of him, seemingly lost in some memory. Several people entered the old building. To Aris's surprise, the interior of the building was huge. If the teleportation array is built in the future, it will be able to accommodate enough people. Moreover, he believed that once the teleportation array was recognized by the majority of people, this old building would surely become a landmark building of the entire Ministry of Magic, and even become a landmark totem that transcended the times. Very good, here it is. Aris nodded in satisfaction. Now that everything is ready, then the next step is to set up the magic circle. It's a bit noisy in the old building, because as time goes by, more and more curious people come in, including many employees of the Ministry of Magic, as well as wizards who come to do business. The building soon began to feel a bit cramped. Aris and Dumbledore looked at each other and nodded slightly. Time to get to work. Then, Aris looked at Fudge, his expression becoming serious and determined. Minister Fudge, please evacuate everyone first to avoid any accidents during the construction and casting of the teleportation magic circle. Fudge nodded, without hesitation at Aris' request, and immediately turned to give orders to his assistant. Those wizards who were still watching curiously were soon politely but firmly asked to leave. After a while, the building returned to silence. Only Aris, Dumbledore, and Fudge were left. Then, Aris took out the materials needed for the teleportation magic circle from the space bag. The exquisitely cut magic crystals sparkled in the sun, and special materials of different colors were piled aside. It looked messy, but Aris's movements seemed skilled and orderly. Let's get started. Dumbledore smiled, and there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Although he and Aris had studied magic circles in the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts for a period of time, they had a general idea of its operating principles. But this was the first time I actually constructed a magic circle. Aris nodded and began to move the magic wand in his hand, carefully suspending each material from the ground into the air, and then with his delicate gestures, the materials were decomposed into tiny particles one by one. The whole process was like a complex and elegant dance, with Dumbledore assisting from the side, occasionally tapping with his wand to provide subtle assistance in the decomposition and combination of the materials. As the material gradually draws a delicate and complex pattern in the air, Aris's movements become faster and faster, like a smooth stream of water washing the message. This is a critical step, Aris silently said in his heart. Carve the array's core and array base. The formation diagram condensed in the air slowly fell down and finally embedded in the ground. Then, the ground in the hall began to roll and surge, and the stones moved quickly as if they had life, forming a foundation that could perfectly fit the formation. Incredible! Fudge couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. He looked at Aris's operation in shock. Such complex yet exquisite control. I'm afraid few people in the world can match it. 0 request flowers. Aris waved his magic wand, drawing a smooth arc in the air, and the magic power gradually formed a unique wave inside the building. Every stroke and every detail appears truthfully in his mind. He held his breath, and the wand in his hand fell at the last moment, and it ended steadily at the core position of the array base. After an almost silent moment, all the particles gathered in the air and instantly formed a complete teleportation magic circle. 0, clear and bright. Then, those suspended magic crystals began to emit a faint light, illuminating the entire interior of the building. Next, the ministers of the magic circle began to be inlaid. With each inlay, the light of the magic circle becomes visibly brighter. It only takes a minute. Dozens of magic crystals were then completely inlaid. The magic circle also lit up with dazzling light. Very shocking. Aris breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at Dumbledore, who smiled and nodded slightly. The preliminary construction of the magic circle has been completed. But what comes next is the most important thing. They still need to further debug the magic circle. This process will take more time. For the next period of time, Aris stayed in the Ministry of Magic to debug the teleportation magic circle. During this period, there were often staff from the Ministry of Magic wandering outside, seemingly out of curiosity, and some people came to check the situation on Fudge's orders. After several days of busy work, Aris and Dumbledore finally completed the preliminary debugging of the teleportation magic circle. During this period, they spent almost every day in the lobby of the old building during repeated testing and operation to ensure that every detail of the 320 was foolproof. Late one night, Aris, who had just completed a test run of the teleportation array, was sitting next to the magic array, carefully recording the details of the successful launch. Suddenly, he noticed that the magic core that had been stored in the space pocket began to move. He was stunned for a moment. Then he took out the core he found from Merlin's ruins. He was surprised to see that it was emitting a soft blue light, and it had some kind of wonderful resonance with the light of the teleportation magic circle. Professor Dumbledore. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, interrupting the old professor who was busy analyzing the magic circle's operating data. Come and have a look. Dumbledore came to his side and observed the phenomenon carefully. Is this the thing you brought back from the ruins of ancient Nile? How bizarre. Aris had previously discussed this matter with Dumbledore via owl, but because I was too busy recently, I haven't done any serious research. Dumbledore looked at the magical core thoughtfully. It seems that there is some special connection between this magic core and the teleportation magic circle. No, maybe it's just because of the resonance of energy. Aris' eyes flickered with curiosity and confusion. Yes, its energy is also powered by magic crystals. This phenomenon must be studied in detail. But now is clearly not the time. Dumbledore shrugged. They must first complete the debugging of the teleportation magic circle. In the next few days, they kept observing the energy resonance phenomenon between the magic core and the teleportation magic circle. But because the magic circle has not been completed yet, I can only suppress my inner curiosity and conduct further research. Finally, after many days of unremitting efforts, the debugging of the teleportation magic circle was successfully completed. Aris breathed a sigh of relief, and Dumbledore nodded with satisfaction and said to him, "Leave the rest to me. If you want to study that thing, maybe you can leave first." "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore." Aris nodded. He had indeed wanted to leave a long time ago. Regarding the abnormality of the magic core, he had a strong premonition that there might be huge gains. He said goodbye to Dumbledore gratefully, and then explained the situation to Minister Fudge. Although Fudge was a little worried about the situation of the magic circle, he didn't say anything when he heard that Dumbledore would stay and said goodbye to Aris. After dealing with these things, Reese quickly arrived at his base, Shaffa Castle. Then he dived into the castle's laboratory. "What are you doing?" Nick Flamel, who had been studying magic crystals in the laboratory, looked at Aris fiddling with the magic core with some curiosity. He had heard that Aris had obtained this thing before, but had never seen it. At this time, looking at the exquisite and alternative design of the magic core, I also became interested. This thing can generate energy together with the operation of the teleportation magic circle. I was thinking maybe I can use it to control all the teleportation arrays, just like a brain. This is a bold idea. Nick Flamel's eyes lit up slightly. Then I became more interested. Diagon Alley. The sunlit streets were crowded with people, and wizards were hurriedly shuttling between shops. A large building next to Gringotts has been converted into a temporary construction site. In the center of the construction site, Dumbledore was directing a team of experienced Ministry of Magic employees who were busy constructing a second teleportation magic circle. Dumbledore looked around, making sure everyone was at their posts. "Come on, watch out for the cars." His voice was clear and instructive. "We need to carve these runes here at 01. Yes, that's it." Minister Fudge stood aside, watching the whole process, his face filled with uncontrollable excitement. "Professor Dumbledore, this project went much more smoothly than the first time." He sighed. "Yes, Fudge." Dumbledore smiled slightly. "The experience gained from the first magic circle has enabled us to master the key technology, which makes this work much easier." He had studied the teleportation magic circle with Aris and had experience in the construction of the first magic circle. With his talent, he was naturally able to carry out the construction of the magic circle independently. Therefore, after Aris left, he had no choice but to take on this task. I found some people in the Ministry of Magic who were strong in magic control and asked them to help build the second teleportation magic circle. At this time, Fudge's eyes fell on the runes that continuously emitted brilliant magical light, trying to find the secret from them. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly a magical technology. The wizarding world may really be about to usher in a revolution, but this is undoubtedly a change for the better. At least the problem of long-distance transportation can be solved. Although Flipowder can travel across cities, it is not very convenient after all, and the areas it can travel are also very limited. Not to mention the flying broomstick, it's too much of a torture for old people like us. If this teleportation magic circle is really that magical, it will definitely change the way the entire wizarding world travels in the future. Master Aris, you are truly a great team." Fudge kept sighing, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the teleportation magic circle that was being built. "Yes, I always believed that his future is limitless." Dumbledore smiled, his eyes shining with wisdom. "The future of the wizarding world may begin at this moment, towards a brighter direction. The teleportation magic circle is just the beginning. The promotion and popularization of elemental magic is what they really want to do." At this moment, Aris was concentrating on studying the magic core in his hand in the laboratory of Shaffa Castle. Nick Flamel occasionally expressed his opinions. The resonance between this core and the teleportation magic circle may indeed form a new energy link. He said, "This resonance is very interesting. Perhaps we could try to connect further." 477. Aris responded, pausing slightly. If we can control this power, then we may be able to solve the problem of the teleportation magic arrays network center. Now we first need to study whether this core has the function of linking. Nick Flamel nodded. Incredible, isn't it? He said with some emotion. Perhaps there are many things that have been forgotten in Merlin's time thousands of years ago. Just like this exquisite magic device in front of me. I have never seen such a clever design. Aris smiled, a serious glow flowing. Right now, we still need more verification. A week later, Aris finally succeeded in analyzing the cause of the synchronous resonance between the magic core and the teleportation magic array in the laboratory. This magic device is actually a core driver and control program. It can be used as the central core of the teleportation magic circle to connect all magic circles. Moreover, it has a built-in smart identification function. Aris' eyes were filled with surprise as she murmured in a low voice. The walls of the laboratory were engraved with complex runes and formulas, and a faint light flickered in the air, as if echoing the excitement in Aris' heart. Nick Flamel held the notebook in one hand and gently pushed up his glasses with the other hand, his eyes filled with unconcealable joy. It's incredible. Aris, you did it. There was a hint of shock and excitement in his voice. Aris put down the tools in his hand, exhaled, and a smile overflowed from the corner of his mouth. With this thing, we are one step closer to our goal. In time, the teleportation magic circle will surely be popularized throughout the wizarding world and even spread across the world, completely changing the way we travel. No, if the world I envisioned appears, it will be the cornerstone of magic technology civilization. It will not only affect the wizarding world, but also the muggle world. Hearing this, Nick Flamel's pupils trembled slightly. He knew Aris had ideas to change the world. But before, I just thought it was a change to the world. But now, this child's ambition seems to be even greater than he imagined. But this is not a bad thing for him. Having lived for so long, he has already seen through the decay and death of this world. At this time, look at Aris. He seemed to see a whole new possibility. Maybe you can really change the world. Nick Flamel murmured. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door outside the laboratory. Then Luna came in. She was standing at the door of the laboratory, her blue eyes sparkling with curiosity. Aris, have you made any new progress? Well, Luna, come and take a look. Aris nodded and motioned her to come over. This magic core can now be used as the central core of the teleportation magic circle, allowing the teleportation magic circle to achieve energy resonance and operate stably. Luna walked over to Aris and stared at the glowing magic core on the table. It's like a beating heart, isn't it? Aris nodded slightly and said, That's true. Nick Flamel laughed and said, Now, we need to do some further debugging. Let's go to Diagon Alley. At this time, Luna said, Dumbledore wrote to say that the second magic circle has been completed and you need to go and inspect it. Then you could try out the function of this heart. Although Luna didn't know exactly how this magic core was made. But Aris's simple description still gave her a general idea of Limajao. This made her curious. Luna looked at Aris expectantly. Can I go too? Of course, you may witness the beginning of this era of change. Aris responded with a smile and gently touched the little girl's head. Then he looked at Nicolael. Are you ready, old friend? We are ready to go. Nick Flamel closed the book and smiled brilliantly. The tall doors of Gringotts Bank gleamed in the sunlight. Aris, Luna, and Nicolael suddenly appeared at the door, attracting many curious eyes. Aris adjusted his robes. Nick Flamel, who was following behind Luna, staggered slightly. His body is really too old, and this kind of thing always happens. However, he has obviously gotten used to it. The body quickly regained its balance. At this time, a wizard in the uniform of the Ministry of Magic walked towards them quickly, obviously recognizing several people. Mr. Aris Shafiq. He greeted excitedly. Nice to meet you. The construction of the teleportation magic circle is almost finished. We can't wait to see its final effect. Thank you for your hard work. I'm looking forward to it too. Aris responded with a smile. Please take us to the construction site. The wizard led them through the crowded crowd and into a closed area. Here, the teleportation magic circle is flashing a faint blue light. Standing around were several Ministry of Magic personnel who were working. Not far away, Dumbledore was making the final adjustments to the rune structure of the magic circle. When he saw Aris and others coming, he stopped what he was doing and walked forward. "Aris, if you don't come soon, my old bones will go on strike." There was a hint of resentment in Dumbledore's tone. He thought that at his age, he still had to work for others. The most important thing is that the number one white wizard works for others and doesn't get paid. Who can I go to for justice? Professor Dumbledore, thank you for your hard work. Aris was also a little embarrassed, touched his nose and smiled. At this time, on the bustling streets, the number of onlookers attracted by the curiosity of the teleportation magic circle increased rapidly. But they all stopped outside the cordon of the Ministry of Magic and could not get closer, so they could only watch from afar. What were they doing? Luna asked curiously, her eyes firmly attracted by the glittering magic circle, Abphi. The magic array's base and energy core have been set up. Theoretically, this magic circle can be used now. Aris explained, but now I have to trouble everyone to step back for a while. We need some space to carry out the final debugging. Dumbledore nodded and waved his hand, and the staff of the Ministry of Magic immediately began to leave in an orderly manner. Everyone gathered in the transporter hall. Yes, this was the new name Dumbledore gave to this building. Perhaps it will be named like this in the future. Diagon Alley Teleporter Hall. Soon, the construction area became more empty, with only Aris and a few others left. Professor Dumbledore, are you having any problems? Speaking of this, Dumbledore's expression became more serious. Indeed, I noticed that the teleportation magic circle is still quite complicated to use. Perhaps we can consider a simpler usage process, like the Flynn network. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Aris smiled and said, "It seems we have the same idea. I have always thought that if the teleportation magic circle is to be widely used in the wizarding world, the teleportation process must be simplified so that everyone can quickly learn how to use it, but we haven't done this yet." Aris smiled and said, "But now I have an idea. This magic device may help us solve our problems." As he said this, he took out the magic core from the storage bag. The magic core that Aris took out from the storage bag shone with mysterious light in the sunlight. Dumbledore's eyes lit up slightly when he saw this. He stroked his beard gently, with a hint of inquiry in his tone. "Aris, so your research has made progress?" Aris turned the magic core in his hand and smiled. "Yes, Professor. I have made a preliminary analysis of this magic device during this period. It may be used as the core of the entire magic array transmission network. Perhaps we can install a brain on this huge transmission system." He paused, as if trying to form his words. In simple terms, this core can serve as the central controller of the teleportation magic array. With simple operations, the teleportation array can be activated and used. Just as you wish, it is as simple as the Flynn network, but without sacrificing safety. Dumbledore's eyes flickered along with the magic core in Aris's hand, as if he was savoring every word he said. Finally, he nodded, his voice carrying a hint of anticipation. "This is a gift from Merlin. Aris, this may bring our plan a big step forward." Aris smiled and nodded. Then he stopped talking and immediately focused on the task at hand. He walked to the center of the teleportation array and began the final inspection and debugging. Everything around him seemed to become quiet and silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on his movements. After a moment, Aris gently embedded the magic core into the center of the teleportation array. He adjusted the position carefully, as if fitting the last piece of the puzzle perfectly into the chamberlain. In an instant, the entire hall was shrouded in dazzling light, as if the sunlight had squeezed into every corner in an instant. At this moment, the light even broke through the obstruction of the roof, leaving a column of light that went straight into the sky under the dome. The wizards in Diagon Alley noticed something and stopped what they were doing. They looked up at the source of the light, surprise and shock written all over their faces. Soon, groups of people gathered together in twos and threes, whispering to each other, full of speculation and anxiety. What happened? What is that light? The fluctuations of magic are simply terrifying. Is someone causing trouble? No. It seems that there were members of the Ministry of Magic stationed in that direction. Yes, they're doing some kind of teleportation magic array. Teleportation magic circle? What is that? Maybe we can go and take a look. 0 request flowers. The wizards first communicated with each other out of curiosity, and as time went on, more and more people began to gather outside the hall. The crowd surged like a rising tide, and the sound of conversation was endless. Is this really a teleportation magic circle? Is this a new technology developed by the Ministry of Magic? A bearded wizard asked the uniformed ministry members. His companion, who was a little older, frowned and thought, "I've never heard of this kind of thing before." These words collided and swirled in the air, accompanied by whispers all around. The children were held on their parents' shoulders and craned their necks to see what was happening inside. Some young wizards excitedly discussed the possible technical details. I have even begun to imagine the changes in my life that this device might bring. Suddenly, a group of officials from the Ministry of Magic walked to the front of the crowd. They were dressed in black uniforms and looked extremely serious. The leading witch waved her hand and said loudly, "Everyone be quiet. We know you all have a lot of questions, but please maintain order. The Ministry of Magic is about to announce a big event, but now, I hope you will cooperate with the work and not disturb the operations inside." Once these words were spoken, the effect was somewhat unexpected. The crowd, which was originally just excited, suddenly became quiet for a moment, and then more discussions arose again. Is this really a teleportation magic circle? Is this the big news that is going to be announced? A new teleportation technology? That's more exciting than the last Quidditch World Cup. But who knows who developed this thing? He is definitely a great alchemist or researcher of ancient magic circles. Anticipation and excitement were written all over people's faces. Even the owls floating in the air, with 827 hanging on their heads, seemed to be infected by the atmosphere and kept circling in the air. In the hall, Aris was squinting his eyes slightly, checking the operation of the magic circle, and his eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Luna was standing aside, with her head slightly tilted to the side, looking at him intently, with a gleam in her eyes. Aris smiled and said softly, "It seems we succeeded. Is there any problem with the control and operation of the magic circle?" Dumbledore also showed a hint of joy on his face. "Well, it seems that this magic device is very compatible with the energy flow system of the teleportation magic circle. This may be the reason why there is energy resonance between the two." Luna bit her lower lip, unable to suppress her excitement. "Aris, it's really amazing." Their eyes met, silently communicating their mutual understanding and trust. At this moment, no more words are needed. Everything is self-explanatory. The voices outside the door rose like a wave, penetrating the thick walls into the ears of the two. Aris took a deep breath, knowing that this was a brand new beginning. This step is crucial for the elemental magic civilization he envisioned. "Now," he said to himself, and, as if announcing to the whole world, the change has begun. After Aris completed the final inspection and debugging, he carefully took out the magic core. "You can't leave this thing here forever." He looked at Dumbledore and then frowned at the still bustling crowd outside the door. The importance of the magic core is self-evident, and the defense here is really worrying. Dumbledore nodded, knowing that Aris already had a plan in mind. "I know what you're thinking. It will be safer to place the core of the magic circle in the Ministry of Magic, and it will also get greater resources and support." "That's right." Aris smiled. It was obvious that they both thought of the same thing. He gently placed the magic core into a special container, and then carefully cast several protective spells. After completing these steps, it was put back into the space bag. "Let's go and find Minister Fudge. Maybe the problem can be solved soon." Dumbledore spoke again. "Well, thank you so much for everything, Professor," Aris said sincerely. A big part of the reason why Dumbledore spared no effort to promote the magic teleportation array was obviously because of himself. This trust and support deserved his gratitude. After a little preparation, the three of them used apparition to go directly to the Ministry of Magic. When Fudge saw the two of them, his eyes lit up noticeably. It seems that the problem of applying force to the diagonal has been solved. That's right, Aris said, and then continued. We have also improved the positioning mechanism of magic teleportation to make teleportation more convenient and simple, but we need to ensure the safety and stability of the teleportation network, and we also need a safe hub. We think setting up this hub in the Ministry of Magic might be the best option. Of course, Fudge's eyes lit up slightly after hearing this. 2.5 for him. If the hub of the teleportation magic circle is placed in the Ministry of Magic, it will undoubtedly greatly increase the public's attention to this place. The Ministry of Magic will provide the necessary support for this project. Let us witness the realization of this together. Fudge made the decision immediately without any hesitation. Thank you for your support, Mr. Minister. Aris and Dumbledore looked at each other, and then a smile appeared on their faces. Aris's busy work at the Ministry of Magic makes every day full of challenges, but he enjoys it. As the news continued to be released, the entire magic world's expectations for the teleportation magic circle became higher and higher, and it has become the hottest topic at this stage. This made him feel a little pressured, but at the same time, he was also happy to see this situation. Because the more people pay attention to this matter, the more beneficial it will be for his subsequent plans. What made him even more impressed was that he had an ally like Dumbledore to support him. During this period of time, he truly realized how terrifying Dumbledore's connections were. There was almost nothing in the Ministry of Magic that he couldn't solve. Of course, Fudge also helped a lot. These two people who were originally at odds with each other now seemed to have gradually united because of Aris. After all, both of them wanted to help Aris, at least for now. Fudge even regarded Aris as a strong support in running the Ministry of Magic. A few weeks passed quickly, and Rhys devoted almost all his energy to the construction of the last teleportation magic circle. At the same time, the central core building in the Ministry of Magic, which was entrusted with an important task, was also undergoing changes. Wizard craftsmen worked day and night to carry out the reconstruction, gradually outlining the prototype of the future transmission center. One morning, the sun shone through the huge glass ceiling of the Ministry of Magic. Aris and Dumbledore stood side by side in the lobby of the Ministry of Magic, looking at the central building that was built brick by brick. There was a light-cold sense of accomplishment flashing in the eyes of both men. It looks like our efforts are about to bear fruit, Dumbledore exclaimed, a hint of relief in his tone. Aris nodded and said softly, "Yes, in time, this will become a transportation hub for the entire wizarding world." These days, employees of the Ministry of Magic always gather in groups of 2 or 3 around the teleportation hub that is under construction. Curious and amazed, we discuss the changes in this building, and the topic naturally revolves around the magical magic teleportation array. I heard that this thing can make us appear on the other side of the world instantly. A young witch said excitedly to her companions. Yes, I really hope to try it soon. I have long wanted to visit the magic holy mountain, but I don't know if this magic circle can reach there in the future. Her colleague next to her responded, eyes full of anticipation. The person who designed these is truly a genius. An elderly wizard squeezed into the crowd, shaking his head and sighing. It's been a long time since the wizarding world has seen such an amazing masterpiece, and it's been a long time since it's been so lively. Aris always had a smile on his face when listening to these conversations. He understood that this project was not only a technological breakthrough, but also an advancement that would change the lifestyle of wizards. He turned his head and looked at Dumbledore beside him, who was also looking at the crowd with a smile. It seems that it has begun to attract considerable attention. Dumbledore stroked his long beard. Indeed, Dumbledore patted Aris' shoulder gently. I'm proud of you, Aris. This award made Aris smile again. At the same time, I am more looking forward to the future. Originally, he thought it would be a very difficult task, but now it seems that the progress has exceeded expectations. Moreover, along the way, he realized that no matter how many challenges and difficulties there were in the future, he seemed not to be alone. It's another busy morning. Aris was looking down at a complex blueprint, determining the final construction steps for the magic teleportation center. At this moment, he noticed a familiar figure walking towards him. That was Ronald's father, Mr. Weasley. He was wearing a slightly old magic robe, had a friendly look and a gentle smile on his face. "Mr. Aris," Mr. Weasley called warmly, holding out his hand. "I've been wanting to have a chat with you, especially after seeing this massive project." "Mr. Weasley, it's nice to meet you." Aris smiled and held the other's hand. Mr. Weasley looked at the transporter hub, still under construction, with an admiring smile on his face. "It's incredible," he said with emotion. "You actually did something that seemed impossible. You can imagine what a spectacular sight it will be when tens of thousands of people come and go here." Aris nodded. "Yes, but this is not just my credit. Professor Dumbledore helped a lot, and the Ministry of Magic also helped a lot, which is why we can achieve such a fast speed. Hashtag, of course, Professor Dumbledore is always so wise." Mr. Weasley smiled and patted Aris on the shoulder. "I would also like to thank you for your help to my son Ronald, who often says that he has learned a lot under your guidance. He had a very fulfilling holiday and even boasted to me that he could pay for the textbook for the next school year by himself. This really gave me and his mother a great surprise. And George and Fred are gradually getting back on track. This is all thanks to Mr. Aris for helping them. We are really grateful." Aris smiled warmly. "Ronald is very smart. He just needs a little direction. His persistence and hard work are the key to success." "You are too kind to that brat," Mr. Weasley said modestly with a hint of pride on his face. "Without your help, that brat would still be thinking about how to avoid his holiday homework. So, do you have time to visit us?" Mr. Weasley suddenly invited, his tone revealing expectation. "It's almost a new school year. I thought you might be willing to come to the Burrow before Hogwarts starts. And we can also talk about the exploration of the magic crystal veins." Aris' heart moved and realized that this might be a good opportunity. He knew that Mr. Weasley had been selected as a member of the expedition team, and he needed to understand the team's current situation in more detail. After all, it was related to the magic crystal vein, so he had to be cautious. "It sounds like fun. I'd love to go," Aris replied. "Besides, I'm also interested in Mr. Weasley's residence. It's going to be a great party." "Great. We're all looking forward to your arrival," Weasley said excitedly. The two shook hands again, and Aris looked at the buildings in the distance. Everything is going in a positive direction. Although there is still a lot of unfinished work ahead, the current progress has already made him excited. And Mr. Weasley's invitation, he was actually very curious too. Because in the original work, whether it is the novel or the film and television work, the humble dwelling is an important scene. And after being in this world for so long, he has never visited it. Just take this opportunity to go there and have a long game. It can also be regarded as satisfying my feelings for this world. Of course, he was more concerned about the mission of the expedition team. Also, Ronald and Harry's work should be coming to an end. After all, the new school year at Hogwarts is about to begin. They also need to make some preparations for this. Soon, it was the day of the Weasley family gathering. 100 meters away from the burrow, Aris tightened his coat. Although he has lived in this world for a while, the instantaneous displacement brought by apparition still makes him feel very magical. But the discomfort is always obvious during the journey. Although he tried to adapt, this method of movement was still inferior to the teleportation magic circle. Fortunately, it is very convenient. It is tolerable. Luna next to him seemed very excited, her big eyes scanning the surroundings with curiosity. 2:30 Professor Dumbledore has been very busy recently, and Aris finally got the chance, so he took him along to relax. The old professor always seemed so calm and composed. With a smile on his face, he adjusted his hat, which was piled with years of experience, with one hand. "Welcome, welcome," came a warm, vibrant voice. They saw Mr. Weasley standing in front of the burrow, greeting them with a big smile on his face, as if they were the most distinguished guests in the world. Aris, Luna, Professor, your presence really makes our humble home more glorious. Mrs. Weasley also appeared at the door, with a kind smile on her face. Aris noticed that she was holding a pot of steaming soup in her hands. It looks like quite a bit of time has been spent preparing for this party. Thank you very much for your invitation, Aris said sincerely. This will definitely be a pleasant party. Dumbledore looked at the lounge area that had already been arranged, with a smile on his face. Just then, there was a burst of laughter, and Harry and Hermione ran out of the burrow, holding a magic frisbee in their hands, and were enthusiastically showing Ronald a game called Magic Frisbee. Aris, Luna, Professor. When Harry saw the person coming, his eyes lit up. He immediately greeted him loudly. Well, hello everyone. Aris smiled. Dumbledore winked at Harry, then said leisurely, I think you little guys have finished your holiday homework. Although this is a bit disappointing, I don't want to see you being punished by Minerva. Hearing this, Harry and the others suddenly became a little embarrassed. Professor, you worry too much. Aris shook his head helplessly, and then said, This holiday, they are all helping my magic toy factory. They have made rapid progress in controlling the magic calendar. As for the homework written on parchment, it won't be a challenge for them at all. Right? Aris winked at them. Yes, of course. Several people nodded affirmatively. At this moment, even if I haven't finished my homework, I can't lose face. Afterwards, several people quickly skipped this unpleasant topic. Luna was also attracted by the magic flying disc and ran over to join the game. Aris couldn't help but laugh. Looking at these little guys, he always felt a little emotional. Although I still have the body of a child, my mind has already become that of an adult, and I feel more and more that I can no longer enjoy such a carefree time. Come, sit down and rest first. Mr. Weasley led Aris and Dumbledore towards the large marquee that had been set up. The sunlight shines through the transparent fabric, creating a warm rest area that makes people feel very comfortable. Aris, I can't wait to hear your thoughts on this mineral exploration. Mr. Weasley got down to business. Of course, this inspection is extremely important. Aris adjusted his sitting posture, and his expression suddenly became serious. The magic crystal will have a profound impact on the future of the magic world. We need to ensure the safety and efficiency of the expedition team and speed up the survey so that the Shafik family can start large-scale mining as soon as possible. How was the expedition team's plan going? Mr. Weasley frowned. To be honest, everything is still in the preparation stage. Considering the location of the mine and the potential dangers, we need a more rigorous plan. Aris nodded, but there were still some things he wanted to know more deeply. Mr. Weasley, this expedition should have quite a few members, right? Well, there are dozens of them in total. How were the candidates determined? Aris skillfully led the topic to the composition of the expedition team. Can you tell me in detail about the composition of the expedition team? Mr. Weasley obviously knew what Aris was thinking. He put down the teacup in his hand and nodded. The expedition team is mainly composed of half pure-blood wizards and half mixed-blood wizards. To be honest, this combination has taken into account the balance of many aspects. The Ministry of Magic attaches great importance to this magic crystal mine and knows the huge benefits involved. So, many departments want to place people in the inspection team to understand the specific situation. Of course, this is expected. Aris responded thoughtfully, but was thinking about the mystery in his heart. Now, Mr. Weasley continued, about half of the expedition team is on Fudge's side, and they usually support all of Fudge's decisions. The other half are people who are extremely concerned about the interests of the pureblood families. They're not easy to deal with. For these people, this magic crystal vein survey is an opportunity. They will definitely try to get a piece of the pie. After hearing this, Aris was silent for a moment. His mood sank slightly. Although he had expected it, he still couldn't help feeling a little cold. Those pure-blood wizards obviously did not learn their lesson and even dared to turn their attention to the Shafik family. At this moment, Luna's laughter came, bringing back a bit of relaxation in his mood. He smiled and secretly made a decision in his heart, but his face remained calm. It seems that I have to have a good talk with Henry. Mr. Weasley's tone became more serious, and he said in a deep voice, "If you need any help, just let me know." Aris nodded gently. "Of course, your advice and help are very important to me." 0. Asterisk. Dumbledore didn't speak from beginning to end, just occasionally looking at Aris with a hint of smile in his eyes. He wasn't worried about how much trouble this would cause Aris. With the current strength of the Shafik family, they can completely ignore most of the pureblood families. What's more, even he doesn't dare to underestimate this child's strength now. Looks like someone is going to be unlucky again this time. Not far away, Hermione and Harry were excitedly discussing the techniques of Magic Frisbee. Luna occasionally joined in their conversation, and there was constant laughter. Aris looked at this warm scene, and the plan in his mind gradually became clear. The small details in life always make people more alert. Perhaps this is what is needed at this moment, to make those who are obsessed with profit realize that their calculations will not go as they wish. On this sun-drenched lawn, laughter and joy were heard everywhere. It seems as if time has been frozen at this moment. Warm and beautiful. This is actually what Aris has always longed for. He must protect this beauty, especially the smile on Luna's face and those pure and innocent eyes. It always makes him soft-hearted. After a pleasant day at the Weasley family's burrow, in the evening, Aris brought Luna back to Shafik Castle, and Henry was there to greet them as usual. The two of them and the butler Henry walked into the spacious hall. The ancient walls are covered with family portraits from past generations, exuding a solemn and peaceful atmosphere. Aris still had a smile on his face, but he felt a little heavy in his heart. Luna smiled happily, still maintaining her carefree look. "Aris, I'm going to rest first. Today is such a happy day." Luna waved to Aris and disappeared down the stairs at the end of the corridor. "Good." Aris watched her back until she completely disappeared. Then he looked away. Then he took a deep breath and turned to Chowley. "How is it going? Is there any new progress from the mineral exploration team?" Aris asked, a hint of solemnity in his tone. Henry nodded and handed Aris a thin folder. "You asked me to investigate the disagreements within the expedition team before. This is the result of the investigation over the past 2 days. Most of the names of the expedition team members on the list have ulterior motives. Master Aris, what should we do with these people?" He leaned forward slightly, his expression serious. Aris took the document and quickly glanced at its contents, but his expression did not change much. It was obvious that he was not surprised by the names on the list. These people really don't know how to stop, he said softly, with a calm and stern tone. Seeing Aris's expression, Henry's tone became more serious, and he continued. "The people on the list are particularly active in the expedition team. They even directly propose that the Ministry of Magic take over the management and mining rights of the mines, with several departments jointly supervising. Of course, the department recommendations they made were all controlled by Gibeon's pureblood network master. Not only that, judging from their intentions, they actually want to kick us off the supervision list and just casually give us some dividend shares. To put it nicely, they want us to sit back and collect money while they do the work. But the real purpose?" Henry hesitated, as if considering whether he should say it so absolutely. "Their real purpose is to monopolize the mine." Aris shook his head in amusement and then gently closed the folder. "Indeed." Henry nodded. "What a pity." Aris suddenly sneered. "These people are too arrogant. They still haven't let go of their arrogance as purebloods, and have forgotten the lesson I taught them before. In that case, let them experience the despair of falling into hell once more." Aris threw the folder in his hand onto the table and then looked at Henry. "Uncle Henry, you did a good job. Aris has made a decision. As for how to deal with them, let them disappear from the wizarding world. I heard that the lions on the African savanna are very powerful. Now is the season of animal migration. Why not let them go and investigate the living habits of lions? For point 2, as for whether they can come back, it depends on their luck." Aris smiled and suddenly thought of Grindelwald. The idea of taking people to the African savanna to see lions came from the old man. It doesn't seem cruel and can solve the problem perfectly. Very good method. Henry heard this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he nodded. This is indeed a good idea. Traveling can really help people calm down and reflect. Also, the lions of the African savanna should also receive some attention. Those creatures from the Muggle world seem quite interesting. Maybe when they come back, they can publish a book called Animal World. Henry said this jokingly, but his tone was full of admiration for Aris. Animal World? Aris actually smiled and nodded. Yeah, very interesting. The two looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Henry then bowed slightly and said, I will arrange it as soon as possible and make sure there are no problems. Well, please, Uncle Henry. Aris nodded and looked out the window thoughtfully. Night has fallen and the sky is dotted with stars. This night is destined to be a sleepless night for some people. Henry left quickly. Aris was suddenly the only one left in the hall. No, there was also the straight white maid Shirley, who was not far away and was always hesitant and didn't dare to come forward. This little girl has been very low-key recently, so low-key that Aris often can't see her and doesn't know what she is doing. Shirley, what are you doing there? Reese couldn't help but ask. Master, no, I'm not doing anything. The little maid hurried forward, but still didn't dare to get close to Aris. What's going on? Aris looked at the maid girl in front of him with some amusement. The expression on his face that something was wrong was too obvious. It's just, Uncle Henry told me that the young master is getting older. The maid's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally it was almost inaudible. He asked me to pay more attention to your physical health. If Aris hadn't had sharp ears, he wouldn't have heard the last sentence. However, after hearing this, Aris was confused. Physical health issues? Nah. The little maid's face turned red instantly. Aris quickly understood. He took a look at the girl's huge breasts and her beautiful face. Little Aris saluted slightly, to show respect. However, he suppressed it forcefully. He shook his head in amusement. You girl! He didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly turned around and went upstairs. If I continue to be teased like this, I might really make a mistake. This won't do. I'm still young. I need to take care of my body. Amy Hare. The next day, Henry carried out some operations overnight. The effect seems to be very good. There were several reports of mysterious disappearances of wizards in today's Daily Prophet, one of which even made the headlines. That pure-blood wizard held an important position in the Ministry of Magic. This special situation made many people feel a little nervous for a while. Is there another evil wizard about to appear? However, it was soon predicted that 253 daily newspapers would publish several news reports in succession, stating that the previously missing wizards had been confirmed to be safe and had just gone on a trip to relax and would be back soon. The curiosity of ordinary wizards disappeared immediately, but some smart people still saw something different from it. Especially within the Ministry of Magic, everyone knows the reasons for the disappearance of those people. Some members of the Ministry of Magic who were at odds with the Shafik family even wanted to rush directly to the Shafik castle to confront Aris face to face. But they have no evidence to prove that this matter has anything to do with the Shafik family. So, I could only bear it and suffer in silence. Then, things became simple. In the evening, Aris received a letter from Minister Fudge of the Ministry of Magic, and his frown finally relaxed. He looked at the letter, which detailed the work arrangements for the expedition team. It has been confirmed that we will arrive at the ancient Nile ruins on time at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning for a formal investigation. Not only did he confirm the time and arrangements, but he also expressed his confidence in this inspection. It's almost like a showdown with Aris. There will be no problems. At this moment, Aris secretly sighed in his heart. It turns out that some tricks are needed. This investigation is finally on the right track. Then he gently put the letter down, turned and left the study, and walked towards Luna's room. Luna was busy sorting clothes in the room. She patted the dust off her clothes with her hands, looking particularly serious. Aris stood at the door and knocked lightly. Luna raised her head and a smile spread across her face. Aris, come in. Aris walked into the room, his eyes full of tenderness. Are you preparing for the start of school? Yes, Luna replied, continuing to adjust her conspicuous blue skirt. I will be in the second grade in the new school year, which always makes people look forward to it. I hope this year can have a good start. Aris smiled slightly, paced casually in the room, picked up a feather pen, and played with it between his fingers. You're going to be great. I remember you wowed everyone in Charms last year. Luna's face was a little shy. It's just good luck. I don't think it's just luck. Your hard work is the most important. Aris said sincerely. This holiday, apart from going out with him, this little girl basically spent all her time practicing magic. Especially in terms of second-year knowledge. She's almost able to catch up with academic masters like Hermione. Luna lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly. Then, as if she suddenly remembered something, she raised her head and asked again. By the way, how is your expedition team's work going? Can you finish it before school starts? It should be fine. Aris put down the quill, leaned against the window, and nodded slightly. They will arrive at 11 o'clock tomorrow, and the inspection will last for 3 days. That way, we should be able to make it in time. The new school year starts in 3 days. Maybe I can take the Hogwarts train with you then. Luna nodded, her eyes revealing her longing for the future. I'm really looking forward to it. I wanted to take the train to Hogwarts with my brother for a long time. It must be a perfect experience. Aris felt warm in his heart. He walked to Luna, touched her little head, and said with a smile, I am looking forward to it too. The two were immersed in their imaginations about the future. Luna's eyes flickered with a soft light. She whispered, I hope everything goes well on this expedition. We can celebrate together later. Aris smiled and nodded, of course. When you're not busy with your second-grade classes, we can plan a trip to see the unicorn fawn you've always dreamed of. When Luna heard the suggestion, her eyes lit up immediately. That's great. I've always wanted to observe them up close. The two smiled at each other, and a warm atmosphere flowed in the room. The sky outside the window gradually darkens, and the soft light of the moon shines on the earth, adding a bit of anticipation to the coming new day. The next morning, the sun was slightly warm. Aris arrived at the Ancient Isle ruins early because today was the day the expedition team was arriving. The cool morning mist filled the air, making him feel refreshed. He took a deep breath, looked at the entrance of the mine that had been shut down not far away, and fell in a deep thought. Looking around, the crystals were flickering in the morning light. Since the discovery of this relic, many of his plans and visions for the future have become possible, and the emergence of elemental magic civilization has become more certain. Therefore, no matter who it is, no one can stop him. Even if there are 170 magic movies, it won't work. Not far away, Aris was leaning against a protruding rock with her arms folded, her face full of displeasure. Aris, I'm still worried that those guys will covet our crystals. If they dare to have such thoughts, don't blame me. She frowned and muttered, waving her little fists. Aris approached, gently touched Iris's fiery red hair, and comforted her. Don't worry, Aris. Everyone in the expedition team has been screened by us. This inspection should just be a process to solve some procedural problems. If there are any major problems, I will handle them without your intervention. I hope so. Elise pouted and raised her head with a little pride. I just don't want them to steal the shiny stones. I'm not worried about anything. Okay. Looking at the cute little red dragon, Aris smiled dotingly. Time unknowingly came to 11 o'clock. Accompanied by a few slight pop sounds, figures appeared outside the ruins one after another. Barty Crouch, wearing a crimson robe, walked up quickly and shook hands with Aris, with a professional smile on his face. Mr. Aris, thank you for your cooperation. The weather's good, so today is a good start. Mr. Crouch is the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and also the director of the Department of International Magical Exchange. He was appointed by Fudge as the leader of the expedition and is responsible for the entire contact with Aris. Afterwards, Absh, will also handle the relevant procedures for the mining of magic crystals. After all, this is the ruins of the ancient Nile and is not within the scope of the British wizarding world. The issue of mining qualifications needs to be resolved through international cooperation. Aris smiled and responded, Welcome you and your team, Mr. Crouch. Then he looked at Mr. Weasley and the team and nodded slightly. Please feel free to visit and let me know if you have any questions. Then let's take a look first, Crouch said with a smile on his face. Afterwards, the members of the expedition team began to conduct research around the ruins. Their attention was quickly attracted by those strange magic crystals. There were whispers of discussion. These crystals can actually glow on their own. This level of magical reaction is rare, a young witch said in amazement. Yes, and it seems that this magic power is very stable. Another wizard's eyes flashed with curiosity. However, after looking around, several older wizards were somewhat puzzled. Although these magic crystals are magical, there are few of them. Maybe this place is not as valuable as we imagined. Yes, there are too few crystals here. Mr. Aris, are these the veins you found? Or are there other places? A wizard couldn't help but ask. Aris smiled and said, "Of course there is more to it than that. The real mineral vein is underground. You will find out after you follow me. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Aris." Whether it was Crouch or other members of the expedition team, their attitudes were very good at this time, because these people know very well what Aris's identity represents. Moreover, after a round of cleansing, the composition of these expedition team members has become much purer. Many people really came here for the purpose of investigation, wanting to know the value of this mineral vein, how much impact it will have on the future of the wizarding world, and whether there are any dangers. Soon, Aris led the expedition team deep into the mine. On the mottled walls, patches of magic crystals glowed faintly under the light, illuminating the surrounding environment. "This is the main vein we found." Aris pointed with his finger, still with a gentle smile on his face. "Oh my God, there are so many. What an amazing reserve." Barty Crouch carefully examined the crystal stones in front of him, with a look of surprise on his face. He picked up a crystal and looked closely at it, the light reflecting on his face. Moreover, these crystals are very complete, and their quality is obviously much better than those above. "It's incredible." As Crouch sighed in a low voice, the members of the expedition team behind him were also completely shocked. Not only are these crystals abundant in number, but when gathered together, they can actually generate such a powerful magical reaction. Mr. Weasley's eyes also straightened. Although he had learned some information about the crystal veins from Aris, seeing them in person gave him a completely different feeling. The vast expanse of veins made him feel so excited. The young witch's eyes almost popped out. "Oh my God, if all of these were brought back, the entire wizarding world would be shocked. Indeed, it's incredible. There are so many magic crystals. I can't even imagine how to use them. Mr. Reese, can you briefly explain what these things are used for?" At this time, Crouch spoke again, but his tone was cautious. "So many crystals flowing into the market will probably have a great impact on the entire magic industry. Have you ever considered this issue, Mr. Aris?" Aris smiled, with a bit of his unique optimism. "My vision is that magic crystals will be widely used in teleportation magic circles and multiple alchemy fields. Imagine how convenient it will be if every family in the future can easily use magic for long-distance teleportation. Zero request flowers. As for the impact problem you're worried about, it doesn't actually exist because the application of magic crystals will be used in new fields. By then, the wizarding world will experience unprecedented changes, and new magical creations will continue to appear, just like the manor housekeeper I introduced earlier in the current teleportation magic circle. In the future, there may be magic airships, more powerful magic weapons, and more convenient magic products." For a moment, everyone was immersed in the beautiful future described by Aris. Some older wizards began to nod, seemingly moved by his vision. If it is true, as Aris said, the wizarding world will usher in true glory. "This future," the young witch whispered, her eyes twinkling, "I'm afraid it will be more exciting than we imagined." "It's a really exciting future." Aris glanced around at the members of the expedition team and then landed on Crouch. He could feel the other party gradually calming down and showing a look of approval. Apparently, the results of the investigation are looking pretty good now. Over the next 2 days, Crouch led the expedition team to conduct an in-depth investigation of the mineral vein. As everyone learned more, their shock and surprise grew day by day. The scale of the mine was beyond their imagination, and the mining system proposed by Aris was meticulous and thoughtful, which made Crouch and others put aside their doubts about the Shafik family's ability to manage this huge mine, and even look at them with admiration. Because everything they saw was unheard of, such as the mining technology 363 and the way of storing magic crystals, which were far beyond this era. They were shocked, and at the same time, they were full of admiration. Who could have imagined that these advanced concepts and technologies were created by a little boy? They also value Aris more in their hearts, and even admire him. The third day after the expedition team arrived. In the afternoon, Aris led a group of people to stand on a high cliff and overlook the entire mine. He whispered to Crouch, "What do you think?" Crouch looked around and said with emotion, "To be honest, Mr. Shafik, these days of inspection have cleared up all our previous doubts. Your attention and management of the mineral veins are reassuring and also allow us to see the potential for future development." The members of the expedition team nearby nodded in agreement. An elderly wizard said, "Your mining system is very thorough, and many of the methods are unprecedented. Not only can it greatly improve mining efficiency, but it can also reduce mining risks, especially the way the crystals are stored. We were originally worried that this kind of high magic crystal would be dangerous in storage, but your method of storing it in batches and suppressing magic power is really eye-opening for us. The Shafik family is indeed worthy of its reputation. All potential safety risks have been taken into consideration. My only concern now is whether the wizarding world can keep up with the pace of change you mentioned." Aris smiled and said, "Change will always bring about some degree of discomfort, but as long as there are people leading the way, a better future will surely come. I believe everyone will be happy to see such a change. The wizarding world in the future will surely be more prosperous and exciting than it is now." "Yes," Crouch nodded, with some emotion in his eyes, but then he said to Aris meaningfully, "But Mr. Aris, your reform strategies may not be recognized by everyone. There are always some conservative guys who don't want to see the progress of this world. They may become obstacles to you in the future. That's all I have to say. I hope you can be more vigilant." "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Crouch." Aris nodded. He naturally knew that the arrival of elemental magic civilization would inevitably cause opposition and obstruction from certain old forces in this world, especially those who were the most loyal defenders of the wizard's secrecy statute. But this was already expected by Aris. The road ahead is still difficult, but at least now he sees hope. And doesn't the change in attitude of Crouch and the other members of the expedition team indicate that this transformation is moving in a positive direction? After the inspection, Aris and Crouch sat in the tent at the mining camp, sipping hot tea. Crouch said with emotion, "Aris, this time we have really opened our eyes to your ideas and the shocking future that may emerge. I am really looking forward to it. After I get back, I will prepare the report immediately to ensure there are no problems with the procedures." Aris nodded slightly. "Thank you, Mr. Crouch. I believe the Shafik family will not disappoint you for your expectations." Crouch nodded and turned his gaze to the gradually darkening sky outside the tent. "We all hope that when night falls this day, it will not only be the beginning of the night, but also the dawn of a new day in the wizarding world." The two looked at each other and smiled knowingly. That afternoon, the expedition team left with satisfactory results during the farewell ceremony. Everyone said goodbye to Aris and wished the project success. After the expedition team left, Aris stood on the top of the mountain overlooking the mineral vein, feeling slightly relieved. Although I already knew this result. But after the expedition team really left, a big stone in his heart finally fell. He stood in the sunset, looking at the mining base below, which was still busy, feeling complicated and somewhat excited. At this moment, the breeze blew gently in his ears, as if telling the prologue of the future. The crystals in this land contain the potential to change the wizarding world, and it will all be opened by him. At some point, Aris quietly walked up to him with a mischievous smile on her face. Aris, I want to stay here and continue to guard these crystals. Why? No one should dare to pay attention to this place now. You can come back with me. I will ask Henry to have someone watch over this place. Nothing should happen again. Who knows? Maybe there will be some short-sighted people coveting this place. Iris muttered angrily. That cute look made Aris couldn't help but laugh out loud. This little girl obviously couldn't bear to leave those sparkling magic crystals. However, Aris did not expose her little thoughts. With her guarding here, Aris can feel more at ease. After all, the power of the dark red dragon is almost unmatched in this world, which is the best guarantee for the mineral vein. Of course, Elise, take good care of them if you're willing. Iris nodded happily. The sparkling light in her eyes was as bright as stars in the transition between sunset and nightfall. Then I'll be leaving first. Aris took one last look at the vein. Well, goodbye, master. Iris waved happily. Then, Aris apparat and disappeared from the spot. Returned to Shafiq Castle. At this time, night had completely fallen. The Shafiq Castle is brightly lit, looking peaceful and solemn. Walking into the hall, he saw Henry, the butler, waiting there. Master, after the expedition team came back this afternoon, they started to push forward the mining qualification permit process. Henry reported respectfully. The procedures for the mining license and mineral vein ownership should be completed soon. However, we also paid some resources and obtained the recognition of the local wizard department of the ancient Isle ruins, but compared with the huge value of the mineral veins, these resources are insignificant. Aris nodded, expressing satisfaction with Henry's efficiency. These are necessary investments that will accelerate our plans. Well done, Henry. Just as they were discussing, light footsteps were heard on the stairs, and Luna walked down with a smile on her face. Aris, tomorrow is the first day of school at Hogwarts. I have packed your luggage for you. Aris smiled back at 507, feeling warm inside. Luna's attentiveness always gives him support and motivation when he needs it. Thank you, Luna. I think the new school year will be very enjoyable. Luna seemed very excited. Yes, returning to Hogwarts always makes people feel safe and happy. Aris felt a sense of relief. The reforms at Hogwarts also need to be accelerated. He wants to find more like-minded people to jointly promote this change. Hogwarts, which he designated as the birthplace of elemental magic civilization, would become a place of faith for the entire world in the future. The starry sky outside the window is bright. It indicates that another extraordinary day and night is coming. The next morning, Aris and Luna got up early and packed their luggage. Because today is a brand new beginning, the day Hogwarts starts. Aris walked to the window and looked at the misty scenery in the morning, her heart full of anticipation. Aris, are you ready? Luna asked softly. She was standing at his door with her usual smile on her face. She had been very excited since last night. She had a smile on her face, and her eyes were full of longing for the upcoming campus life. It's all right, Luna. Aris replied, picked up her luggage, and said happily, let's go. They said goodbye to Henry in the front hall, and Henry remained as respectful and calm as ever. Master, have a safe journey, Henry said, with a hint of envy in his tone. I hope everything goes well for you in the new school year. Well, thanks, Henry. Aris nodded. By the way, you have to personally keep an eye on mine. No mistakes can be made. Yes, sir, I understand. Henry nodded solemnly. Afterwards, Aris and Luna apparat directly to an inconspicuous location in London Station. A few minutes later, they stood in front of the wall of platform 9 3/4, smiled at each other, and then walked hand in hand through the brick wall. The scene immediately became lively. The platform was filled with families rushing about and little wizards laughing. Aris looked around, with a hint of emotion in his eyes. It is the beginning of another school year, and Hogwarts is about to welcome a new batch of students. The bustling platform is filled with pointed hats, people's laughter, bright robes, and chattering conversations. At this moment, the scene in front of him and the scenes of certain movie clips in Aris' mind complement each other, forming a splendid atmosphere unique to the magical world. This feeling is very wonderful. Not long after, he saw a familiar figure, Harry Potter, walking out from the other side of the wall, followed closely by Ronald and Hermione. Seeing Aris, Harry called out loudly, "Aris! Luna! Harry!" Aris responded cheerfully, "How's life at the Burrow?" During this period, Harry did not return to his uncle's house in Little Whinging, but stayed at the Burrow. For him, this was like living in heaven. "I'm still very excited until now," he began to describe excitedly. "It's great. Mrs. Weasley made a lot of delicious food, and there are all kinds of magic that I have never seen before. Their broom can even clean the room automatically. It's incredible. In addition, I also tried to do maintenance and repairs on the flying broom this time, and gained a lot." Hermione smiled and teased. They must have been so happy these days. Unlike Harry, Hermione returned to the Muggle world after the party and stayed there until the start of school. After all, she had been in the wizarding world for the entire holiday and had not been able to spend enough time with her parents. These few short days were a small compensation for her. Luna raised her head slightly and looked at the sky, seeming to enjoy the spiritual joy brought by this joy, and said with a smile, "I am always happy to hear your sharing of happiness." The whistle of a train sounded on the platform, and more little wizards came up. The parents said goodbye warmly, and the atmosphere reached a small climax. Aris watched all this and then spoke easily. "We should get in the car. Let's go." Everyone else's attention turned to the Hogwarts Express, which was about to depart. Everyone nodded and boarded the magical special train together. After getting on the bus, Aris and a few others found an empty compartment and sat down. The train slowly pulled out of the platform, and the scenery outside the window gradually changed. Inside the carriage, Ronald was busy sharing the delicious desserts he brought from the Burrow, while Hermione began to take out a thick book as if she was ready to make full use of the time of this journey. Just as they were happily chatting about the fun things that happened during the summer vacation, there was a gentle knock on the door of the box. The door was pushed open, and a girl with long blonde hair that was tinged with white and an outstanding temperament walked in, looking a little uneasy. "Excuse me, is there any vacant seat here?" she asked politely, her voice soft but penetrating. "Oh, of course, please take a seat." Aris responded in a friendly manner, motioning for her to join them. The girl nodded and sat down gracefully next to Hermione. Her appearance aroused everyone's curiosity, and everyone turned their eyes to her. "I'm Astoria Greengrass, a new student at Hogwarts." The girl introduced herself in a gentle tone with an innate aristocratic temperament, saying, "Nice to meet you. My name is Aris. This is Harry, Ronald, Hermione, and Luna." Aris introduced the companions in the box one by one. Then, he looked at the little girl with some curiosity. He was not unfamiliar with the name Astoria. This should be the future official match of Draco Malfoy in the original book. But now, the two of them probably don't know each other yet. To be honest, this girl, 733, has a really good temperament and is also very beautiful. "Hello, everyone." Astoria smiled and nodded at everyone in a friendly manner. Along the way, Astoria did not participate in much conversation, but just listened quietly. But her eyes always glanced at Aris intentionally or unintentionally, which made Aris a little confused. Finally, Aris couldn't help asking, "Astoria, why are you looking at me?" Astoria was slightly stunned, then she smiled shyly and said, "Actually, I've always wanted to meet you, Mr. Aris. I'm impressed by what you did in wizardry." For a moment, everyone in the box became curious. I was very interested in what she said next. For example, Aris asked curiously, and although he remained humble, his tone revealed a hint of calm confidence. For example, your view that pureblood families and mixed blood families should cooperate for mutual benefit, and the very innovative magic products that the Shafik family has released in the past 2 years have been praised by countless people in Lugang City. Not only that, the concept of the teleportation magic circle recently announced by the Ministry of Magic should also be constructed by you. It is simply a genius idea and talent. It is so shocking. The wizarding world may be on the road to innovation because of your actions. Now is the beginning. Astoria's tone was full of reverence. I think what you have done may change the entire landscape of the wizarding world. Hearing this, Aris was a little surprised. He didn't expect that a little girl like Astoria would be so sensitive to the changes in the city. Even Harry and the others probably didn't analyze what Aris did as carefully as this little girl. Come to think of it, it really is. Harry also realized belatedly, in the past 2 years, Aris has really done a lot of surprising and creative things. Well, my parents now admire Aris very much. They use him to teach us to study hard all day long. Ronald said helplessly. Actually, I think Aris's thoughts and behavior habits are more like those of people in the Muggle world. At this time, Hermione looked at Aris thoughtfully. He is so perceptive about the changes of the times. All innovations are actually a kind of prediction of the future. Rather than saying that the times have brought about innovation and change, it is better to say that innovation and change have changed the entire era. Before they knew it, they had started a discussion about Aris, and the discussion was getting more and more in-depth. So you are Aris's little fangirl? At this time, Luna winked at Astoria, with a smart light flashing in her eyes. Astoria lowered her head shyly, her smile revealing a hint of embarrassment, but she did not deny it. As the train continued to speed, the atmosphere in the compartment became relaxed and cheerful. The pleasant conversation of several people accompanied the siren of the train heading towards Hogwarts, and the train carried them to the new school year. New adventures await Aris and his friends. The train slowly stopped with a bang, and Aris, Luna, Harry, Ronald, and Hermione got off with the crowd. The gate of Hogwarts looks majestic and ancient in the distance, exuding a mysterious atmosphere. On the platform, Astoria said goodbye to them with a smile. "Goodbye, everyone. It's nice to meet you, but we've been separated for a while now." As soon as she finished speaking, she pointed her finger at the small boats swaying by the Black Lake. Taking a boat across the Black Lake is a tradition at Hogwarts. "I wish you good luck," Aris said with a smile. "I really miss it," Hermione sighed. "It feels like it was just yesterday when we took the boat into the castle." Smiles appeared on the faces of others as well. Obviously, they all thought of the shock and excitement when they first arrived at Hogwarts Castle. "Let's go to the carriage." Luna held Aris' arm with a smile on her face. The others nodded and walked towards the side of the Black Lake. All students in the second year and above will take a carriage to the castle. At this moment, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, casting a layer of gloom on the originally clear evening. Harry suddenly stopped and looked towards the dense forest in the distance. His eyes suddenly widened. "Ah!" He covered his forehead, as if the lightning-shaped scar began to hurt again. "What's wrong, Harry?" Ronald held his shoulders, trying to wake him up from the pain. "There is a dark shadow like a huge black dog." Harry's voice was a little intermittent, but one could hear the panic in it. "It's right there. It seems to be staring at me." As he spoke, he pointed in the direction of the dense forest. At the same time, Aris's eyes had moved in the direction Harry was pointing. In the dense woods, a dark shadow flashed by and soon disappeared without a trace. By the time everyone reacted, there was no shadow anywhere, and they all thought Harry was seeing things. "Is it your illusion?" "There is nothing there," Ronald said with a slight frown. Aris frowned. He knew that in the original book, Sirius Black would appear in Harry's third year of school. He was a very important character, an animagus who could transform into a big black dog. Obviously, what Harry saw just now was not an illusion. It was most likely Sirius Black. "It's definitely true, and my scar, it hurts a little." Harry pointed to his forehead, his voice trembling. "Harry, calm down." Hermione tried to calm her tone and tried to calm Harry down as well. "We have to go to Hogwarts first and tell Professor Dumbledore about your situation. Maybe he will have a solution. Right, Aris?" After saying that, Hermione subconsciously looked at Aris again. "Well, anyway, let's get in the carriage first." 0. Aris nodded slightly, but didn't say much. These little guys always have to go through some hardships before they can grow up. He couldn't arrange everything for him, as that would only make Harry and the others dependent on him. That was what Aris didn't want to see. The carriage slowly drove towards Hogwarts, and he glanced at Harry and the others around him. There was some worry on their faces, and they felt heavy-hearted because of what had just happened. "Don't be so depressed. Even if something really happens, we can face it together, and we can always solve it, right? Aerys couldn't help but speak to comfort her. Yes, we still have Aerys. Ronald also agreed. But at this moment, Harry still looked blank, as if he was thinking about something. Everyone couldn't help but fall into silence again. The carriage drove along the mountain road towards Hogwarts. The ancient castle gradually revealed more details as it was shrouded in the night, appearing mysterious and magnificent. The Black Lake not far away was shimmering with light. There was a long silence, and the rhythm of the wheels seemed to beat on everyone's hearts. Luna sat next to Aris, her curious eyes flickering, as if she wanted to break the dull atmosphere. So she spoke calmly in her unique, ethereal voice. You know the nightmarish steeds? The ones that pull us toward Hogwarts? He pointed to the front of the carriage. When she said this, everyone's attention was drawn to her. However, Hermione and the others looked confused. That's nothing. The carriage has always been moving on its own, hasn't it? No, the carriages move because the night is pulling them. Luna explained again. Thestral, this word is very fresh, especially those who heard it for the first time. Ronald leaned over curiously and wanted to reach out and touch the front, but he was a little scared. So he asked, Thestral, what is that? It's a magical creature. Luna explained with a smile, her eyes showing an innocent but penetrating light. Only those who have experienced death can see them. At this moment, Harry, who had been silent all the time, suddenly raised his head and his eyes unconsciously fell to the front of the car. Then he saw the strange creatures, with grayish-white skin and looks like mutant horses, but with wings. Those creatures were carrying carriages, but only he could see them. Luna's words seemed to touch a chord in his heart, and his eyes gradually turned red. His voice was low and slightly trembling. I can see them because Sirius Black killed my parents. The carriage suddenly became quiet. Ronald and Hermione looked at each other, both with complicated expressions on their faces. Aris frowned, knowing the reason for Harry's pain and knowing that the truth was far from that. He wanted to explain, but felt that this was not the right time. Perhaps there is something else going on here. Aris' voice broke the silence in the car. His voice was soft but full of firmness. Harry turned around and stared at Aris, his brows still furrowed. Aris, what do you mean? Aris smiled meaningfully and said in a soothing tone, I just think that things may not be as simple as we think. Sometimes, the truth is more complicated than what we see on the surface. But Harry wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to refute. 013905101 Philo 000261161. He actually didn't know much about his parents' death. He only heard about it from other people and knew that it was Sirius Black who betrayed his parents and caused their death. He didn't say anything else, but his eyes showed a little more suspicion and a little more hope. He knew Aris never said anything he wasn't sure of. Is there really something else going on in this matter? As the car continued to move forward, the outline of Hogwarts became clearer and clearer. Aris looked out the window at the castle gradually approaching, muttering to himself. Perhaps he needed to meet 1.6 and see Sirius Black. But doing so might disrupt the original plot, which might make things worse. The doubts in Harry's heart and the grudges between the two generations also need to be resolved by themselves. Thinking of this, he immediately gave up the idea of going directly to see Sirius. The atmosphere in the carriage became more relaxed as we got closer to Hogwarts. The Great Hall of Hogwarts was brightly lit. The long tables were already filled with all kinds of delicious food, and the atmosphere was warm and cheerful. The first dinner of a new school year is underway. The little wizards, dressed in neat school robes, gathered in groups of 3 or 5 and chatted excitedly. At the same time, we look forward to the reserve program at the beginning of each school year, the separation ceremony. Look, the Sorting Hat is singing again. As Professor McGonagall produced a shabby pointed hat, a young wizard excitedly called the attention of his companions, and everyone sat on the high stools in front of the dining table. On the stage, the Sorting Hat began to sing the traditional sorting song with great enthusiasm, and the tip of the hat swayed happily to the melody. Aris smiled and looked at the audience, with a hint of emotion on his face. It has been several years since he came into this world, but the day he looks forward to most every year when Hogwarts starts is the day when, with the Song of the Sorting Hat, one little wizard after another truly enters the wizarding world. Just like Harry and him back then, the feelings in his heart could not be described in words. It's like a door to a new world slowly opening before your eyes. He glanced at the freshman who had just sat down, with a hint of anticipation in his heart. I wonder how many of these people will have expectations for the future. Soon, freshmen came forward one by one and put on the sorting hat. Then they were divided into different colleges. Gryffindor symbolizes courage. Ravenclaw symbolizes wisdom. Hufflepuff symbolizes loyalty. And Slytherin, which symbolizes ambition and ability. Finally, it was Astoria's turn. She walked forward and sat briskly on the stool. The sorting hat was put on carefully, and after a moment of silence, a sharp voice rang out. Slytherin, the hat clearly announced. Aris smiled slightly, not surprised by the result. Astoria was sorted into Slytherin. However, some people obviously didn't understand. Harry and Ronald were a little surprised, and even Hermione frowned. They got along well on the train and thought Astoria was a nice person, but now she was sorted into Slytherin, which was a little hard for them to accept. After all, Slytherin had always had a bad reputation. This is normal. Luna saw it clearly and said with a smile, Astoria is very smart, even smarter than us. From the fact that she has been paying attention to major events in the wizarding world, we can also see that she is an ambitious person. It's only natural for someone this ambitious and capable to be sorted into Slytherin. Well, you are too hostile to Slytherin. Aris looked at Harry and the others helplessly. However, several people were obviously not impressed, because they really did not have a good impression of Slytherin. However, Hermione fell into silence, as if thinking about something. Obviously thinking about Aris's words. Seeing Astoria's look, Aris gave her an encouraging smile. The little girl's face suddenly turned slightly red. There was warm applause from the Slytherin table across from them. Astoria smiled again and walked quickly towards her seat in the new college. As time passed, the sorting ceremony ended. Then, amidst the laughter, Dumbledore stood up and raised his hand for silence. The auditorium gradually became quiet, with only the flickering candlelight. Hello, all 373 new students, and of course old friends. Welcome to Hogwarts. Dumbledore's voice was gentle but powerful, and his eyes kindly swept over every student present, finally stopping on Aris. It's another exciting school year. There may be some big changes to Hogwarts this year. As soon as he finished speaking, a whisper was heard in the auditorium. The students whispered to each other, trying to guess what the principal meant by his words. Aris was being watched and couldn't help but smile. Of course, he knew what the change Dumbledore was talking about was, and this was a key step in his plan. Make Hogwarts a holy place of elemental magic, or the place of origin. This is their common goal. Aris returned Dumbledore's gaze with a hint of confidence and determination in his eyes. As everyone knows, elemental magic will be officially introduced into our classroom this year. This plan is not only to enrich the teaching content, but also to allow our students to be exposed to more diverse magical knowledge. Dumbledore's words caught the attention of the whole audience, and the students once again quieted down and listened carefully. Aris was also a little excited. After all, this was the change he brought to Hogwarts. It is also his gift to the world. He imagined that the moment elemental magic sprouted and grew in Hogwarts, perhaps this ancient school would shine with new glory. And this light will surely extend to the entire world. By then, Hogwarts will become a holy place in the wizarding world, and even in the hearts of the Muggle world. Aris, are you ready? Hermione, who was sitting next to him, asked in a low voice, her eyes full of expectation. Yes, Aris. You shouldn't be the professor of the elemental magic course this year, right? Ronald and Harry also came over, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Aris nodded and smiled. Yes, I think everyone should be ready for new changes. But this is not a small challenge. Challenges are also opportunities. In the teacher's seat, Dumbledore seemed to be in sync with Aris and spoke loudly in a high-pitched and excited voice. His gentle tone was firm. I hope each of you can quickly withstand this challenge, embrace new changes, and become a better wizard. As he spoke, warm applause broke out in the auditorium. All the students had excitement on their faces and kept looking towards Aris. The elemental magic course last semester was actually just an experimental class, and what Aris taught was just the basics. But this school year, he will deepen the teaching of elemental magic and let these students truly realize the charm of this system. Amid the applause, Aris felt an unprecedented sense of responsibility and mission. He knew that this was his era and the beginning of the age of the last elements. After the principal's speech, dinner officially began. The young wizards enjoyed the sumptuous food on the long dining table, and the tempting aroma filled the auditorium. The new little wizards are particularly curious. They looked around longingly, imagining the magical days they would spend at Hogwarts. Taking advantage of the fun, the Weasley twins, Fred and George, sneaked to either side of Reese. "Hey, boss, we have good news for you." Fred lowered his voice, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and made a little joke. "We have made a new breakthrough in the automatic casting wand." George took over the conversation, unable to hide the pride on his face. "We have resolved the compatibility issues and are now trying to make it store more powerful spells. In theory, the custom-made magic wands for daily life can now be mass-produced and can store convenient cleaning magic, as well as some magic for organizing household chores. We think this customization can become the main product in the early stage." Hearing the conversation between the two, Aris' eyes lit up slightly, and then he nodded gently. He also didn't expect that the two brothers would progress so quickly, which made him very satisfied. "Your speed is amazing. I believe that once this invention is officially launched, the entire wizarding world will be shocked." "We feel the same way." Fred, King No, smiled and blinked his eyes. "Maybe it can bring us a lot of profit. Of course, more importantly, it will bring great convenience to many wizards." George added, his tone hopeful. "Perhaps you will become celebrities in the wizarding world." Aris teased. But after hearing this, Wei Kai's eyes brightened even more. Looking at the little wizards having a heated discussion, he realized that the popularization of elemental magic and magical technology was not just a goal he set for himself. It is also for the future of the entire wizarding world. Night. The first dinner of the new school year at Hogwarts ended with the singing of the school song conducted by Dumbledore. The melody of the school song is still unique to all schools. There is no specific rule, and it can be sung at will. The atmosphere of the dinner was pushed to its climax. Even when they left the auditorium and headed for the lounges of each college, the little wizards in groups of 3 or 4 were still discussing how wonderful their performance was when singing the school song just now. Unfortunately, no one was paying attention. Aris walked among the crowd with a smile on his face. "I have no comment on this way of singing, but it is undeniable that the students had a lot of fun. Perhaps 237-ness is what Dumbledore wanted." After a brief farewell to his friends, Aris returned to his dormitory. What made him feel comfortable was that Hogwarts still arranged a single dormitory for him. The teacher who was about to teach the elemental magic class, which undoubtedly gave him more space and time to think. Late at night, Aris sat cross-legged in his dormitory, surrounded by various books and notes. While he was organizing a series of plans that would be implemented at Hogwarts and perfecting the details of these plans, he was also outlining the framework and content of tomorrow's courses in his mind. Aris knew very well that he wanted to make Hogwarts a true magical sanctuary. The early elemental magic class is the most important thing. It is not just a new course, but also the first and most important step for him to spread the elemental magic civilization. Early the next morning, the new students had their first magic class at Hogwarts, and their first class is the elemental magic class. When Aris stepped into the classroom, he saw many unfamiliar and young faces. Of course, there is one little guy who is more familiar. Astoria sat in the corner of the classroom, looking at Aris, who came in with shining eyes. "Good morning, and welcome to the elemental magic class." When Aris stood on the podium, all the young wizards turned their eyes to him. AB, the boy standing on the podium, who was not much older than them, caused great surprise among the little wizards. Everyone couldn't help but reveal a cute and slightly funny weird expression. "Are you our elemental magic teacher?" A little wizard finally couldn't help but asked. "As you can see, I'm standing right here, right?" Aris smiled slightly, her voice gentle and infectious. "My name is Aris Shafik. You can call me Professor Shafik, or just Aris. I will be the one teaching you elemental magic for the next school year." This is a very profound magic, completely different from the existing magic system, but equally powerful, mysterious, and charming, even beyond the existing magic system. As Aris continued to explain, the young wizards in the audience fell silent. There was a gleam of curiosity in his eyes. "Perhaps you don't know much about elemental magic, but starting today, I will lead you to unveil the mystery of this mysterious subject." Astoria, who was sitting in the back row, had excitement in her eyes. Because the professor is Aris, she obviously has more expectations and is more serious about this course than others. "Professor, can I ask you a question?" Suddenly, a voice sounded. Aris nodded with satisfaction, obviously very happy with the liveliness of the class. This is a pretty good start for teaching. "Excuse me, classmate," he asked immediately. The brave little wizard stood up, then looked at Aris expectantly and asked, "Professor Shafik, how did you manage to become a professor when you were still in your third year?" The question raised by that classmate made Aris' smile froze slightly, and he felt a bit amused. This little guy, the direction of the question is not right. But as soon as these words came out, almost all the students in the classroom looked at Aris with curiosity. Obviously, they're also very interested in this issue. Aris smiled slightly, and his expression suddenly became somewhat mysterious. He did not answer the question directly, but said meaningfully, "The ocean of knowledge is boundless. We can't even explore 1/1,000,000th of it in our lifetime, but our starting point for learning this knowledge is the same. All you have to do is put in a little more effort." Astoria looked at Aris thoughtfully, the light in her eyes becoming brighter. The look he gave Aris became more and more admiring. "She looks just like a little fangirl." Afterwards, Aris did not explain much. With a slight wave of the magic wand, a huge model of an elemental magic circle appeared in the air in the center of the classroom. The colorful and fascinating model immediately attracted everyone's attention. Then, the little wizard's attention finally shifted from the legendary story of Professor Shafik to the content of the class. Today, we will take a brief look at the basic structure of elemental magic. Aris began to explain. His gentle voice had a special kind of magic that made all the little wizards focus their attention on him and the magical model in the air. This system did not exist in previous textbooks, so the school customized a batch of special textbooks. "I will then distribute it to you." As he spoke, he waved his wand, and the new textbooks that had been prepared on the podium began to be automatically distributed to the young wizards. These textbooks were compiled by Aris during the holidays, and then commissioned by Dumbledore to be urgently reprinted. They're not for sale outside yet, because this version of the textbook is not suitable for being published outside. For the outside world, it is still a relatively big shock. With Aris's explanation and vivid demonstration, the classroom atmosphere became more and more lively. Those puzzled and doubtful looks were gradually replaced by surprise and enlightenment. 0. Asterisk. The most important core of the elemental magic system is the word element. Aris gently waved his magic wand, and the original element model instantly decomposed into light spots emitting different lights. This scene caused the little wizards to exclaim in surprise again. His eyes sparkled as he watched the magical scene. Aris continued to teach, and every little wizard in the classroom was immersed in a strong learning atmosphere. This atmosphere continued until the end of Get Out of Class. The little wizards said goodbye to Aris reluctantly. Astoria was the last one to leave the classroom. She said excitedly with a slightly admiring voice, "Professor, your elemental magic class is really great. I look forward to the next class." Aris looked at her with a smile and nodded. I also look forward to exploring this unknown territory with you, Astoria. After seeing off the last student, Aris stayed alone in the classroom, looking at the empty seats and lost in thought. Then he stood in front of the window, looking at the green scenery in the distance, with a smile on his face. All in all, it's a good start. After finishing a day's class, Aris did not return directly to his residence, because there is still one important thing to be done. So, he walked up the long staircase leading to the headmaster's office, thinking about how to explain his bold idea to Dumbledore. Knocking on the heavy wooden door, Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk, about to take a sip of hot tea. Seeing Aris coming, he put down the teacup in his hand and smiled. Aris, today's class seems to be going well. When I heard the cheerful voices and laughter coming from the classroom, I knew that these little guys have been attracted by you. Thank you for your support, Professor Dumbledore. But when can you, as a visiting professor, come to the classroom to give a class? I think those little wizards will be very excited. Of course, I haven't been to a classroom for a long time. Dumbledore blinked. If there's a chance, I will. After the two of them briefly greeted each other, Aris got down to business. Professor Dumbledore, I am here to discuss something with you, Aris said as he sat down at the table, feeling a little serious. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows, somewhat curiously. Oh, tell me, what are your plans? He knew that Aris would not come to him just to chat at this time. Aris cleared his throat and continued. I want to build a huge, energy-gathering magic circle within the scope of Hogwarts that covers the entire campus. I believe you should be familiar with the function of this magic circle, Headmaster Dumbledore. It can gather the energy of elemental magic, which is crucial to our research on elemental magic. It is also of great benefit to beginners of elemental magic. Hearing this, Dumbledore was obviously a little surprised. He pinched his chin thoughtfully and after a moment asked, I know about the energy-gathering magic circle, but will this have any impact on the overall magic environment of the school? You know, this school is not simple. There are many secrets. Dumbledore was obviously a little worried, because Hogwarts had been passed down for 1,000 years, and no one knew how many spells had been cast in the castle to form a unique magical environment. If it is really as Aris said, build a huge magic circle covering the entire castle. Whether the sixth transformation of magic power will affect the interior of the castle is the most important thing. Professor, you seem to have forgotten that I now control the authority of the castle, so I can naturally avoid the risks you are worried about, Aris said with a smile. I have considered it carefully. Not only will this magic circle not interfere with the normal operation of the school, but it will also help the young wizards better perceive the elemental energy, allowing them to enter the elemental world more quickly, while also deepening their understanding of elemental magic. Aris answered quickly, with determination in his eyes. Dumbledore nodded, digesting the information in silence. He crossed his fingers and looked at Aris deeply. This is indeed a very bold idea and an exciting and great project. Honestly, I'm surprised at your ability to act. Aris smiled and said, I have made some plans during the holidays, and I think now is the time to put them into action. Some things can only be done by thinking, not by calendars. Dumbledore pondered for a moment and finally smiled approvingly. Okay, I will fully support your plan. As long as it is beneficial to the growth of students, I am willing to try it. Hearing this, Aris was delighted and a little surprised. I didn't expect Dumbledore to agree to this so quickly. He thought it would take some time to convince the old man. In that case, I will bring the information tomorrow and discuss with you in detail the construction details of the magic circle. After getting the answer he wanted, Aris felt a little excited. If night hadn't been falling, he would have wanted to discuss the details directly with Dumbledore. But it's clearly not appropriate. Of course, I'd love to hear your plan. Dumbledore smiled and nodded. Afterwards, the two of them briefly talked about the requirements for constructing the magic circle and where the school's cooperation was needed. Aris said this very seriously. He knew that this was not just his personal research and dream. It is also the beginning of changing Hogwarts in a brand new attempt. This matter must be done beautifully. After finishing the discussion with Dumbledore, Aris walked out of the headmaster's office. As night falls, The corridors of Hogwarts appear quiet and mysterious in the dim light. He took a deep breath and quickly reviewed the conversation in his mind. Then, a smile appeared on his face. This plan would be his second revolutionary gift to Hogwarts. As for the first one, it is naturally the opening of the elemental magic course. The next day, Aris came to Dumbledore's office again. He prepared a large number of detailed 0-1 plans that he had made before and was ready to have an in-depth discussion on the specific construction of the energy-gathering magic circle. When he pushed open the heavy wooden door again, Dumbledore was already waiting, playing with a quill in his hand. "Professor Dumbledore, I have a rough plan now," Aris said, placing the unfolded parchment drawing on the headmaster's desk. "To build a magic circle with Hogwarts Castle as the core, it requires strong magic support and precise material distribution." Dumbledore stared at the drawing, studying it carefully. Aris continued to introduce the system, and occasionally pointed to the incomplete construction drawings for Dumbledore to see. Dumbledore nodded continuously and then asked a question. "Your design concept is very systematic, but this is indeed a big project. First of all, what materials do you need?" Aris fell into deep thought, and after thinking for a moment, he continued, "We need a lot of rare materials, such as dragon bloodstone and stardust powder. These materials are the key to stimulating and inducing special energy. But some materials are also rare in the wizarding world, and it can be a bit challenging to obtain them." Dumbledore looked focused and suddenly said, "There are abundant reserves of magical materials in the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps the Centaur tribe can help. They know the Forbidden Forest very well and can help you collect some common materials." Aris' eyes lit up. "That's a good idea. There are indeed some very ancient magical plants and minerals in the Forbidden Forest, which are what we need. Of course, this requires you to communicate with the centaurs in person," Dumbledore reminded, and, at the same time, put forward his own suggestion. "For some of the more precious magical materials, we can apply for special support from the Ministry of Magic. Oh, and Clemens has also stockpiled a lot of good things. Maybe we can find some in their inventory." The discussion continued in depth, and the two discussed the details and materials of the drawings in detail. Aris talked about his ideas on how to maximize the energy absorption of the magic circle through the configuration of each node, and Dumbledore also provided suggestions based on his rich knowledge of magic. Both of them already had a relatively deep understanding of elemental magic, so there was no big problem in communicating. Time passed by little, and the sky outside the window changed from morning glow to midday sunshine. The conversation in the room never stopped, showing the complexity of this plan. For Aris, the structural diagram of the magic circle is very important, and the amount of work that needs to be completed is also huge. At this time, Dumbledore's experience is particularly important. He can always find another direction and inspiration when he gets into a dead end. In fact, this project requires a lot of manpower and energy, so we might as well consider getting some senior professors involved. Dumbledore added, "This will not only provide technical support, but also stimulate students' interest in magic." "Indeed, that's a good idea," Aris agreed. Finally, the meeting ended under the midday sun. When Aris left, he felt a little excited and more determined. He knew that the plan ahead was challenging, but more important. Hogwarts is nurturing the dawn of an elemental magic civilization. Late at night, Harry Potter woke up from a nightmare with cold sweat on his forehead. He sat up suddenly, gasping for breath, with the horrific scene in his dream still echoing in his mind. A huge black dog was chasing him, and the air was filled with a cold breath, and a monster in a black robe was floating in the air, like the Dementors guarding Azkaban that he had read about in books. Harry shuddered involuntarily. "Harry, what's wrong with you?" Ronald was awakened by Harry's movement and turned over lazily. His voice was full of sleepiness and a hint of worry. "I had a strange dream." Harry slapped his face, trying to wake himself up and recall the scenes in his dream. "What dream?" Ronald muttered. Harry hesitated for a moment, then decided to continue. "A big black dog and Dementors. You must have been thinking too much lately." Ronald yawned, rubbed his eyes, and said, "Don't be so nervous. Relax a little or cover yourself with the quilt and sleep for a while? Question mark. Well, maybe. Harry forced a smile, but he still couldn't calm down. Ronald was obviously very sleepy. He muttered a few words and turned around again. Soon, he began to breathe evenly. Harry tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep again. He picked up the Daily Prophet that was on the table next to the bed, hoping to divert his attention. When he opened the newspaper, a photo caught his eye, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. The photo shows a warm gathering scene. Harry and Hermione stood in the middle, with Luna next to them, followed by Aris and Dumbledore, who were chatting happily. The Weasley family sat around them. Ronald hugged his pet rat tightly in his arms, and the smile on his face looked a little silly. It was taken during their last gathering at the Burrow. Harry remembered that it was a sunny day and everyone was very happy. I don't know why this photo made the headlines. Harry muttered to himself. He recalled every detail of that day, and his mood finally calmed down. I took a quick look at the content of the report, and it was nothing more than about Aris and Dumbledore. Of course, the Weasley family is also mentioned, with special mention of the relationship between these 10 families and Aris and Dumbledore. The above is a bit exaggerated, even predicting that the Weasley family may rise to become a powerful wizard family in the near future because Aris and Dumbledore are now too influential. And the fact that they were all willing to be guests at the Weasleys' house was of special significance. Of course, Harry didn't really understand all of this. In his opinion, Aris and Dumbledore were both people he respected, and they had a good relationship with the Weasley family. It is normal to get together. The report may have overinterpreted it. Harry closed the newspaper and took a deep breath. Although the dream still lingered in his mind, he decided not to think about it too much. The life in front of us and the friends around us, their existence is the most real part, and these are what he should cherish. Gradually relaxing, he leaned back on the pillow and tried to fall asleep again. Between dreaming and waking, he seemed to be back to the party that day. It was a very enjoyable time for him. He didn't have any more nightmares that night. Perhaps it was that photo that gave him courage. Even when faced with the darkness in his dreams, he knew he was not alone. The next day, in the early morning of Hogwarts, the sunlight shone through the tall windows onto the long table in the hall. The whole hall was filled with a warm glow. Breakfast had been prepared on the long table, and many students were already eating. Harry walked through the crowd, searching with his eyes, and soon saw Aris. At one end of the long table, he saw Aris eating while concentrating on studying a thick magic book. Aris. Harry sat down opposite Aris, greeted him, and said, "Good morning." "Harry, good morning." Aris raised his head, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. "How is it? Did you sleep well last night?" "Actually, it's not good." Harry 763 hesitated for a moment and said helplessly, "Actually, I want to talk to you about the dream I've been having recently. It always makes me uneasy." "Oh." Aris seemed to be interested and put down his hand to use. "What did you dream about?" he asked. Harry carefully described the details of his dream, not missing even the most subtle feelings. Aris nodded as he listened, then pondered for a moment. Dreams are sometimes a reflection of our inner anxiety, but for us wizards, they can also be a sign of something. Since you often have this apt dream, maybe there are 10 hidden messages behind it. But, Harry, the most important thing for you right now is not to let these dreams affect your daily life. "But I've been having trouble sleeping lately," Harry said frankly. "Do you have any ideas for helping me relax?" Aris smiled confidently. "Yes, there's a spell called Calming Mantra that can soothe the mind. It is very effective." When he said this, his eyes were gentle but firm, which made Harry feel relieved. "Really? How do I perform it?" Harry asked, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Aris explained, "You need to concentrate first and imagine yourself in a peaceful scene, such as a forest or the seaside. Then chant the mantra, calm down. Remember, keep your tone calm and slowly feel the flow of magic." While they were talking, Hermione came over and sat down next to Harry. After listening to their conversation for a while, she couldn't help but interrupt and said, "This spell is magical. But Harry, why do you seem to be dreaming lately?" "Who knows?" Harry shrugged, with helplessness on his face. At this time, Chuanan came over with 10 pieces of bread hanging on his shoulders. As soon as he sat down, he said, "Have you heard that there's a new defense against the dark art professor? I think his name is Lupin. Professor Lockhart is gone, so he must be replaced." Hermione didn't find it strange. At this moment, Aris showed a slightly strange smile on her face, obviously thinking of Grindelwald, who had been a professor at Hogwarts for a whole year, pretending to be Lockhart. "Lupin, I heard it's pretty good," Aris said with a smile. Speaking of teaching level alone, judging from the original work, Zhan Ping is indeed very good. Harry was a little worried. There have been a lot of problems with the defense professor in recent years. I'm curious if this Professor Lupin can stick with it. Hermione shrugged helplessly. "I hope nothing strange will happen this time." The three of them chatted casually here and there. After breakfast, everyone went to class. After class at noon, Aris received news from the Centaur tribe that the first batch of materials had been collected. He looked out the window at the end of the corridor towards the Forbidden Forest, thinking about the long-awaited batch of magical materials. From the moment he decided to introduce elemental magic into Hogwarts, he had already taken action, and the good news coming from the Centaur tribe was undoubtedly a good start, which also made him feel a little excited. He walked quickly down the corridor through the huge, ancient hall of Hogwarts and arrived at the gate. His mood also became cheerful with the breeze. Sure enough, not long after, a group of horsemen passed through the Forbidden Forest and gradually appeared in sight. The team led by Firenze dragged several heavy wooden carts piled with all kinds of strange boxes. At this time, a little wizard discovered Aris standing at the door. "I came over out of curiosity and then saw a group of centaurs in the distance. Look, the centaurs are leaving the Forbidden Forest and heading towards the school." As a young wizard's voice rang out, more and more people gathered in the corridor and at the door, talking about it. Some girls were amazed at the tall and handsome centaurs, while the boys were more curious about the contents of the mysterious boxes. "Oh my God, what's in those big boxes?" An eagle-eyed Ravenclaw boy poked his head out and exclaimed. "It looks like some kind of magical item or material." A Hufflepuff girl nearby speculated, "But why would these centaurs send things? Don't you see Professor Shafik standing there? It must be related to him." A Slytherin girl in the crowd raised her eyebrows and said, "Not far away." Firenze's team had stopped. Aris waved and walked forward. After a brief exchange with Firenze, he confirmed that the materials were correct. "My king, we will speed up the collection of the second batch of materials. Please wait for good news. Thank you for your hard work." Aris originally wanted to pat Firenze on the shoulder, but because he was not tall enough, he could only smile and withdraw his hand without leaving any trace. Aris's face was filled with unconcealed joy. The little wizards not far away were surprised again when they saw Firenze's respectful attitude towards Aris. At this time, another figure appeared at the school gate and said to Brido. His long silver beard gleamed against the purple robe. He walked closer with a steady pace, a leisurely smile on his face. "Zero request flowers. Long time no see, Firenze." Dumbledore greeted with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Dumbledore." Firenze bowed slightly to express his respect for Dumbledore. After all, this is Aris's principal and most respected teacher. To them, this is the king's master. "Thank you for your hard work." Dumbledore nodded. "These materials were collected very quickly, far beyond my expectations. It is an honor for the entire Centaur tribe to be able to share the worries of our king." Firenze looked very serious. "Good, that's great." Dumbledore glanced at Aris, his eyes full of smiles. He looked around at the young wizards and said in his gentle and encouraging voice, "Everyone, please stop standing here. You must be curious about what these things are, right? I'll announce this at dinner. Let's go now." Dumbledore waved his hand. As soon as the voice fell, the little wizards immediately burst into a heated discussion. Obviously, because of Dumbledore's words, he became more excited. This incident quickly spread throughout the campus. Soon, Dumbledore temporarily stored the supplies in the castle. A normally unused room is now heavily guarded, with a sign on the door saying "Keep out." Warning sign. However, this did not stop the curiosity of the little wizards. In a corner of the corridor, several Gryffindor students gathered together and talked in low voices. Have you heard? Someone said those materials are consumables for elemental magic courses. It's not just 383. A Ravenclaw girl who was obviously well prepared said, I guess Professor Shafik is researching new magical creations. Maybe he's going to create something big. After all, he's done this kind of thing before, hasn't he? Her voice was full of confidence and certainty. Whatever it is, something big is definitely going to happen at school. The Gryffindor boy did not hide his excitement, and he is already looking forward to Headmaster Dumbledore's announcement tonight. Such conversations are heard all over the campus, and everyone is sharing the gossip they have received with each other. Rumors about Aris and the possible existence of a mysterious plan are growing, with heated discussions in almost every corner. During this period, Harry and others also found Aris to ask out of curiosity. But Aris smiled mysteriously and said there was no need to rush, as unexpected surprises were sometimes more interesting. In the evening, almost all the small ones gathered in the auditorium, because everyone knows that Dumbledore will have something big to announce. The whole auditorium was filled with the aroma of food and the sounds of students talking. However, when Dumbledore stood up and knocked gently on the long senior table, the entire hall immediately fell silent. Dear students, he said in a gentle and steady voice that reached everyone's ears, I have exciting news to share with you. As he spoke, he paused for a moment, as if deliberately trying to whet everyone's appetite. The auditorium was immediately filled with an atmosphere of anticipation, and all eyes were fixed on the principal on the stage. We will build a magic circle in Hogwarts that covers the entire castle. I believe you all know that our centaur friend is visiting us this afternoon. Dumbledore continued, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This is a plan proposed and promoted by Professor Aris, which aims to enable us to access elemental magic and perceive this magical power more quickly. At the same time, this formation has many wonderful uses, and you will all know them in the future. This includes, but is not limited to, increasing one's own magic power more quickly, gathering more magical energy, etc. In an instant, the entire auditorium seemed to explode, and countless tables and chairs made noises in excitement. Did I hear correctly? Such a magical circle? That would be great if there is such a thing. A student shouted, and immediately the other students echoed him. Dumbledore smiled and continued. In fact, today I would like to invite you, every member of Hogwarts, professors and students, to participate in this great plan when you are free. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall was in an uproar again. Such a great plan. They are actually honored to be able to participate. Now, the discussion became more urgent. It's incredible that we can help. For point 9, students talked excitedly about this unprecedented opportunity and imagined what kind of changes they could bring to Hogwarts. Aris sat not far away, watching this scene, feeling both excited and nervous. I couldn't help but let a smile appear on my face. The atmosphere in the auditorium continued to be high. The laughter and discussion were intertwined, and it seemed that even the walls were echoing with the excitement of the little wizards. The next morning, Hogwarts was shrouded in the golden light of the rising sun, and Aris Shafik is already preparing for the construction of the energy-gathering magic circle. After finishing 2 classes in the morning, Aris went straight to the central square of Hogwarts Castle. This is the center of the entire Hogwarts, and naturally the most suitable location as the center of the magic circle. The quiet little square was still peaceful because most of the children were not in class at this time. The sunlight fell on Aris, and his shadow stretched across the ground. 01, then he twitched his wand, and the tip of the wand shone faintly in his hand. He stood in the center of the square, tapping his wand as if planning something. Then he focused his attention on the air in front of him and began to draw magical lines with his wand. These lines swam in the air as if they had life, and soon formed a complex and beautiful rune structure. As time went by, many young wizards also noticed the movement here after class. Soon, a crowd of onlookers gathered. Aris's concentration aroused everyone's curiosity. Students gathered around him from all directions, watching his every move and whispering, "It's amazing. We have never seen such magic before." "Is this elemental magic?" a skinny little wizard asked with wide eyes. "I heard that if we can complete this magic circle, our magic abilities will be greatly improved." Another tall girl answered, her voice full of longing. At this time, the Weasley twins appeared from nowhere. They looked at Aris with shining eyes and glanced at each other. Then, he walked quickly into the small square. "Boss, do you need our help?" There was a hint of anticipation in both of their eyes. In the hall last night, Dumbledore said in person that they could also join in the construction of the magic circle. That's why they asked such questions. Certainly, Aris smiled and waved the wand in his hand. Not far away, big boxes were arriving one after another. These are the magical materials that had been prepared in advance. You can help me sort these materials into categories so that the subsequent work will be smoother. By the way, how are you doing with transfiguration? Aris looked at the Weasley twins thoughtfully. Transfiguration? It's okay, just SOSO. Well, if you can use transfiguration to change the surrounding terrain, then this task can actually be given to you. As he spoke, Aris took out a blueprint from his space bag. This is a rough sketch of the foundation of the elemental magic circle. According to this sketch, the basic foundation required for the magic circle can be built. In fact, to put it simply, you can just use deformation to make it according to the size and standards on the drawing. The Weasley twins took the map and looked at it, then looked at each other. "It should be no problem." The two men didn't look very confident, but still said through gritted teeth, "Then I'll leave this matter to you." Aris smiled. "No problem." The Weasley twins took the drawings and ran to the big box. At this time, many little wizards gathered around. "If you want to help, please sort out these magic materials." George's voice came from the crowd. As soon as these words were spoken, the students became excited and took action. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5 and sorted the materials according to color, size, and texture. The entire small square suddenly became both orderly and full of vitality. A few hours later, accompanied by the students' laughter and cheers, the square had been arranged in an orderly manner. In the afternoon, George and Fred began to try to use transfiguration to build the foundation of the magic circle. This technique requires quite a bit of transfiguration skills, so the young wizards in lower grades naturally cannot join in. There were quite a few senior students who stood up at this time. Little by little, they began to build up strange terrains around the square, some raised and some sunken. Aris was still standing in the center of the square. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and raise his head. Then, he found that in the corner of the square, not far away, Dumbledore was quietly watching. His arrival didn't seem to alarm anyone, and he completely blended into this vibrant environment. Aris' heart moved, and he nodded slightly. Dumbledore responded by giving him a friendly smile. At this moment, Aris has already drawn the preliminary outline of the elemental magic circle on the ground. But this is just the beginning. Every subsequent step of construction is extremely complex, like weaving a huge web. He knew in his heart that the next task would be even more difficult. It's definitely a big project. "Aris, it looks like things are going well for you here," Dumbledore said in his usual gentle and charming voice, walking forward slowly. "Professor, this is just the beginning, but perhaps you can help me perfect the core of the magic array." Aris' eyes suddenly lit up, and he said with a smile, "Of course, if you trust me and won't make things worse." Dumbledore smiled, then looked down at the outline of the magic circle with a sharp gaze. "Very ingenious, and it will be even more complicated than the structure of the teleportation magic circle." After looking at it for a while, Dumbledore obviously figured out something and couldn't help but praise, "Aris, you are really a genius." The deeper he studied the elemental magic array, the more he felt the complexity of the gate system. The ability displayed by Aris really surprised him. "Professor, you are too kind." Aris smiled. Afterwards, the two began to work closely together. With Aris's occasional reminders, plus Dumbledore's passion and research on elemental magic, and the fact that both of them were the most talented wizards in the wizarding world, the speed of constructing the core rune circuit of the magic circle was greatly accelerated. They used their wands to guide fine strands of magic power, which danced gently on the ground. As time passed slowly, the lines gradually filled the entire square like flowing water, constructing a complex and harmonious network structure. The little wizards watching widened their eyes. Each seemingly simple action brings a shocking visual impact. They had never seen such skills in textbooks. This is not only a manifestation of magic, but also a perfect display of the tacit cooperation between the two magicians. The way Aris and Professor Dumbledore work together is like art. George watched from a distance and couldn't help but speak, his tone full of awe. Aris occasionally looked up and saw curiosity and admiration flashing on those young faces, and smiled from time to time. Around him, he has the support and expectations of so many people, including fellow travelers like Dumbledore. He is not alone on this road. As the last line of magic was perfectly closed, Aris breathed a sigh of relief, and Dumbledore nodded with satisfaction. A small part of the core structure of the magic circle has been completed. Although it can only be considered preliminary at this moment, it is already a great start. "Thank you, Professor," Aris said sincerely. "Next, we just need to extend the magic channel to the entire castle and follow the core veins to complete the rest. There should be no problem, yeah. Yes, no, I should thank you." Dumbledore shook his head gently. "Perhaps the whole Hogwarts will be glorious because of your decision. By then, you will become a god in the hearts of all Hogwarts students." Dumbledore patted Aris' shoulder gently, his eyes inexplicably complicated. At this time, the students applauded and cheers echoed in the square. Aris and Dumbledore stood among the excited little wizards, with a little helplessness on their faces. But no matter what, at this moment, they all witnessed the beginning of Hogwarts becoming the holy place of origin of UNU magic. The news that Aris had built a magic circle in the central square quickly spread throughout Hogwarts. In their spare time, the little wizards always like to discuss topics that interest them. And this incident has obviously become the most noticeable event in Hogwarts. Have you heard? Professor Shafik is already building a giant magic circle. In the corridor of Hogwarts, the young wizards who had just finished their last class of the afternoon walked towards the auditorium in twos and threes. There was constant noisy discussion in the corridor. "Yes, I heard that Professor Dumbledore is going there too. It's really exciting. I also heard that many students went to help. They really participated in this matter. I thought it was just Dumbledore's casual encouragement. I wish I had the time. I have a lot of classes these past 2 days, especially the damn potions class, which is driving me crazy." Several little wizards were discussing as they walked, with excitement on their faces, but also some disappointment and helplessness. "What I'm more concerned about is that magic circle really that powerful?" Another young wizard muttered in a skeptical tone. "Dumbledore can't be wrong, right? Besides, if it's what Aris wants to do, I don't think he will fail, right? He's so talented that he's already a professor in his 3rd year. It's unbelievable." At this time, the atmosphere in the auditorium was also very warm. It's not dinner time yet, but everyone has already arrived, constantly discussing this amazing plan. Aris also came to the auditorium at this time, sitting at Ravenclaw's long table reading a thick ancient magic book. The people around him looked at him with a hint of curiosity, but more of admiration. Perhaps out of fear of disturbing others, no one took the initiative to come forward. Although he was used to being the center of attention, Aris still felt a little uncomfortable at this moment. During this period, as the new wizards learned about his previous glorious deeds, they all regarded him as an idol. Their scorching gazes were really hard to resist, especially the sophomore named Colin, who now follows him around every day. Whenever I got the chance, I would take pictures of him. Aris smiled. A burst of flashes went off, and Colin turned from the next long table and took a picture of him. Looking at his expression, he actually wanted to come over and take a full set of photos of him. Aris. Fortunately, Harry Potter came out from the crowd at this time, which made Colin calm down a little and sit back at the long table. After all, the person Colin had been pursuing before was still Harry. Now that I have changed people, I feel a little embarrassed. It's like chasing a star. As you're chasing, suddenly someone else starts chasing you. It is inevitable that there is some suspicion of abandonment. Aris was also happy about this and looked up at Harry, who was walking towards him. Ronald and Hermione followed behind Harry, their faces showing a hint of excitement and their eyes shining. You really started to build a magic energy-gathering circle? Is this true? Aris shook his head helplessly. These guys actually came to ask about this matter. However, he nodded with a smile. Well, but we've only just begun. Aris then teased. I thought you would have some more profound questions to ask. It seems that your studies have been going well recently. Hearing this, Harry and Ronald's faces froze. Suddenly, I felt like the teacher was checking my learning progress, and I felt inexplicably weird. Hermione is calm and composed, and Aris never has to worry about her studies. At this time, I couldn't help but ask, we just want to know, can this magic circle really make us stronger? Some people say it can quickly increase magic power. The improvement of magic power is usually the result of gradual accumulation. Aris shook his head and explained with a smile on his face. But this magic circle can increase your perception of elemental magic. Over time, it can also indirectly speed up the accumulation of magic power. If you insist, it's not wrong. Hermione's eyes sparkled with wisdom. In other words, this magic circle may enable all Hogwarts students to achieve far greater growth than other schools after graduation. If this is true, then other schools must be envious. In order to reduce unnecessary trouble, the magic circle will not be announced to the public for the time being, and you should not talk about it outside. Aris was a little helpless. Although it's not nice to say this, it's true that most of the students who graduate from Hogwarts will become the backbone of the wizarding world, at least in terms of magic reserves. Not only that, after you have studied elemental magic in depth, you will definitely have a new understanding of the use of magic. You should have experienced this, right? Hearing this, Hermione and Harry nodded subconsciously. After they incorporated elemental magic into the Taoist spell, they were able to greatly increase the power of the spell. Moreover, this increase is almost exponential. Very exaggerated. It's really amazing. Harry couldn't help but sigh. He always felt that Aris would become a great person, but now it seems that it may still be underestimated. Aris' future might reach a height that they dare not even imagine. Just like Dumbledore. Or, to be more exaggerated, become a godlike figure like Merlin. Thinking of this, a hint of admiration unconsciously emerged in the eyes of several people. After dinner, Aris returned to the dormitory alone and strolled through the corridors of Hogwarts. Zero request flowers. The moonlight poured in from the high windows, casting spots on the ground like a complicated magic circle. He walked leisurely and relaxed, but his thoughts had already flown away, and he was still thinking about the energy-gathering magic circle. In fact, during this period of time, he rarely had time to calm down and think. However, as long as he has time, he will unconsciously construct and perfect the core of the energy-gathering magic circle in his mind. While immersed in his thoughts, Aris suddenly heard low voices of conversation coming from the corridor ahead. His eyes moved slightly, and he recognized the voices coming from Professor Snape and the new defense against the dark arts Professor Lupin. Snape, I need some wolfsbane potion. Lupin's voice was soft but contained a gentle firmness. The full moon night is coming soon. Wolfsbane potion? Snape responded coldly, with a hint of sarcasm. I have always felt that Dumbledore's choice was very unwise, even a little confused, to actually find a wolf. Aris did not go forward immediately, but stopped at the corner. He knew that Professor Lupin was a good man, but the werewolf identity was indeed a tricky issue. Whatever, Lou said with a hint of pleading in his tone. Dumbledore believes in me, and I also hope not to affect other people, so I hope you can help me. Snape snorted, but didn't continue his sarcasm. I will have the potion ready in 2 days. After saying this, Snape prepared to leave. At this time, Aris no longer hid his presence and coughed lightly. Hearing the noise, Snape and Lupin looked over subconsciously. There was a hint of panic in Lupin's eyes. He was obviously afraid that his identity would be exposed and scare the little wizards in the school. Aris smiled, walked up and said, "Don't be nervous, it's me. Shafik." Snape's face looked a little unhappy. Obviously, he still hasn't completely let go of his prejudice against Aris. However, Lupin forced a smile on his face. "Hello, Professor Shafik." "Professor Lupin, just call me Aris." Aris gave a gentle smile. "What do you want to do?" Snape said coldly. "Nothing." Aris shrugged, just thinking maybe there is some way to completely solve the werewolf troubles on the full moon day. Hearing this, Lupin's eyes moved slightly. Snape looked at Aris with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Do you know what you were talking about? This is a problem that the wizarding world has not solved for thousands of years. Do you think you could be the savior just because you have learned a little bit about potions?" Oh no. Aris didn't expect Snape to react so strongly, but it was understandable after thinking about it. After all, since it touched upon the field of alchemy, what he had just said did seem to be disrespectful to other people's expertise. It's just an idea. Snape should know the magic of potions. Maybe he can find a way. For example, some kind of potion that can solidify the body, or is there some kind of spell that can completely change the genetic sequence of a werewolf? In fact, it may not be completely impossible. Hearing this, Snape was stunned for a moment, then frowned. What is a genetic sequence? Well, it's a bit complicated to explain. Aris thought about it. It is indeed very difficult to explain gene sequence to someone who has no knowledge of modern science. However, it is not impossible to try. If you two are interested, maybe we can find time to verify it. Do you really have a solution? At this time, Lupin's eyes lit up. Humph, I know it's just another fantasy, an unrealistic idea. Snape snorted arrogantly. It doesn't matter. The more we debate, the clearer the truth becomes. All innovations and inventions start with questioning, don't they? Aris didn't bother with Snape and said with a smile, "How about this? 3 days later, you will wait for me at the door of the room of requirement. Oh, it's the 8th floor of the castle. We know where it is." Lupin said quickly, with a gleam in his eyes, "Aris, I will be there." Snape didn't say anything, just snorted coldly, then turned around and left arrogantly. Don't blame him. That's just his temper. Lupin spread his hands. However, he should come as well. After all, he should be very interested in your conjecture. Yeah, Aris smiled. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while. Then they left. 5.9. The corridor returned to silence. However, Snape was not at peace after leaving. Because he knew Aris's abilities, many things had already proved the boy's abilities. Moreover, he didn't hear any sense of joking from what Aris just said. He didn't know why, but instinctively he felt. Maybe because I heard what Lily said. Maybe you will really gain something. In the following time, Aris was either busy with the energy-gathering magic circle, or they're studying the wizarding world's research on gene sequences and related magical theories. 3 days later, Aris walked through the long corridor and came to the entrance of the room of requirement. He saw that Lupin and Snape were already there, leaning on either side of the corridor. Lupin looked a little uneasy. He kept playing with his wand and glancing at Snape from time to time. Snape, on the other hand, crossed his arms and stared sharply at the wall, as if he was weighing something in his mind, perhaps thinking about what Aris would say. That's right, he finally couldn't help himself and came here. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was indeed attracted by Aris's idea of changing werewolves. Hey, Aris. Lupin was the first to notice Aris's presence. He quickly adjusted his demeanor and gave a friendly smile. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Aris walked up to them with a smile and greeted them. It's been a long wait, and Professor Shafik is getting more and more arrogant. Snape snorted softly, but at least he didn't turn around and leave today. Come in. Aris smiled and ignored Snape's dirty talk. With a push of the hand, the wall opened to both sides like flowing water, revealing a spacious laboratory. As soon as they entered the laboratory, Lupin and Snape's eyes were attracted by the scene in the room. In the center of the room, a huge magic circle was flickering with light, and all kinds of magical materials they had never seen before were surrounded by it, arranged in an orderly manner. "This is amazing." Lupin's eyes widened, and he sighed. "I didn't expect there is such a large laboratory here." Snape glanced around the room coldly and muttered softly, "Hogwarts has almost become your private territory." Aris smiled and seemed unconcerned. "This is my home, our common home, isn't it?" There was a certain sense of matter-of-factness in his tone. "Home?" Snape raised an eyebrow, seeming to have mixed feelings about the word, but did not comment further. Although Snape always maintained a distant attitude. But Aris knew that he was actually full of curiosity and anticipation about the topic that was about to be discussed. Lupin, on the other hand, was quite excited. After he toured the laboratory, he quickly came to Aris. "Where do we start next?" Lupin raised his head, with some impatience in his eyes. He really wanted to solve the problem of being of werewolf blood and not being able to transform rationally on a full moon night. This is also a problem faced by almost all werewolves. Now, Aris seemed to have a way to solve this problem. How could he not be anxious? Aris smiled, then paused slightly, as if organizing his words. "Okay, let's get started." He motioned to Snape and Lupin to move a little further away from the battle. "First, we need to understand some basic concepts." Aris began to explain, pointing his wand above the magic circle. This magic circle has the ability to analyze, reconstruct, and deduce. Aris spent a lot of effort to build it, and its specific functions are somewhat similar to computers in the Muggle world. However, the principle is even more magical, which is the feasibility deduction of the magical ability to pass the level. The logic that is often needed does not need to be too rigorous. For example, if we want to analyze an apple, we need to figure out how to turn it into more apples. If we use Muggle thinking logic to deduce, we need to first remove the seeds from the apple, then find a way to grow an apple tree, and finally produce more apples. The analysis given by this magic circle might be that when a copying spell is cast on apples, more apples will naturally appear. Very simple and straightforward, but magical. As Aris waved her wand, rows of seemingly complex and mysterious symbols appeared in the air. These represent genetic sequences. Lupin frowned slightly, obviously unfamiliar with the term. Gene sequence. Aris smiled slightly, nodded, and explained, "Yes, in simple terms, the gene sequence is like a blueprint in each of our bodies. It determines our physiological characteristics and abilities." "I see," Snape interrupted, crossing his arms and with a thoughtful look on his face. "So, you are analyzing these designs to achieve some degree of magical influence on the werewolf genes?" "That's about the idea." Aris nodded slightly. "I found a very magical spell called Reshape the Flesh. Its principle is to reshape the flesh and tissues to achieve the results of bone setting and repairing injuries. 1. This is somewhat similar to the principle we are discussing." Lupin seemed even more curious. "This spell can reshape the genetic sequence you mentioned?" "No." Aris shook his head without thinking. "But this is not important. In fact, it is not easy to use magic to affect the change of gene sequence. And this is exactly the subject we want to study. Find or create such magic. At least by combining magic with similar functions, we can create some kind of potion to completely solve the werewolf problem." He paused and continued. "If we want to make changes to the werewolf genes, we need to find a way to truly read and translate these gene sequences." Snape frowned in thought, then asked, "So what are you going to do?" "I only have a rough idea. You must have heard of Animagus, right?" "Of course." Lupin nodded. He was very familiar with this ability. Likewise, Snape was familiar with it. Aris nodded and continued. "Animagus is the ability to transform oneself into a specific animal through willpower and magical manipulation. This actually involves the change and reshaping of genetic sequences. Perhaps we can start from this direction and find some breakthrough points." "You mean using the power of Animagus to create some kind of spell or potion to suppress the transformation of werewolves?" Snape frowned, subconsciously feeling that it was a fantasy. "It's not that simple." Aris shook his head slightly. We need to analyze the principles of a animagus transformation and the changes caused by magic, so as to extract the corresponding magic structure, carry out secondary innovation, and complete the research and development of the spell we want. It's not easy, but it's not impossible. At this moment, Snape and Lupin looked at Aris with confusion and shock. There's a feeling of being ambiguous and powerful. Magical structure? Second innovation? They don't quite understand these new terms. Aris, I want to know what I should do specifically. Lupin was obviously confused, and he didn't even understand what Aris said. Snape, after all, was a senior potion master, but he could only understand part of it. All you have to do now is to give me some blood so I can analyze your genetic sequence. After that, we can talk about the future of King Zhao. That's no problem. Lupin nodded immediately, then pulled out his wand and gently stroked his palm. Blood immediately gushed out his tail. Aris was stunned for a moment, then shook his head helplessly and handed over a container. Actually, you don't need that much. Lupin. And then, Snape couldn't help but ask. Aris smiled, then handed a drop of blood to the magic circle. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. As Lupin's blood dripped into the sophisticated magic circle, the entire room was instantly enveloped in blood-red light. There seemed to be life in the light, pulsating gently, appearing extremely mysterious and shocking. The blood was lifted up by the light and gradually dispersed into countless tiny particles, suspended in the air, trembling slightly from time to time, as if performing some kind of delicate dance. Lupin and Snape stared at all this. Their surprise was evident in their words. There is no doubt that this is an unprecedented novel experience for them. Watching the blood molecules emit tiny particles in the air and then turn into smaller molecules, atoms, is simply more magical than magic. Aris stood aside, looking focused, as if he was debugging a sophisticated instrument. He coughed lightly, attracting their attention, and then began to explain. 277, what you are seeing now, is an in-depth study and analysis of the molecules in the blood. By analyzing the structure of the gene sequence, we can understand how it is arranged. Then we can try to find the right magic to modify and reshape these gene sequences. Lupin blinked in confusion. He had never been exposed to such profound knowledge in the field of magic, so it was difficult for him to accept it. He even thought that this might have gone beyond the knowledge of magic. Sounds like some kind of advanced alchemy, he said, his tone showing undisguised curiosity. Abeck. Aris smiled, then shook his head slightly. In a way, this is a subject that has never existed in the wizarding world before. I call it biology. But this is different from biology. What we do is more magical and incredible. Magic is not just spells or potions. In fact, it can touch the essence of life. Snape hesitated for a moment, then said, but doesn't this violate certain rules of the magical world? For example, the fundamental law of irreversibility of life and biology? This is a muggle. Aris waved his hand, interrupting the obvious worry in Snape's eyes. Any real breakthrough requires a certain challenge to the rules. We may not be able to break the iron laws of this world, but we could try to optimize life to some extent, right? Lupin and Snape were both stunned and seemed to be trying to digest this information. Lupin took a deep breath and asked tentatively, if we really succeed, does this mean that werewolves can control their transformation and even completely get rid of the werewolf curse? This is exactly what we are working towards, isn't it? Aris smiled, his voice full of determination and confidence. But the journey is bound to be full of thorns, and we need to explore and verify little by little. This is the wonderful thing about scientific research. Explore the truth of life and the unknown mysteries of magic. The room fell silent again, and the blood particles in the magic circle continued to dance in the light, as if they were leaping for joy. Snape and Lupin looked at each other and saw the expectation and curiosity gradually burning in each other's eyes. They also felt an urgent desire for the new possibilities of magic. The blood particles dripping into the magic circle gradually calmed down as if they had achieved some kind of wonderful harmony. Aris stared at the change and let out a breath. This process will take about 3 days. Aris turned around and looked at Snape and Lupin in turn. Although there won't be any analysis results in a short period of time, during this period of time, we may be able to find some magical information about life reshaping, which will be very helpful for our subsequent research. Snape frowned slightly, but took the words to heart. Life reinvented. He repeated to himself, as if a new door had opened in his mind, although he had not yet fully understood the scene inside. Lupin nodded thoughtfully. I think I can go to the library and look for it. Maybe there will be some rare documents there, he said, with some uncertainty in his tone. After learning about Aerys' research plan, Snape began to get excited. He was surprised and curious. His strong desire to explore made him want to participate. He seemed to be fascinated by the new magical term, gene sequence. In his heart, he actually wanted to participate more deeply in the research that made him extremely excited, but his inner pride made him unwilling to make a request to Lucy. At this moment, Aris seemed to see through his thoughts and smiled. Professor Snape, if you're interested, you are welcome to join this research team at any time, Aris said sincerely. Snape raised his eyebrows. Although he was already very eager in his heart, he still raised his eyebrows arrogantly, and then agreed. Okay, since you said so, I think I can spare some time. Aris blinked and said with a hint of mystery, Very good. Then next, maybe you can go to the Muggle world and find some books on genetics to study. Believe me, those books may broaden your horizons and bring you unexpected gains. Snape was stunned. Then he subconsciously said sarcastically, Muggle books, what an interesting suggestion. How do you think those people who don't even know what magic is, or don't want to believe in it, can help us study werewolves? So, do you have a better suggestion? Aris patted Snape on the shoulder, then turned around and began to make adjustments to the magic circle. Hearing this, Snape wanted to refute, but after thinking about it, he fell silent. Lupin couldn't help but laugh at the interaction between the two. It seemed that he had never thought that Snape would be taught a lesson by a child one day. Okay, let's end today's party here. After checking the magic circle one last time, Aris smiled and said, Snape had the same idea. Although he said that he looked down on Muggle books, he was actually eager to study the basics of elementary school. 0 request flowers. Of course, he actually knew something about the science of the Muggle world. It was just his long-standing prejudice that made him feel that there was no point in learning those things. Therefore, no action has been taken. However, Aerys' words made his heart unconsciously rebellious. Okay then, I'll leave first. Seeing Snape turn and leave, Lupin also greeted Aerys. Then, he walked out of the room of requirement quickly. But when he reached the door, he suddenly turned his head and asked Aerys, I heard that you encountered some problems on the day you came to school, right? Hearing this question, Aerys was stunned. Then he reacted immediately. Are you talking about the big black dog Harry saw? Big black dog? Yes, Harry said he saw a dark figure at the station, but I think maybe it was an illusion. After hearing this, Lupin's eyes moved slightly. Then he smiled, didn't ask any more questions, turned around and left. A week has passed since school started. On this day, some uninvited guests suddenly came to the school. In the evening, the atmosphere in the auditorium seemed a little solemn. Aris was thinking while eating dinner, and the little wizards around him were muttering, I feel that the whole school is gloomy, and the shadows of those guys are everywhere, which gives me goosebumps. A second-grade wizard whispered, with a hint of fear in his voice, 257. I don't know how Headmaster Dumbledore would allow them to stay around. Another voice echoed. The development of the conversation caught Aris' attention, and he couldn't help but look sideways. Those Dementors are so scary. Just imagining them gives me chills. More and more young wizards spoke up, expressing their disgust and fear about the Dementors that suddenly appeared near the school. Aris glanced around. The subject of Dementors seemed to have captured everyone's attention. His brows furrowed slightly. When school started, since there were no Dementors here, he thought the plot had changed a little, but later it was confirmed that it was not that simple. Sirius Black appeared. Now Dementors still appear in the school. Everything seems to be corrected and developing in the direction of the original plot. I heard that those Dementors appeared here because of Black. At this time, an older student interrupted, his tone revealing a hint of solemnity. Aris frowned even tighter and felt a little angry and annoyed. It is obviously not a good idea to let Dementors wander around Hogwarts. Not only will it affect the student's mood, but it may also bring uncertainty to the construction of the energy-gathering magic circle. He began to consider whether he should find an opportunity to suggest to Dumbledore that these horrible creatures should be evacuated from school. As for the Ministry of Magic, Reese naturally had a way to make them agree. He really didn't like those gloomy things. No, he should say he hated them very much. At this moment, Ronald suddenly helped Harry into the hall. Seeing Harry's pale face, Aris' heart moved slightly, and he immediately realized that the situation might be more serious than he thought. Could it be that the Dementors dared to actively attack students? Harry, are you okay? Aris stood up and walked over to them. Ronald's face also looked a little unhappy. I think he's not feeling well. Poor guy. He almost fainted just now. At this time, Harry forced a smile. I'm fine, just a little uncomfortable. His voice sounded a little weak, and with his pale face and trembling lips, it was obvious that he was not okay. Pull him up, Aris whispered, then pulled out her wand and waved it gently, casting a calming spell on Harry, and handed Harry a piece of chocolate. Eat this, and you'll feel better. Harry took the chocolate and nodded in thanks. Thank you, Aris. Under the effect of the calming spell and chocolate, Harry's complexion slightly recovered to 1.0, but his spirits didn't seem to be fully recovered yet. It was horrible. I could feel my happiness being sucked away. Harry whispered, his voice shaking unconsciously. Aris's frown deepened. He knew that Dementors had such abilities, but he didn't know why the two of them encountered those things. Did you encounter Dementors? Aris asked where. Right. Ronald nodded. At the ferry crossing by the lake, we just wanted to go there for a walk, but we didn't expect to run into those guys. They flew over the lake, and the whole lake seemed to be frozen. Then, Harry couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. Aris inquired carefully about what happened, and learned that they encountered two Dementors near the Black Lake. Harry seemed to be particularly sensitive to those monsters, and almost fainted. Aris felt a little heavy-hearted. Since the Dementors dared to rush into the school, it meant that the Ministry of Magic supervision of them was not so effective, or these monsters were not so easy to tame by nature. This is obviously not a good sign. As long as these things stay near the school, there will be no peace. If they stay here forever, won't Hogwarts be like Azkaban? What kind of freedom is this? No matter what, we have to get Harry back to rest, Aris said to Ronald. Yes, Harry needs to rest. Ronald also seemed a little nervous. They each held one side of Harry and walked slowly towards the lounge. During this time, Harry didn't say much, but just followed them silently. After arriving at the common room, Aris said to Ronald, You take good care of Harry. I have to go find Dumbledore and find out why these Dementors are here. Okay, Aris, please. Ronald nodded, worry showing in his eyes. Aris was about to go out when Hermione caught up with him from behind. Aris, can I talk to you for a minute? He looked at Hermione and noticed that she had noticeable dark circles under her eyes. Aris frowned slightly. Hermione didn't look well rested. Of course, but what do you want to talk about? Hermione said in distress. I've been taking various classes recently, but I always feel that I can't find the best way to study, and I feel that I seem to be getting more and more irritable recently. Can you give me some advice? At this moment, Aris noticed a strange accessory on Hermione's chest. The thing looked like some kind of magical artifact, like a time ring. Time Turner. Aris's mind moved slightly, and he quickly recognized it. This thing allows people to travel through time and space. Of course, the travel time cannot be too long. In the book, Hermione kept using it to run back and forth between classrooms because she had signed up for too many courses. No wonder you look so tired. Wouldn't it be tiring to have so many classes every day? He felt a little helpless, knowing that Hermione was an extremely hard-working student, but excessive study might backfire. Maybe you could try to drop some courses that you are not particularly interested in. Aris advises, put more energy into deepening your knowledge of something you really enjoy. He reached out and took the time converter from Hermione's chest, looked at her meaningfully. If a girl doesn't get enough rest, she will naturally feel irritable. This is also normal, isn't it? Seeing Aris pick up the time turner, Hermione was visibly flustered. She quickly lowered her head, then took the time converter and put it inside her clothes. Hermione lowered her head and thought about Aris' words, seeming to be somewhat touched. "I'll think about it. Thank you, Aris. It doesn't matter. It's important to sleep and take care of yourself." Aris spoke gently to comfort her. At this moment, Hermione was obviously stunned for a moment, and then her eyes became red. She actually threw herself into Aris' arms and hugged him. "You are." Aris was stunned for a moment and was about to speak. But the little witch seemed to realize her own gaffe, so she let go of the boy and turned around and ran away quickly. Looking at the girl's back, I can still vaguely smell the fresh fragrance of her hair at the tip of my nose, as warm as jade. This little girl seems to have grown up. Aris shook his head in amusement. Then, he turned around and continued walking towards the principal's office. The corridor was quiet and it was getting late. At this time, Aris didn't know whether Dumbledore had rested or not. He passed the rotating statue and came to the principal's office and knocked on the door after a slight hesitation. "Come in." The office door opened quickly, and when Aris stepped into the principal's office, he immediately felt the solemn atmosphere in the air. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, frowning, obviously troubled by what he had just thought. Aris greeted quietly, hoping to ease the atmosphere a little. "Professor Dumbledore, are you okay?" Dumbledore looked up and forced a smile. "Of course, Aris, what's up?" Aris knew that in the past Dumbledore would always respond to his greetings in a more relaxed manner, but now his expression was clearly a little unnatural. This kind of situation rarely happens to this old wizard. It seems that the matter of the Dementors... No, it should be the matter of Sirius Black that really gave him a headache. He decided to get straight to the point. "Actually, I'm here to learn about Dementors. I thought you would stop the Ministry of Magic from placing those things around Hogwarts. I actually wondered if doing this would be a good thing for the students." The smile on Dumbledore's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a serious expression. "But the situation now is a bit complicated, so I have to be cautious," he responded succinctly. Aris could feel the heaviness in the principal's heart. "Because someone escaped from Azkaban, right?" Aris asked calmly. "That's right," Dumbledore said softly, as if thinking about how to explain next. "That person Dumbledore sighed, his eyes falling out the window, is Sirius Black." Aris probably knew about Sirius Black from the original novel. This character was also a bright spot in the entire Harry Potter world. It's a pity that he died in the end. If there is a chance, perhaps his tragedy can be changed. After all, he was Harry's last relative in this world. Well, if you exclude the Dursleys. Do you believe he could be a traitor? Aris asked her doubts. From the original book, Dumbledore's attitude was not very clear. If you really believed that, you wouldn't let Dementors anywhere near Hogwarts. But if they didn't believe it, they wouldn't have easily let Harry and the others go back to the past timeline to rescue Black. So he has always been curious about it. Dumbledore shook his head slightly, as if weighing something in his mind. His eyes were obviously complicated, and he thought for a long time before answering, "I don't think so. It's a pity that no one has been able to prove this. As James Potter's closest friend, I really can't imagine that he is the betrayer." Aris nodded, understanding Dumbledore's frustration. "But we can't put the students in danger, I understand." "Yes, the entry of Dementors was arranged by the Ministry of Magic, huh?" Dumbledore's tone revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. "Their attitude is very tough, and it is best for us not to cause unpleasantness with them at this time. After all, you have always been happy to cooperate with them, right?" Aris was visibly stunned by Tingo's words. Unexpectedly, there was actually my own reason behind it. Given their current deep cooperation with the Ministry of Magic, it would be a pity to cause any unpleasantness at this time. The appearance of Dementors in Hogwarts was obviously arranged by Minister of Magic Fudge. That's why Dumbledore had some reservations. The atmosphere fell silent again. Aris understood the enormous pressure Dumbledore was under. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, he must weigh the positions of many parties while ensuring safety. I understand. Don't worry, those things won't have a chance to harm the students, Aris said with a smile. Dumbledore looked at the young student, his eyes softening. Of course, I always believe in you, Aris. Let's leave it like this for now. I believe that Blake will show up soon. When he shows up, everything will probably have a conclusion. Good. Aris 370 didn't say anything else. After leaving the principal's office, Aris walked in the corridor, thinking about a question. The reason why Black broke into Hogwarts was not because of Harry Potter from the beginning to the end, but because of Scabbers, Ronald's rat, who was transformed from Peter Pettigrew into a mole. If we throw the mouse out of school, will the group relationship become easier? Maybe we can plan this out. As the night deepened, the moonlight shone on the walls of Hogwarts Castle, casting mottled shadows. Aris stood in front of the dormitory window, staring at the black lake in the distance, thinking about the recent events. He knew in his heart that a storm was coming and he might not be able to stay out of it. With a slight sound, an envelope was stuffed into the gap by the window. Aris picked it up curiously and found that it was written in Hagrid's familiar sloppy handwriting. He opened the envelope and smiled. Dear Aris, I will teach my classmate for the first time tomorrow, and I feel a little nervous. If I can see you in the magical creatures class, it will undoubtedly make me feel much more at ease. I hope you can come tomorrow and share this special moment with me. Rubius Hagrid. Reading Hagrid's sincere words, Reese couldn't help but smile. Imagining Hagrid clumsily but enthusiastically showing his favorite magical creatures to students, Aris actually felt a hint of anticipation. Although Hagrid is a bit reckless, he is always full of love and kindness for wonderful creatures, which is his most attractive feature. I'm sure the first class will be exciting. Aris muttered to himself, his heart beating a little. Then he opened the drawer of the bookcase. There are sheets of draft paper in the drawer. He spread out the design of the giant energy-gathering magic circle and quickly got down to work. The energy-gathering magic circle has been the focus of his work at this time. As long as he can create this circle as soon as possible, he will be able to teach a little more easily. It is quite difficult for young wizards to get started with elemental magic. And with this formation, all problems may be solved. The moonlight outside the window was quiet, guiding the direction of his inspiration. Aris was immersed in ideas and calculations. Until late at night, the black lake in the distance had fallen into silence. The whole world is silent. He carefully put away the design and prepared to go to bed. After going to bed, he opened a book about ancient life magic and read it casually. For him, this is a way to relax. The system gives him the ability to gain points by constantly reading books. This is a cumulative process. He obviously couldn't give up. Gradually, Aris' eyes moved closer. The heavy books fell, but they landed on the ground as gently as fallen leaves. A dreamless night. The next morning, sunlight poured into the room through the heavy curtains, and Aris got up from the bed. Get ready to face the new day with renewed energy. Today is Hagrid's first magical creatures class. He has promised to attend, and he also wants to know what kind of surprises Hagrid will bring to everyone. After breakfast, Aris walked towards Hagrid's cabin. When he arrived, quite a few students had already gathered here. Everyone held a huge book, Golden Bites book, the Monsters of Monsters book in their hands. When Aris appeared, the young wizards were obviously surprised. Hermione and Harry's eyes suddenly lit up, while Malfoy showed a flattering smile. Aris, why are you here? Hermione came to him in surprise. As a professor at Hogwarts and a rare genius in a century, the young wizards have become accustomed to Aris not having to attend ordinary classes, so they were a little surprised to see him here. Today is Hagrid's first class. I'm here to cheer him on. Aris smiled. Then, the students soon arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hermione held the huge monster book in her hands, frowning slightly, obviously not understanding. I couldn't help but complain quietly to Aris. I really don't understand why Hagrid has to use such a book as a teaching material. I don't like this book. Indeed, even Harry shook his head helplessly. My shoes were almost chewed by it. Draco Malfoy on the side interrupted coldly. I guess today's class is definitely a joke, and there might be some trouble. The other Slytherin students heard this and laughed quietly. Aris glanced at Malfoy calmly, and the latter immediately lowered his head, not daring to speak. Listening to the Slytherin's whispers around him, he shook his head slightly. It seems that he must do something. After all, Hagrid had helped him a lot before, and he couldn't let his first class be ruined. Don't talk nonsense, Harry Potter shouted to the Slytherins. Hagrid is the best magical animal keeper. He knows the habits of every animal. I guarantee this class will be amazing. His relationship with Hagrid is beyond doubt, and even if he has doubts in his heart, he will definitely speak up for Hagrid. Ronald also quickly agreed. That's right. Let's wait and see what Hagrid can do. Just as everyone was discussing. Zero request flowers. Oh. Hagrid emerged from the depths of the Forbidden Forest, leading a magnificent hippogriff. The huge wings spread out, and the sunlight shone on its feathers, sparkling with golden light. The students burst into admiration and showed curiosity. Even Hermione's frown gradually relaxed. Okay, everyone has seen it. Hagrid's voice was loud and full of excitement, and it was obvious that he took his first class very seriously. This is Buckbeak, today's hero. He's a hippogriff. I think you'll like him. He gave a brief introduction to the hippogriff, and then began to teach the students how to get along with this creature. First, you have to show it enough respect before it allows you to get close. Then you can bow to him and gain their trust. Hagrid went on and on about the precautions. Aris watched as the students below stared at Buckbeak. Although they were afraid, they were also curious and listened attentively. Obviously, this class still has a unique appeal to the young wizards. It looks pretty majestic, doesn't it, Aris? Hermione spoke in a low voice, having already forgotten about the monster book. After Hagrid's reminder, the young wizards also knew how to tame this seemingly unruly book. Come to think of it, Hagrid did give us a surprise today, but it was also a bit scary. This class will probably keep these people discussing for a long time. Yeah, it's really impressive. 1, 3, 7. Aris nodded in agreement. Glancing at Hermione from the corner of his eye, he smiled slightly. At this time, Hagrid was still patiently explaining to the students how to interact with the hippogriff. After the precautions have been explained, anyone want to try and say hello to Buckbeak? Hagrid asked in his loud voice, with a hint of nervousness and anticipation in his voice. Although everyone was full of curiosity about Buckbeak, they were more afraid of the hippogriff than the others. Therefore, before he finished speaking, the crowd had already taken a step back at the same time, leaving only Aerys and Harry. Hagrid didn't care about it, and seemed to have expected such a scene. He first glanced at Aerys, but soon turned his gaze to Harry and greeted him enthusiastically. Come on, Harry, come up and try. Harry was obviously a little hesitant. At this time, Aerys patted Harry's shoulder gently and whispered encouragingly. It's okay. Trust Hagrid. He won't let anything get in your way. Harry nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped forward with all his courage. Under Hagrid's guidance, he slowly approached Buckbeak and saluted it respectfully as he had learned before. Surprisingly, Buckbeak quickly lowered his head as well, showing friendliness to Harry. Yes, that's it, don't worry. You have initially gained its trust. Hagrid encouraged him, and Harry's expression instantly became much more confident. Next, you can touch it, or take it for a ride. Harry was stunned for a moment, but finally plucked up the courage and continued to approach Buckbeak. Then stroked gently. Buckbeak neighed, then rubbed Harry's head affectionately. Only then did Harry feel completely relieved. Then, he carefully climbed onto Buckbeak's back. With the encouragement of the flapping of its wings, Buckbeak lightly jumped up into the air, carrying Harry into the sky. Wow, he's great, right? Hagrid's face lit up with a smile, said excitedly to the little wizards. Seeing this, the students also applauded and cheered enthusiastically. It was obvious that Harry's success made them less wary of Buckbeak. They were very excited to have such a close contact with the magical creatures. Aerys smiled as she watched Harry fly. Everything is just like in the book. Sure enough, Hagrid's ability is still very good. Nothing unexpected happened. As long as Malfoy doesn't cause trouble later, this class should end smoothly. When Harry finally returned to the ground amid the excitement, Malfoy raised a look of disdain at the corner of his mouth. He glanced at Aris, who was looking at Harry with a smile, and suddenly felt a little unbalanced. Somewhat unconvinced, he said, "It's nothing. I can do it too." However, when he tried to move forward, Aris gave him a meaningful look. Seeing this look, Malfoy felt a chill on his back and stopped walking. "Malfoy, do you want to try it too?" Hagrid asked enthusiastically, not noticing anything unusual. Forget it." Malfoy didn't dare to show off at this time and retreated awkwardly. At this time, Hagrid was still unsatisfied and turned his gaze towards Aris with a smile. "Aris, why don't you try it too?" Aris thought about it, then smiled and nodded. He was not worried about being defeated. With Merlin's talent, almost no creature in the Forbidden Forest dared to offend him, including the hippogriff in front of him. Under the nervous gazes of the people around him, he walked forward and then looked into Buckbeak's eyes, but did not bow like Harry 01 did. "Aris, you have to gain its trust first." Hagrid couldn't help but remind him. He thought Aris didn't hear the precautions he had mentioned before. However, before Hagrid could finish his words, Buckbeak, who was lying on the ground, suddenly stood up after seeing Aris. It seemed to sense the unique aura and powerful magical fluctuations of the boy in front of it. I looked at Aris with some curiosity, and then something incredible happened. Buckbeak showed incredible respect to Aris and bent down gracefully, as if welcoming a trustworthy friend. Seeing this scene, there was a burst of exclamations from the surroundings, and everyone was shocked by such a sight. "Oh my God, how did Reese do that?" Buckbeak actually took the initiative to show kindness to him. "This big guy doesn't look that dangerous. Can we touch him? Aris is amazing. She can make that big guy bow actively." Waves of exclamations continued to be heard, and the little wizards were all stunned at this time. Hermione's eyes also sparkled, and she looked at Aris with admiration and an indescribable feeling. Unconsciously, it seemed that the boy was the only figure left in his eyes. "Good job, guys." Aris also smiled and gently touched Buckbeak's head. This big guy was quite tactful and actually took the initiative to make friends with him. This was something he had not expected before. "Woo!" Buckbeak flapped his wings happily, lowered his head slowly, and took the initiative to lie in front of Aris, then kept nudging the boy with his head, asking him to come up. It seems that he wants to take the initiative to take Aris for a flight. This scene made everyone envious. Even Harry felt a little envious, as he had been very nervous before gaining Buckbeak's trust. But when it comes to Aris, everything seems to become easy. "He's amazing," Ronald couldn't help but mutter. "Indeed, he and you are amazing." Harry also felt a little emotional. Afterwards, the class went smoothly. The students began to try to approach Buckbeak, the magical creature, one by one. Under Hagrid's guidance, some brave students began to learn how to bow in a friendly manner. Gradually, the tense atmosphere became relaxed. Although Hagrid's class had a bumpy start, the results were undoubtedly good. Aris's actions also made the little wizard admire him even more. The whole class was filled with laughter. After a pleasant magical creatures class ended, the little wizards began to pack up their things and prepare to go to the next classroom. Aris was about to leave with his friends, but was stopped by Hagrid. "Aris, wait." Hagrid walked over quickly, his big watery eyes full of gratitude. "Without your help, this class wouldn't have gone so smoothly." "Don't say that, Hagrid." Aris smiled sincerely. "Your class is wonderful. As long as you have more confidence in yourself, you will surely make everyone fall in love with what you love." Hagrid was silent for a while, seemingly moved by Aris' words. He nodded heavily. "Thank you, Aris. Thank you so much." Aris just smiled at that. Hagrid's abilities are indeed great, and he can be called an expert in magical zoology, but because of his half-giant identity, he is always treated with prejudice by others. If all that was put aside, he believed Hagrid would be able to handle the course. Of course, as long as he doesn't have a seizure and brings a dragon to class. "Oh yes, there's one more thing." Hagrid looked around, then lowered his voice and said mysteriously, The second batch of materials collected by the Centaur tribe is almost ready and should be able to be shipped back to Hogwarts within a few days. Upon hearing the news, Reese's eyes lit up instantly. The construction of the energy-gathering magic circle is one of his most important plans in the near future, and these materials are exactly what he urgently needs. Great, Hagrid. This news is just the right time for me. He thanked happily and had already started thinking about his next work plan. With the second batch of materials, the construction of the magic circle infrastructure can be accelerated. The major project that was originally estimated to be completed in 3 months may now be completed ahead of schedule. Aris, don't be polite to me. I will help you as long as you need it. Hagrid gave a silly smile, then gently patted Aris's shoulder, his hands so gentle as if he was afraid of disturbing the boy. The two smiled at each other, and there was an unspoken understanding between them. After they parted, Aris walked towards the elemental magic classroom with great joy. As he walked, he was still constantly planning the construction of the next magic circle in his mind, feeling a little excited inside. According to the current progress, if we can get some support from the Ministry of Magic, perhaps the project can be completed 2 months earlier. This was undoubtedly something that made him happy. After returning to the castle, Luna's figure just happened to be walking towards the other end of the corridor. The next elemental magic class was for the second-grade wizards, and Luna also attended the class. Seeing the undisguised joy on Aerys's face, a smile quietly appeared on her brows. "Brother, you look very happy today." Luna greeted with that unique tone and sweet smile. "Yes, there is good news, Chien." Aerys winked at her. "Once everything is ready in a few days, Chien's, the Magic Circle project will be accelerated." Luna chuckled. "Then I'll have to look forward to it." The two walked side by side in the busy corridor with brisk steps, and soon arrived at the elemental magic classroom. In the classroom, there were already many little wizards waiting. When they saw Aris appear, they all stood up and shouted, "Good morning, Professor Shafik." "Good morning, everyone." Aris smiled and nodded. "Well, let's start the class next." Noon. After class, Aris received an invitation from Dumbledore. He said he had something to discuss with him. He packed up his lesson plans, still wondering what it might be, as he paced towards the principal's office. The portraits on the wall whispered about the latest happenings in the school as he walked. During this period, the entire Hogwarts is full of vitality. These people who stay in the frame for a long time are bored, so a lot of gossip will spread. In fact, they're the most well-informed people in this school. I heard someone spotted a ghostly shadow on the edge of the castle last night. This is so important that we should report it to Headmaster Dumbledore, right? Who knows? Maybe it's just the eyes of some people. I heard that the elves prepared pie donuts for dinner tonight. I really envy those who can enjoy this delicious food. 753. Aris' attention was quickly drawn to a discussion within a portrait. Ghostly black shadow. Unfortunately, just when he wanted to know more information, the people in the portrait started talking about dinner, and he shook his head helplessly. While thinking, he had already arrived at the door of the principal's office through the rotating statue. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, he saw Dumbledore sitting behind his desk, concentrating on studying a stack of documents. Aris cleared his throat and greeted politely. "Good afternoon. What is the matter with the principal calling me here?" Dumbledore raised his head, his eyes behind his glasses soft and wise. "Abba, Aris, come and sit down. I have good news for you." He said this with a reassuring hint of joy in his voice. Aris sat down in the chair, leaning forward slightly, full of anticipation. "The Ministry of Magic has promised to provide us with some rare magical materials." Dumbledore smiled and said, "Of course, these materials are applied for teaching purposes and require a certain amount of compensation. But I think this is good news for you, right?" "Certainly." Aris' eyes lit up. He knew what this meant. This is an important step in the construction of the energy-gathering magic circle. He was originally wondering when the Ministry of Magic would respond. "I didn't expect it to happen so soon. I received 2 good news in a row today. It's really gratifying." Dumbledore nodded, his eyes lingering on Aris, and the look of concern seemed to be even stronger. "You did a great job, Aris." "Very good. I believe that with these materials, We will be able to complete this plan as soon as possible. Speaking of which, I'm really looking forward to it." Aris smiled and became happier. Then Dumbledore changed the subject and said in a more serious tone, "One more thing. Have you talked to Lupin about the werewolf problem?" Aris immediately understood Dumbledore's hint. He knew that Lupin must have mentioned to him that he could solve the problem of werewolves getting out of control. So he thought for a while and answered cautiously, "I am willing to try to find some solutions. If nothing goes wrong, it is still possible, but I still need time." "I see." Dumbledore frowned in thought, obviously taking this matter very seriously. If it can really be solved, it will definitely be a great contribution to the wizarding world. During this period, if you need any help, you can come to me. Aris smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, Professor. I will do my best." He hopes to live up to this trust and looks forward to bringing some substantial changes to the magical world. But this matter is not that easy. In fact, he himself is not very sure. So we can't have such high expectations for Dumbledore now. Everything takes time. In the blink of an eye, 3 days pass quickly. Night is falling. In a hidden corner of Hogwarts Castle, in a laboratory of the Room of Requirement, the atmosphere was particularly solemn. The magic circle in the center of the laboratory exuded a faint golden glow, reflecting the determined and focused faces of the three people. Aris, Lupin, and Snape gathered in the Room of Requirement again, waiting expectantly for some important result. According to the time calculation, the results of Lupin's blood sample will be obtained today. The magic light brain will analyze the genetic sequence and deduce the feasibility of changing some genes. The atmosphere is a bit depressing. Unexpectedly, Snape was the first to break the silence. "I've been studying Muggle genetics in depth these days, and it is incredible that they can decipher the mysteries of life so deeply without the help of magic." There was a rare excitement in his tone, even a hint of emotion. This was something Aris had never seen before. He nodded in agreement, with some relief. Indeed, Professor Snape, Muggle research does have its own unique features. This time, we hope to combine magic and science, perhaps to bring some unexpected breakthroughs to the wizarding world. Soon, a familiar buzzing sound came from the center of the room. The continuously operating magic circle suddenly emitted a red light, which then changed to green, from intense at the beginning to gentle and indifferent, and finally 10 magic runes flashed. The results of Lupin's blood analysis gradually emerged, along with the strange light in the center of the magic circle. The ball of light flickered with subtle colors as the magic fluctuated, attracting the attention of the three people. "Look, that's the magic element in the blood and the sequence diagram of the gene." Aris couldn't suppress his excitement. He pointed at the ball of light and said, "Through the deduction of the magic circle, we found several gene fragments that may cause the moon to go out of control, and at the same time evolve a feasible plan to inhibit this gene." "Did it really work?" Lupin's eyes widened in disbelief. This is too magical." His voice trembled. "If these plans work, werewolves will no longer suffer from the full moon, right?" "Maybe, but this is the best outcome." Aris' tone was still a little solemn, because he knows that having a feasible solution does not mean that the problem has been completely solved. Zero request flowers. All I can say is that there is a possibility. And next, they will face many difficulties. Snape was also shocked at this moment. Although he was known for his calmness, he couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect that the combination of magic and science could produce such amazing results. This is really a miracle. Perhaps we have all underestimated the wisdom of Muggles." At this moment, he really began to think, is there really such a big gap between wizards and Muggles? Zero. Except for not being able to use magic, Muggles' abilities are actually no worse than any wizards. In fact, far surpassing many wizards. Perhaps it is time to re-examine the Muggle world that they have never really come into contact with. He thought secretly in his heart. These plans are only theoretical at the moment. Aris looked at Lupin, his tone full of determination and encouragement. "But Professor, we can start trying." "Of course. This requires your cooperation and more time." Lupin nodded solemnly. a long-lost hope flickering in his eyes. "Of course, I will definitely cooperate with you to the fullest." As the discussion deepened, the three people in the room gradually entered the state of the knife. The feasibility plan deduced by Moss was quickly verified and analyzed in depth. In the dead of night, the stone walls of Hogwarts glowed faintly in the moonlight. Aris, Snape, and Lupin sat around an old wooden table with a copy of the magic computer Moss spread out on the table. The several pages of paper that were deduced were densely covered with complex formulas and annotations. So, we combined the magic potion with transfiguration. Aris was the first to break the silence. His eyes stopped at the key description of 343 on the page. In this way, we can make small modifications to the werewolves' genes, making their perception of the full moon blurred. His tone was full of confidence. Snape nodded, his long black robe, sleeves falling down, and he stared intently at several complex symbols. As for the potion, I will conduct a more in-depth analysis. The key is that we must ensure that the preparation of the potion can accurately change the bloodthirsty and violent genes. Professor Snape, I'm leaving this job to you. Aris stood up, walked to the window, and whispered. He then turned to Lupin, but this is not enough. The application of transfiguration must be more precise, which is what I need to further improve. Lupin sat aside. His face looked pale and cautious under the candlelight. Then, I need to be mentally prepared. His voice was a little nervous, but more determined. As long as I can help people who are suffering like me, I'm willing to try. There seemed to be a moment of silence in the room, as if time had stopped and only the sound of one's own heartbeat could be heard. Lupin blinked and looked at his companions. I didn't expect that this cooperation would go so smoothly. Thank you, Guonequo. Thank you, Aris. His eyes were sincere and serious. I'm just interested in this research. Not because of you that I joined. Snape turned his head proudly. Professor Lupin, you don't have to be so polite. Aris smiled. I'm also out of curiosity and the desire to explore the unknown. Okay, stop talking so much. His voice was soft, but full of firm conviction. Next, we need to develop a detailed plan. Snape continued, flicking his wand, and a piece of paper and pen automatically wrote down a list of materials and equipment we need to prepare, as well as a clear timeline for advancement. The three of them studied the paper carefully. Aris wiped the sweat off his forehead with his sleeve and continued. I will be responsible for the improvement of transfiguration. I will start with experimental animals, gradually improve Moss's deduction process, and refine the plan. Snape frowned slightly and rubbed his temple. I have never heard of this kind of potion before. The changes it can cause on a genetic level are extraordinary. I still need to experiment with the formula of the medicine, and the ratio of the materials will take more time to try. This matter will take at least a month, or even longer, but I'll try my best. At that time, we may need your assistance, Lupin, to conduct preliminary reagent tests. Lupin listened attentively, nodding his head from time to time. Okay, then I just need to get ready for the first experiment. There was a smile on his face. The experiment will be very dangerous. If it fails, your genes may mutate to unknown levels. Although we can provide some protection, we still cannot avoid accidents. You must be prepared for this generation. At this time, Aris's somewhat solemn voice sounded. Of course, I've been prepared for this. Lupin smiled and nodded 3.5 times. It's good to have such awareness. Snape glanced at him indifferently. After some discussion, the three of them had a clearer plan for their respective tasks and cooperation steps. At this time, the chirping of nightingales outside the castle seemed to be cheering them on. The three of them did not leave the room of requirement until late at night, and left with their respective tasks. Another great plan that could potentially affect the entire wizarding world has officially begun. The 2 weekends after school starts. Aris has been very busy these days. Not only was he busy with the energy magic circle, Lupin's affairs, and the project he had been researching and perfecting recently, plus the elemental magic class, he was like a spinning top. Didn't stop at all. At this moment, in the room of requirement at Hogwarts, he was busy and concentrating. The laboratory was filled with a faint magical atmosphere. Various exquisite magic devices emitted a faint and mysterious light. The walls were inlaid with flowing magic runes, which reflected the stars on the ceiling like a galaxy. From time to time, a subtle tick-tick sound can be heard in the air, which is a sign of the passage of time and the rhythm of the operation of various complex instruments. Aris suppressed his excitement and moved his fingers lightly and quickly in the air, constantly collecting data in the magic light brain and analyzing some complex formulas and theories. Next to him, there was a brand new magical device, the outline of which had already been completed. His eyes are focused and steady, and his maturity that does not match his age always surprises people. At this time, the translucent crystal ball in the center of the laboratory released a soft light, as warm as the morning light. This represents a breakthrough in the progress of this research. Then, the voice of the magic intelligent computer Moss echoed in the laboratory. The design of the autonomous magic puppet type 1 has been completed and can be put into trial production. Aris showed a hint of surprise on his face, and then quickly responded, "Very good. Start the production process immediately." After saying that, he waved his fingertips lightly. A pleasant humming sound filled the entire laboratory, and all kinds of magical equipment began to work in coordination, as if a factory that had been given life began to work on its own. Each device performs its own function, just like an orderly orchestra playing a gripping piece. One by one, the components slide smoothly along the transparent conveyor belt and take shape in the bright and slightly hazy light. Aris stared at the smooth mechanical dance, silently calculating every fusion and every detail in his mind. He knew very well how important these small puppets were, and they could even be said to be the cornerstone of his future plans. He had been preparing for this project for several months, constantly improving the data and design drawings, until today, with the help of Moss, he finally made a breakthrough. Once the magic puppet is manufactured, it can replace him to complete many basic projects that require a lot of time to do, such as the construction of the array base of the energy-gathering magic array and the array base nodes that need to be built in various parts of the castle. In the future, it can also be used for large-scale construction of teleportation magic arrays and more major projects. 753, with the design concept of magic puppets, has no problem doing those tasks that do not require much technical content and can be executed according to the drawings. Aris only needs to control the core operating structure of the magic circle and the energy settings of each node. These are the souls of the magic circle. As for building the body, it can be completely handed over to the magic puppet. Of course, the prerequisite is that the magic puppet can complete the final test and reach his intelligence and spellcasting standards. If it is finally completed, it will become a terrifying infrastructure team. Aris can put aside most things and concentrate on studying more important projects. Magic parts processing completion rate, 80%. Half an hour later, Moss's reminder sounded again. When the final forms of each component were fully presented, Aris' eyes were already shining brightly. Soon, as the parts continued to merge and assemble, a scene like a science fiction movie appeared. A combination of magical technology and magic, a lifelike small puppet stood in front of him. "Magic Puppet Type 1 reports to you, Master," a mechanical voice sounded. "Assembly completed." Aris suppressed his inner excitement and immediately took action. It's time to test their performance. He picked up a crystal-clear magic crystal and put it into the body of the puppet in the front. These puppets need to be driven by magic crystals, and they do not have the ability to absorb free energy from the outside world. Of course, these can be improved later, but they still need a lot of you, and the magic puppet's ability to cast spells will also absorb the energy of the magic crystal. After receiving Aris's order, the puppet, although small, immediately became active like a loyal guard, making a low hum when it started. Aris raised the corner of his mouth, feeling the subtle fluctuations of magic in the air, and passed a simple spell-casting command to the small puppets, instructing them to cast a slight magic halo. The moment the order is given, the puppet responds quickly. A small ball of light lit up above its head, like stars lighting up the dark night. "Good response speed," Aris said softly, with a hint of satisfaction in his tone. The instructions were also received clearly. It's just that the efficiency of magic energy conversion is still a little flawed. The joints are a little stiff and need further improvement. The spellcasting ability is quite good, a little unexpected, Aris muttered to himself, constantly testing the performance of the magic puppet and quickly recording it for later improvement. After a long while, he let out a breath and a smile appeared on his face. Not bad, not perfect, but a good start. Aris looked at the puppet in front of him, as if he was looking at the future of his own group. Once these puppets reach a certain scale, they can be put into large quantities for infrastructure production of some projects. As long as there are enough magic crystals to drive it, he can create a group of tireless and real infrastructure maniacs. With these little guys, the rise of magic technology is just around the corner. Thinking of that scene, Aris was so excited that he even wanted to laugh out loud. But he held back. It's not time to relax yet. Aris did not leave the laboratory that day. Has been testing and adjusting the magic puppet type 1. In the evening, Luna opened the door of the room of requirement. What greeted her was not only a strong magical atmosphere, but also a slight smell of motor oil and a dazzling magical light. She blinked her eyes, and the scene in front of her made her open her mouth slightly in surprise. In the center of the laboratory, Rhys was busy. He was surrounded by a circle of brand new magic puppets, the small mechanical creatures emitting a faint halo under the bright light. Each one was doing their own tasks. Some were carefully adjusting their fingertips, and some were cooperating with each other to perform complex interactive movements under Aris's command, as if they had their own lives. Aris hardly noticed Luna's arrival. He stared at the little guys intently, muttering softly from time to time, as if he thought of some key points and then quickly recorded them. After a while, he waved his hands quickly and cast spells. He used his nimble hands to adjust every detail of the magic puppets, occasionally chuckling with satisfaction, seeming to be very satisfied with their performance. Finally, after the last instruction was given, Aris put down the wand in his hand and admired these busy little things with satisfaction. "Autonomous action ability test, start," he announced, then stepped back to see if they could function according to their programming. Surprisingly, these magic puppets actually acted autonomously, performing everything from the simplest movements to complex task collaboration in an orderly manner. It was as if the puppets on the beach were suddenly endowed with a touch of tireless wisdom, making them come alive among the sand. "It's amazing," Luna couldn't help but exclaim softly. Aris turned around when he heard the voice and saw Luna. A smile immediately appeared on his face. "Luna, you're here. Isn't that cool? This result is beyond my imagination." His eyes were shining with excitement that could not be concealed. Or rather, I didn't expect them to be made so quickly. This is all thanks to Moss. It helped me a lot. It's my honor to serve the master. Moss turned into an elf and playfully sat on Aris's shoulder. He spoke with a hint of pride on his face. "Moss is awesome," Luna also praised without reservation. Then she walked closer and carefully observed these little mechanical friends, her tone full of surprise. "I have never seen such a magical little creature, like a teddy bear under a spell, but those creatures can only cause destruction and are not as smart as this one, and they can even cast a spell. It would be great if these magic puppets could be your helpers." She raised her head, her eyes sparkling, and looked at Aris. "Yes, they are like countless small craftsmen, obeying the orders given by their masters, which can greatly speed up their work efficiency." Aris explained, his tone full of confidence and pride. This invention really made him very satisfied. It was a breakthrough for his plan, Luna smiled and looked at Aris with a hint of admiration. "Brother is always the best in Luna's heart." She chuckled, but then her face turned serious. "But brother, no matter how busy you are, you have to take a rest. You even forgot about lunch, right?" As she spoke, she conjured up a pile of food like a magic trick. "Oh, I really forgot to eat." Aris' stomach suddenly growled, and then he realized that he had been concentrating on the experiment all day. Then he ate heartily, muttering, "Don't worry, once this phase is over, I'll have some free time." With the help of the magic puppet, all Song needs to do is control the overall situation. Naturally, there will be plenty of time left. If brother needs help, Luna can also help. Luna said in a low voice, but then seemed to think of something and pouted in disappointment. She naturally knew that with her current abilities, she could only do so much to help Aris. Aris seemed to sense her unhappiness. A smile appeared on his face, and he consoled her. "You have helped a lot. Otherwise my stomach would be flat from hunger, and I might even pass out from hunger." Listen to Aris's comfort. Luna didn't say anything else, just watched Aris eat quietly. A smile appeared unconsciously on her face, gentle and charming. Auditorium, breakfast time. Some students who got up early were gathering together for dinner. Hermione, Harry, and Ronald were sitting at a long table, talking to Aris. "There will be another divination class soon. I feel so bored," Hermione complained while chewing her bread. "Professor Trelawney always uses that mysterious tone, trying to scare us." "I know what you mean," Harry agreed. "I always feel like if she doesn't scare people, she won't go to class." "Right. He's been trying to predict what disaster might happen to us." Ronald smiled and shrugged, nodding his head in agreement. "I almost fell asleep during class." "Is it really that exaggerated?" Aris listened to their complaints and smiled. "If you don't like it, just don't go." "But I won't get any credits this way," Hermione said helplessly. Aris blinked and said half-jokingly, "Don't worry about the credits. I can give you more for the elemental magic class." Hermione smiled a rare smile. "Verbal promises don't count." Aris spread his hands. "Don't worry, I'll keep my word." "I'm curious, Hermione, how many courses you have chosen?" Ronald looked a little doubtful. Then he and Harry looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. "I'm afraid it's impossible this school year. We can't drop the courses we've chosen. Otherwise, Professor McGonagall will definitely make us fail JK. Then you'll just have to endure it." Aris shrugged. "Aris, are you really willing to give me extra credits?" At this time, Hermione was still asking in a low voice. "Of course, as a professor, I still have this right." Aris adjusted his collar in a serious manner. This action immediately caused Hermione to chuckle. This breakfast became a lot more enjoyable. Not far away, the candles on the ceiling swayed gently, as if responding to their conversation. After a pleasant breakfast, Aris decided to go to the divination class that caused dissatisfaction with Hermione together. "I'm still somewhat curious about Professor Trelawney. In fact, her ability to predict is not completely useless," Aris said to Hermione as they walked. "Sometimes there are unexpected rewards." Hermione shrugged. "I hope she can teach something practical in this class instead of the nonsense she talked about before." Walking into the divination classroom, the air was filled with the heavy smell of spices. Professor Trelawney sat behind his desk, looking mysterious and unpredictable. In fact, to put it bluntly, he looks like a charlatan. Aris noticed that the professor's eyes seemed a little erratic, which made him think of some settings in the original book. Professor Trelawney actually has a talent for divination, but her talent does not seem to be well controlled. 0 request flowers. When her vision was truly opened, the things she predicted were still very accurate. And it is worth mentioning that his family all have the gift of prophecy. This ability cannot be truly acquired through learning. Therefore, there is actually not much significance in choosing this course. Aris thinks so. "Welcome, children," Professor Trelawney said slowly, her voice as mysterious as smoke and mirrors. "Today, we will explore the deep foresight of the heart and learn a very effective divination method, tea leaf interpretation. Point 0. First, how about you pick up the teacup in front of you and make a cup of tea?" Following Trelawney's explanation, the little wizards began to take action and made tea according to her requirements. Hermione seemed a little impatient with Professor Trelawney's half-hearted explanation, and she looked at the teacup on the table helplessly. This method of divination is too absurd. Aris smiled and whispered, "It's nice to have an experience, right? And at least we have tea to drink." As he spoke, Aris drank the tea he had just brewed. Seeing this scene, Hermione just found it a little funny. At this time, all the little wizards had left tea dregs in the cups, as Professor Trelawney requested. Start trying to analyze the information revealed in the tea dregs. It's getting more and more outrageous. Hermione put the quilt aside helplessly, with obvious impatience on her face. Actually, I find it quite interesting. Look at Ronald. Aris chuckled and nodded at Ronald. At this time, Ronald was trying to analyze Harry's teacup at the suggestion of Professor Trelawney. Before Aris finished speaking, Professor Trelawney's voice suddenly became sharp, and she said excitedly, "Oh my God, this is ominous, child. Your future is full of ominousness and extreme danger." When the class heard these 420 words, there was an uproar. Hermione rolled her eyes and said to Aris in a low voice, "See, she's always scaremongering like this." Aris shook his head slightly, with a bit of helplessness and a hint of barely perceptible curiosity, and carefully observed Harry's teacup. The messy tea leaves in the cup did not seem to be as threatening as he understood. However, according to the setting and plot of the original book, this statement is not wrong. He joked, "Maybe she's right this time, who knows?" Professor Trelawney gave Harry some mysterious instructions, and then continued to check the other students' teacups with lingering fear. At this moment, her eyes unexpectedly fell on Aris, and then her expression instantly became stunned and full of fear. "You, Aris, your future. Why is it like this?" Her voice trembled, as if she had seen something incredible with her own eyes. Aris was curious and raised his eyebrows slightly. "What do you mean?" Professor Trelawney stared at his teacup, his tone revealing panic. "It's all chaos. I can't see anything. No, it's not just that. It seems like there's a force, a powerful force, extremely dangerous." The atmosphere in the classroom froze for a moment. The students stopped whispering, leaving only Professor Trelawney's eyes gradually becoming dull. Did she actually open her vision at this moment? Although Aris was surprised, he remained calm on the surface. The Great Revolution will usher in a subversive disaster. Greedy people will never learn to cherish. I saw it, the future that will shock the world. I saw it, screaming, suffering, everything will return to the starting point. Trelawney's body suddenly trembled slightly. It's like being possessed by a ghost. Then, after a tremor, his eyes gradually returned to normal. "Well, what's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that?" After recovering, Trelawney turned around and looked at the little wizards who were looking at him. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Hermione also frowned, and then subconsciously looked at Aris. The situation just now was obviously not normal. Is this the vision opening that Aris mentioned? Aris murmured softly, thinking quietly. Did she really see something? A devastating disaster? Back to the starting point? What does it represent? His brows furrowed slightly. But at this moment, countless images suddenly flashed through his mind. The next second, his pupils turned silver white, which lasted for several seconds. But no one noticed all this. Only Hermione, who was paying attention to Aris, noticed something was wrong and gently pushed his elbow, trying to ease the increasingly tense atmosphere. "Aris, what's wrong with you? You don't have to take the professor's words to heart. She has always been like this." At this time, Aris had come back to his senses. The prophetic state is also slowly fading. 5.1. Finally, the eyes returned to their original color. He smiled at Hermione and said softly, "It's okay. I just suddenly had some ideas." With the end of Trelawney's prophecy, the classroom was filled with bustling conversations again, with students discussing one after another. Most of the topics revolved around Trelawney's prophecy. Many people actually believed it, and looked at Harry and Aris with a hint of sympathy. This class ended in this weird atmosphere. The bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class, and Aris slowly put away the books on the table. Hermione frowned slightly, moved next to him, and asked carefully, "Aris, are you really okay just now? You look a little bit off." Her voice was very soft, in stark contrast to the noise of the students around her. Aris raised his head and gave her a faint smile. "It's really okay, Hermione. I just saw some things that haven't happened yet, and those things might be a little troublesome. His vision seemed to be activated by Professor Triuni, and then he saw some fragmentary fragments, some images about the future, combined with the prophecy of the 011th year. He probably saw the whole process of how things developed. However, this process is somewhat frustrating, or rather, it is the inevitable obstacles brought about by change and reform, and Aris had already thought that there would be such a day. He paused for a moment and casually stuffed the textbook in his hand into the space folding bag. Hermione looked at him doubtfully, knowing in her heart that what Aris said was not entirely true. But she knew Aris always had his own pace and didn't want to force it. He always seems to be in control of everything, and can even foresee the future that others cannot see or think of. She felt that if even Aris couldn't solve the problem, if it were her, it would be even more impossible to be quiet. In order to avoid making the atmosphere dull, Hermione suddenly had an idea and changed the subject. Do you think Professor Trelawney's prediction is credible? Many people are speculating. Aris spread his hands, not taking it seriously. Prediction is sometimes like a weather forecast. If it's right, everyone is happy. If it's wrong, no one will blame you. Hermione couldn't help laughing. Your metaphor is really vivid. In fact, sometimes I really admire you for being able to do so much research on magic. I always feel that your understanding of magic far exceeds that of students of our age, and even most professors. There was a hint of curiosity and anticipation in her tone, and she seemed a little nervous. Aris was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect Hermione to suddenly say these words. Is this considered a confession? At least it's an expression of affection. This little girl seems to have really grown up. However, the little witch, who was 14 or 15 years old, had indeed reached the period of puberty. That's normal. He shook his head, relaxed for a rare moment, and spoke in a gentle tone. Perhaps this is my mission in this world. His answer was a little vague. Hermione didn't quite understand. But for some reason, looking at Aris at this moment, her heart began to beat rapidly. The boy seemed to have a fatal attraction that made her unable to look away. After leaving the classroom, the two walked slowly in the corridor outside the classroom. From time to time, classmates passed by and exchanged gossip and rumors with each other. Seeing that the atmosphere had improved, Hermione continued curiously. Speaking of which, what does the return to the starting point mentioned in Professor Trelawney's prophecy mean? It seems to have a very philosophical meaning. Aris thought for a moment, as if he was organizing his thoughts. It's actually very easy to understand. Everything has returned to square one, and all the work we have done has been in vain. He said what you're doing will fail. Hermione stared, then frowned subconsciously. Anyway, I've never seen you fail at anything, so she must be wrong. I believe you, Aris. Hermione's eyes sparkled as she looked at the boy and smiled. Thank you. Aris also smiled. There was a deep light in his eyes. He had already seen that future, and to be honest, it was indeed a bit troublesome, but it is still within a controllable range. Obviously, in some cases, prophecy does not represent reality. Aris also has that confidence. At lunchtime, the two came to the auditorium, walking through the crowd, looking for a seat. Hermione enjoyed this feeling very much and was in a very good mood. The Great Hall of Hogwarts was as bustling as usual. Students came to have lunch one after another on both sides of the long table. The magical ceiling above showed a vast expanse of emptiness, and the entire auditorium was illuminated with bright light. Aris and Hermione found a corner and sat down, surrounded by the aroma of roasted pumpkin and the sweet smell of honey. Hermione poked the roasted pumpkin on the plate with a fork, her eyes never leaving Aris. Her curiosity and her concern for her friend made her ask, "Have you been particularly busy lately? If you need any help, just let me know. I will do my best." Aris put down the fork in his hand, a thoughtful look on his face. "To be honest, there is something you might be able to help with." He smiled slightly. "I've been researching some magic puppets recently, and these little guys still need some adjustment. I thought you might like them, and maybe give me some advice." Hermione's eyes lit up instantly, as if flames of excitement were dancing in her eyes. "Really? Then I must see it. She couldn't wait to say it. The two quickly finished their lunch in a pleasant atmosphere, and then Hermione almost excitedly pulled Aris towards the laboratory of the Room of Requirement. Along the way, her steps were so fast that Aris could hardly keep up. He was really curious about what the magic puppet Aris mentioned looked like and what surprising functions it had. "I can't wait to see what you're making," Hermione said excitedly while walking quickly. When they arrived at the laboratory, Hermione opened the door and stopped in surprise. The scene before her eyes was like a whole new world opening up. Several small magic puppets were moving flexibly on the ground like a group of naughty puppies, and one of them was even trying to climb onto the back of another one. Their movements are natural and smooth, as if they have a life of their own. "This is incredible," Hermione said, half in amazement and half in cheers. "This is like something that would only appear in the future science fiction world." Aris stood aside with a bit of pride and satisfaction on his face. "They're just basic models right now, and there's a lot of room for improvement," he said. "How can I help you?" Hermione's eyes sparkled with a dual passion for knowledge and action. Aris nodded. "I hope you can help me adjust their coordination, especially their responsiveness when executing more complex commands." Hermione nodded quickly, watching the little puppets tottering around her feet, her eyes full of affection and curiosity. The attention has already been attracted. She even squatted down and teased the magic puppets like she was teasing a puppy. And surprisingly, the little things didn't really respond. It's like the owner's own intelligence, very incredible to play. These little guys are simply a miracle. Zhao Noheo. Aris, you know what? You are definitely a genius. I really admire you so much. Hermione's eyes were full of light, and she looked at the boy with an indescribable longing. "As long as you like it, I think it must be a very wise decision to invite you to help." Aris smiled gently, with a hint of doting in his eyes. Seeing the girl smile, he felt inexplicably happy. It seems that even the air has become fresh and sweet. In the following period, Aris's several projects are progressing steadily. Hermione was also very interested in testing the magic puppet, and of course Luna also joined in. The Centaur tribe really sent over the second batch of magic circle construction materials in the following 2 days. The Ministry of Magic is also preparing the corresponding materials and will send them over as soon as they are ready. What surprised Aris was that there was good news from Nick Flamel, telling Aris that he had several rare materials and could provide them for free if Aris needed them. Everything is moving in the right direction. Aris focused his energy on the research of werewolf gene sequences because there was not much time left until the next full moon, and he needed 093 to complete the first phase of the research quickly. "We will try to conduct the first test before the next full moon." Snape would often come to inquire about his progress, but most of the time, his main purpose was to discuss with him the selection and proportion of materials for the werewolf inhibitor. Of course, Aris would not expose him, but instead provided help to the best of her ability. After all, they are a team now. This day, the morning sun shone through the tall windows of the Hogwarts Great Hall onto the long dining table. The little wizards gathered in 2s and 3s to enjoy breakfast. The air was filled with the aroma of fresh pumpkin juice and baked bread. Owls flew over the hall from time to time, delivering packages and diligently performing their official duties. An owl flew over Seamus's head and dropped a copy of the latest Daily Prophet. After Simo got the newspaper, he started reading it immediately. The content of the front page headline made his eyes slightly fixed, and then he spoke subconsciously. "Look, new news. The fugitive Sirius Black appeared in Dufftown. It seems that he is not far from the school. It's very close. Why hasn't he been caught yet?" The crowd immediately gathered around, looking at the face in the newspaper that looked extremely vicious, and fear appeared on their faces. "It's really strange. What on earth is the Ministry of Magic doing? It's been so long, and they haven't brought him back yet." A 5th-grade Hufflepuff boy said this nonchalantly while chewing bacon, as if he was talking about yesterday's weather. "He's a ruthless character. It's not that easy to catch him. It's probably difficult to catch him." As more and more discussions were heard, the atmosphere in the entire auditorium suddenly became a little tense. Aris sat at the Ravenclaw table, his face calm. He sipped his pumpkin juice and glanced at the newspaper. He thought to himself, Sirius might have already planned how to enter the castle. After all, it's been nearly a month since school started, and he should be getting impatient. Harry, who was sitting next to Aris, seemed a little nervous. He tore the bread in his hand unconsciously and seemed a little absent-minded. I always feel that he will come here sooner or later. Harry stared at the photo in the newspaper, his eyes a little vague and his brows slightly furrowed. Ronald swallowed a piece of sausage in his mouth, patted Harry's shoulder, and tried to comfort him in a relaxed tone. Don't worry, Hogwarts has Dumbledore, as well as the password and the lady guarding the door. It's not easy for Sirius to get in. Harry just nodded, obviously not completely convinced. He turned to Aris and asked in a low voice, Aris, I've been dreaming about big black dogs more and more recently. Does this mean something? Aris put down the cup in his hand, his eyes soft and profound. Perhaps, Harry, this means that you are getting closer to the truth. His words were meaningful, but he did not elaborate further. Harry frowned and looked at Aris with confusion as he smiled mysteriously. I was a little confused, and my heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat's claws. Hello, everyone. Just when Aris wanted to ask further, Hermione's voice suddenly came. Everyone's eyes immediately looked over there. I saw that she was obviously different today than usual. She had a smile on her face, and even her steps seemed very brisk. And beside her was a lifelike magic puppet. The magic puppet followed Hermione like a puppy. Every step it took was as agile as a real puppy. Its tail swung gently, and its ears twitched from time to time. It looked very cute. There was a sudden cry of surprise in the auditorium, and curious eyes kept looking over. Wow, is that a robot puppy? I don't think it looks like one, but its movements are very similar. How amazing! A moving mechanical puppet. Where did this come from? So cute, I want to... The little wizards gathered around, all with surprise and desire on their faces, and they were all stunned. Some people even stepped forward excitedly, wanting to observe and touch the magic puppet up close. However, the magic puppet evaded and bypassed it swiftly. This caused everyone to laugh. Hermione walked towards Aris and the others with a smile on her face. Aris shrugged and said helplessly, Hermione, isn't the noise a bit too loud? Not at all. Hermione responded seriously. This is a necessary process to test the performance of the magic puppet and allow it to adapt to changes in different occasions. Harry and Ronald both looked at Hermione and the puppy puppet with wide eyes, full of curiosity. Ronald was the first to ask, Hermione, how did you do that? Hermione didn't answer immediately, but glanced at Aris. The two of them looked at each other for a second, and then Hermione whispered, This is Aris's new idea. It is said that this is a prototype of a magic puppet specially designed for building magic circles, and it can be used to complete a lot of tasks. Right, Aris? Hermione winked at Aris. Yeah. Aris nodded helplessly. This is so cool. Ronald was amazed. Aris, is there anything you can't do? Then, he continued to ask with expectation, Can we have one like this, too? Aris smiled and said mysteriously, I'm sorry, not for now. This little guy is very precious. It's not a toy as you think. It has a very important role. 0 request flowers, 01390510 Philu 000351481. Harry couldn't hide his excitement either. His eyes sparkled. He leaned closer to Aris and whispered, So what is the relationship between these puppet prototypes and the energy-gathering magic circle? Of course, with these little guys, the speed of building the energy-gathering magic circle can be greatly improved. However, the magic puppet is still in the experimental stage and needs to be continuously improved. This process will take some time. Aris explained. Hermione took the opportunity to add, With the help of these little guys, Aris will be much more relaxed in the future. Just as the discussion was heated, the magic puppet suddenly made a mechanical voice. Puppet Type 1. Question to the Master. The little guy bowed towards Aris in a naive manner and saluted. This scene immediately aroused envy from everyone in the auditorium. At the same time, it caused everyone to laugh again. All kinds of surprised and eager eyes turned towards Aris. There was admiration in his eyes. This boy brought them so many surprises. It's simply amazing. Aris stayed in the laboratory all morning. Various research is being conducted to unravel the deep secrets of werewolf genetic sequences. Try to find something that can change the flaw of fearing the full moon in this sequence. At noon, the door of the laboratory opened. When Hermione walked into the laboratory, Aris was concentrating on adjusting an experimental device, his eyes fixed on the dimly lit screen. The cold white light from the laboratory sprinkled on his desk, adding a sense of mystery. 677. When Aris looked up, Hermione was excitedly sharing her experience in the defense against the dark arts class. That boggart was so stupid. Hermione smiled and shook her head, her eyes sparkling with amusement. It gets confused when there are too many people around, and it completely loses its direction. Aris smiled at her, sensing the irrepressible joy in Hermione. It sounds like you all had a lot of fun. Yeah, it's really fun. Today, Hermione tied her hair up, revealing her slender neck and smooth, delicate skin, which was pleasing to the eye. At that moment, her face looked particularly soft under the light, her brown curly hair dancing on her shoulders, her eyes bright and focused. There was a unique kind of beauty in it, which made Aris stunned for a moment. It's so beautiful. Let me tell you, Professor Lupin is great. Aris quickly realized his own gaffe, turned his head, and returned his attention to the lab bench. Hermione noticed this and couldn't help but let a smile appear on her face. I feel happier now. The two chatted casually and began to talk about how boggart affects people's hearts through fear, as well as the interesting incidents they encountered in class. Unconsciously, Hermione's eyes were attracted by the images projected by the desktop intelligent magic brain moss, as well as the pile of messy documents on the desktop and the deconstruction diagrams displayed on the experimental instruments, all of which seemed very mysterious. Aris, what are you doing? She asked curiously, her eyes sparkling with inquiry. Aris smiled slightly, turned his gaze to the experimental equipment, and spoke without hiding anything. I'm working on a new project. Actually, it's about werewolves. He carefully considered his words, trying to downplay them. Werewolf research. Hermione's curiosity was instantly aroused, and her eyes were eager. What exactly is it? Aris knew that he couldn't reveal too much, especially Lupin's identity, so he simply explained. I'm studying the genetic sequence of werewolves, trying to analyze the genetic differences between magical creatures and normal creatures. Of course, it's just out of academic curiosity. He deliberately glossed over it, trying to make Hermione understand, but not to the point of suspicion. Hermione was obviously more curious. That sounds complicated. How did you come up with the idea of studying werewolves? She folded her arms, tilted her head slightly, and a thoughtful look appeared on her face. Well, because werewolves are special, shape-shifting creatures. Their genetic mutations may bring new insights to the study of magic. Aris was slightly satisfied with his explanation and added, besides, understanding the characteristics of more different organisms is very helpful for my current project. Hermione's eyes became more focused, and it was obvious that her inner academic genius had been activated. But after reading for a long time, she shook her head in frustration. It was obvious that her current knowledge was not enough to understand these things. This was really too difficult for her. This is amazing, Aris. I never thought that I could study magical creatures from a genetic perspective. She could only exclaim in admiration, but there was a hint of disappointment in her tone. Aris smiled slightly, keenly aware of the change in Hermione's mood, and said with a smile, Maybe one day you can join me in research. He joked lightheartedly. Hermione chuckled, and her mood suddenly improved, with excitement flashing in her eyes. If there is such a day, I will definitely do my best to help. The laughter of the two echoed in the laboratory, and the cold white light seemed to add a layer of warm halo at this moment. Next hour, Hermione stayed in the laboratory for a while, diligently testing several performance tests of the magic puppet. Those puppets seemed to have their own consciousness. They moved around the laboratory, skillfully avoiding obstacles while executing various complex commands, which made Hermione stare at them. "These things are amazing," she couldn't help but say. "Well, this is just the beginning. As the adjustments are completed, they will become more and more capable, and eventually they will be able to communicate and interact with us without any obstacles, and complete the complex instructions we give them." Aris replied with a smile. "That's really exciting." Hermione checked the time and realized she had to leave. "I have classes in the afternoon," she said regretfully. "I'll come back in the evening?" "Of course, you're welcome anytime." Aris smiled gently. Just as Hermione was about to leave, Professor Snape pushed the door open, followed closely by Professor Lupin in a hurry. Seeing the two professors appear at the same time, Hermione was slightly stunned, but she reacted quickly. After saying hello to the two professors and goodbye to Aris, he walked out of the laboratory. What made her a little strange was why the two professors went to find Aris at this time. A little doubt was kept in my heart. Snape ignored Hermione, and Lupin also greeted her. Then, Snape looked at the magic puppet still moving in the laboratory with a scrutinizing gaze. His face had the typical Snape-style pretended disinterest, but there was a hint of curiosity in the corner of his eyes that he couldn't completely hide. "Professor Shafik, can we start now?" Snape spoke in his usual low and aggressive tone. "First test, are you ready? Is your potion ready?" Aris was a little surprised. He didn't expect Snape to be so fast. He actually developed a new version of the Wolfsbane inhibitor. "It's ready." Theoretically, this potion can completely cure the genetic defect of werewolves being afraid of the full moon, but the specific effect is still uncertain. We need Lupin's cooperation to conduct experiments to verify it. Lupin seemed a little nervous and looked at Aris, as if hoping to get some comfort from him. Aris noticed his emotions and tried to speak in a relaxed tone. "Regarding the Wolfsbane inhibitor, we can actually do some simulations first, and then see if it is necessary to conduct human experiments." "Deduction?" Snape asked with a raised eyebrow, clearly skeptical of Aris' suggestion. "Yes, we can test the effect of the drug in the werewolf through simulation. This can help us discover potential problems in advance without having to conduct more risky human experiments first," Aris explained firmly. Lupin seemed relieved by the offer, and he couldn't help but give Aris a grateful smile. After all, if possible, he really didn't want to be a test subject, especially experimental products without any safety guarantees. "That sounds like a good idea. At least we can see the effect of the drug." Snape was silent for a while, as if thinking, "But can it really be done? That should be no problem." Aris nodded affirmatively. Finally, Snape nodded. Although his expression was serious, his eyes were much more relaxed. Obviously, he was under a lot of pressure. "Okay, we'll do as you suggest. Aris, you can start preparing those simulations." "I'll start preparing right away." Afterwards, the three began to confirm in detail the steps and materials needed for this series of simulation experiments. The atmosphere in the laboratory gradually became heated as they discussed. Time passed little by little, and soon several hours had passed. After an afternoon of discussion and research, Alex developed a series of prerequisites and magical results. The magic-intelligent brain officially began to simulate and deduce the effects of the blue poison potion. Aris and the other two nervously looked at the implementation results projected on a magic circle. As the progress bar jumped, rays of light lit up and various complex magic formulas kept jumping on the screen. Then a completely new gene sequence was gradually constructed, which was gradually perfected after several collapses. The result is a genetic arrangement that is not perfect, but not stable either. Is this a success? Snape's eyes lit up. He was even more concerned about the results of the Wolfsbane potion than Aris and Lupin, because he worked hard to develop this medicine after nearly half a month of continuous improvement and analysis, and he poured in a lot of effort. If he succeeds, he will achieve even greater fame in the field of potions. With this potion, he may become a true top potion master and be known by the entire wizarding world. Finally become famous. It looks like the result is pretty good. Alice nodded slightly, with a thoughtful look in her eyes. The result of this medicine was beyond his expectations and was considered the best result. But there are still some key steps missing. The stability of the gene sequence is only the most basic requirement. If men want to completely get rid of the pain of the full moon night, this gene sequence must become more perfect. In simple terms, there must be more certainty. And this step needs to be completed by him. And then it is time to test his achievements during this period. What needs to happen next? Lupin asked nervously. It only takes one spell, and if it works, we could do the real test. Aris spoke in a deep voice. Afterwards, he input another magic formula into the magic brain and started the program to continue the deduction. The light came on, and the gene sequence that had already stabilized was reconstructed and reorganized again, eventually emitting rays of light. At this moment, the laboratory was extremely quiet. The three of them stared at the projected image with caution and excitement in their eyes, waiting for the final result. A moment later, the magic intelligent brain Moss issued a prompt, and the voice rang out in the laboratory. The deduction is complete. The stability of the gene sequence after recombination is 99%. The recombined gene sequence is close to perfection. The deduction result is good. As Moss's voice sounded, Aris finally showed a satisfied smile on his face. Snape and Lupin also looked at Aris with excitement on their faces. It worked. Aris nodded slightly to the two of them, and then his expression became serious. The next step is the formal experiment. In 2 days, it will be a full moon night. That will be the time to truly test our achievements. You two wait and see. Hearing this, Snape and Lupin's eyes became serious, and they nodded. Hope everything goes well. Lupin prayed quietly. Snape said nothing, turned, and left the laboratory. He needed to do more preparation of the spoon. Based on the verification results just now, the wolfsbane inhibitor was further optimized. Next, we will see the experimental results in 2 days. If it succeeds, everyone will be happy. If they fail, there will still be a long way to go, and even Lupin may encounter an accident. Don't worry, it's okay. Aris gave Lupin a firm look and smiled. Lupin nodded and looked at the results of the magic brain's deduction again, with hope in his eyes. The day after tomorrow will be a turning point in his life, and he can't remain calm. FO. 2 days later, on a full moon night, the moon gradually rose, and its silver light sprinkled on the eaves of Hogwarts. After 2 days of preparation, the laboratory looked like a simple cage, and a tense and serious atmosphere filled the air. Aris checked the experimental equipment one last time to make sure everything was going according to plan. He stood outside the cage, frowning as he watched Lupin's condition. Snape stared at the bottle of wolfsbane inhibitor in his hand. The purple liquid in the bottle glowed slightly in the moonlight. No matter what, we will be here with you. It will be okay. Aris said to Lupin, his tone full of encouragement and concern. Lupin took a deep breath, nodded, and took the potion handed to him by Snape. His hands were shaking slightly, and it was obvious that he could not conceal his uneasiness. Remember, if something uncontrollable happens, we will intervene immediately. Snape's voice was as cold as ever, but at this moment, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Lupin smiled bitterly, as if trying to ease the tense atmosphere. I hope this isn't the last time I see you. Merlin bless you. Then he drank the potion in one gulp. Aris watched him from outside the cage, silently hoping that the potion would work and at least allow Lupin to remain conscious. At this time, the moonlight gradually increased, shining into the laboratory through the window and directly onto Lupin. He looked up at the full moon outside the window and began to feel uneasy. His breathing became heavier, his pupils shrank slightly, and changes began to appear. The muscle lines on his face and body also changed noticeably. Aris and Snape watched from outside, feeling as if time had stopped and was passing slowly. After a moment, Lupin's body had completely transformed into a werewolf and became stiff. He suddenly let out a wolf howl, and his eyes gradually became ferocious and flashed with a cold light. Oops, just looking at the wolfsbane inhibitors can't completely suppress the brutal factors in the gene sequence. Snape's expression tightened. Gene recombination. At this moment, Aris suddenly drew out his magic wand. A green light shot into Lupin's body, and a powerful magical wave emerged. A surge of magical power suddenly surged in the laboratory, causing all objects to tremble slightly. Afterwards, Air's eyes, which had originally become ferocious, gradually calmed down. Eventually, the clearness was restored again. "How do you feel?" Aris asked quickly, his tone serious. He could clearly feel that Lupin's violent aura was weakening at this time. This was good news. It's okay. I feel like I can control it. It's a wonderful feeling. There has never been a time like this before. He struggled to say through a trembling voice, "I am still me." In the past, after taking the wolf poison potion, although it could temporarily suppress the violent tendencies of the werewolf after transformation, it still made it impossible to maintain consciousness. At most, it would turn into a docile werewolf, but now it is different. Lupin still has his own consciousness. Snape and Aerys both breathed a sigh of relief, and smiles appeared on their faces. The solemn expression on Snape's face even loosened a little. He looked at Aerys, with a complicated look in his eyes. Obviously, from what happened just now, the new blue poison inhibitor he developed cannot completely solve Lupin's problem. The key lies in the spell. Snape didn't know when Aerys developed this spell, but the terrifying fluctuations of magic power when the spell was cast made even him secretly frightened. That is definitely a very difficult high-level spell, even comparable to some ultimate spells. This spell perfectly neutralized the defects of the blue poison inhibitor, making Lupin's genetic sequence truly perfect and stable. It seems that our research results are useful. So far, all the results are as expected. Aris gave Lupin an encouraging smile, but he knew that he couldn't let his guard down and needed to be vigilant at all times just in case. Snape also whispered, "This is just the beginning. We need to continue to observe the effects of the potion. Besides, that spell of yours is pretty good." He rarely uttered an exclamation of praise. Although he didn't look at Aris when he said it, he could still feel the value of this compliment. Aris smiled and didn't react much, but continued to Lupin. "Feel the changes in your body carefully. If this situation can be maintained, there should be no problem." Lupin nodded to show his understanding. He knew that it was just the beginning, and he could only maintain his consciousness after the full moon completely passed. That's the real success. "At least, it's a good start, isn't it?" he said softly, with a hint of excitement in his voice that was hard to conceal. Time passed by every second. The tense atmosphere in the laboratory finally relaxed a little. Aris and Snape looked at each other and understood what was going on. From now on, the results of this experiment should be considered a success. The combination of the werewolf inhibitor and the gene recombination spell was working far better than they had imagined. Even exceeded expectations. Then the next thing is relatively simple. Just extract Lupin's current physical data and then analyze it again. Find out the directions that can be further optimized and improve the wolfsbane inhibitor. Then, if we find a way to add the genetic recombination spell to the wolf poison potion, we can perfectly create a potion that can completely suppress the werewolf's loss of control after transformation. This is absolutely an impossible feat for the entire wizarding world. It is also the rebirth of a werewolf. Werewolves who take the new wolfsbane inhibitor will no longer be dangerous and will be able to integrate normally into the witch world and even into humans. Zero requesting flowers. The moon is fading. Aris glanced out the window and saw that the full moon had gradually shifted and turned into a crescent moon, moving away from the full moon. And Lupin's condition remains normal. Success. At this moment, Lupin was still a little dazed, and his eyes were filled with confusion as if he couldn't believe it. Snape's eyes lit up, and he nodded slightly, as if he was relieved, and said, "It worked. We did it." The three of them looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. At this moment, many days of hard work paid off. They created a miracle. The wizarding world is about to undergo another transformation, and werewolves will no longer be synonymous with danger. No longer be afraid of people. The world's impression of werewolves will change with the emergence of new wolfsbane inhibitors. Perhaps in a few years or decades, people will completely forget the danger of werewolves. The werewolves' loss of control will be described by future wizards as a minor cold-like illness that can be easily solved. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, sunlight shines through the tall windows onto the ground, giving this ancient and wise room a warm hue. Aris gently put down the werewolf inhibitor in his hand, and everyone in the room had a satisfied smile on their face. It was an exciting morning, and they succeeded. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his blue eyes staring at Aris. Snape and Lupin through his half-moon 640-shaped glasses, his face full of surprise and joy. He picked up the werewolf inhibitor on the table and tried to calm his excitement. "How did you do it?" Aris looked at Dumbledore. He had always regarded the headmaster as a mentor and friend. At this moment, he knew that Dumbledore must be really surprised to see such an expression. Aris straightened up and began to explain. "We combined the data collected from multiple experiments and found that the effect of the wolfsbane inhibitor combined with the gene recombination spell is more stable than using them alone. Therefore, we adjusted the formula of the magic potion, strengthened the duration of the spell, and finally successfully suppressed Lupin's out-of-control state during the transformation." Snape added, looking a little proud, "What a brilliant idea. I didn't expect to achieve such a result. It seems that we have overlooked some very important knowledge. Muggles have gone further than we thought when it comes to genetics." Lupin nodded, unable to conceal the relief on his face. "For me, it feels like a relief. I never thought in my life that one day I would be able to maintain my self-awareness on a full moon night." Dumbledore smiled approvingly. "Great, Aris, Snape, Lupin, this is a great breakthrough. I thought you might succeed, but I didn't expect this day to come so soon." He rubbed his long silver beard and said, "This good news should be known to everyone." As he spoke, he quickly tapped the quill on the table with his magic wand, and the quill automatically wrote a letter. Then, the Phoenix Fox picked up the letter and flew out of the window. "The Minister of Magic will be grateful for everything you've done for him. You may have done him a great favor." Meanwhile, another storm was raging in the Ministry of Magic. Minister Fudge was walking up and down his office, looking grim. He was concerned because 2 wizards had been attacked by werewolves last night under the full moon. As a minister, he must ensure the safety of wizards, and now that the werewolf issue has once again caused panic, he must respond quickly. If men's problems are not solved, all our work will be in vain. Do you have any other solutions? He looked at several other senior officials of the Ministry of Magic. I'm sorry, Mr. Minister. This is an old problem, and I'm afraid there's nothing we can do about it. Perhaps we should gather all the werewolves together, and perhaps we can control their actions on the full moon night and reduce unnecessary trouble. But this will definitely cause even greater trouble, and may even lead to a werewolf riot, which would make the problem even more serious. The office has been in a gloomy mood for several years. The atmosphere suddenly became serious. At this moment, Blitto's owl happened to come to him. Is it Fox? Seeing the letter delivered by Phoenix, the expressions of several people were moved, and they all looked at the letter. Fudge hurriedly unfolded the letter, and as his eyes quickly moved over every word on the paper, his expression changed from shock and regret to ecstasy, and then to relief. The news was like sunshine after a storm, lighting up the entire office. This is really, really incredible. Fudge couldn't help but mutter to himself. Dumbledore said in the letter that Aris and Snape have developed a new type of wolfsbane potion, which may be able to completely solve the werewolf problem. Is it true? Everyone present couldn't believe it. In their impression, although wolfsbane potion can alleviate the symptoms of werewolves, the effect is not as good as they imagined. Otherwise, the current situation would not have occurred. No matter what, we have to go to Hogwarts. This may be the only way to solve the current dilemma. Besides, if it's Mr. Shafik, I think it might be true. He immediately decided to go and get me some food if the contents of the letter were true. The new wolfsbane inhibitor will change people's views on werewolves, and there will be no more panic and misunderstanding. This will completely solve his headache and bring victory to the entire world of online masters. The next morning, the warm sun shone through the huge, stained glass windows, pouring into the spacious hall of Hogwarts, dyeing it a brilliant color. Aerys is discussing with Dumbledore how to quickly promote the new Wolfsbane potion. Aerys, this matter is probably not that simple. The launch of a new drug must go through many procedures to ensure its safety and stability before it can be promoted. This medicine has just been developed and still needs a lot of testing to verify its effectiveness. It's probably too early to talk about promoting it now. Dumbledore spoke softly, with a hint of hesitation in his tone, as if he was worried about something. Aris thought for a moment and smiled. Of course, this blue poison potion is only a preliminary version, and there is indeed room for further research and improvement, and we will continue our research. However, based on the current experimental results and my analysis of the data, this medicine should be available on the market in a month at most. This is a conservative estimate. We will conduct another test next month to observe the lasting effect of aloe vera after taking the medicine. If it is proven to be no problem, Nanning's concerns can be resolved. As for promotion, I believe Minister Fudge will solve this problem for us. You don't have to worry too much. Dumbledore thought about it, then smiled and nodded slightly. You're right. The people in the Ministry of Magic should be the most anxious now. They've been in a lot of trouble because of the werewolves. If I'm right, they should be on their way here. He had just finished speaking. An owl flew in from the window and delivered 10 letters to him. 0139051010003712261. Fudge's letter. Dumbledore smiled slightly. It seems they are more anxious than I thought. Minister Fudge is coming? Aris was also a little surprised. She didn't expect them to attach so much importance to the new Wolfsbane potion. It seemed like they were in trouble. Sure enough, not long after, the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, appeared at the gate of Hogwarts, exhausted. Aris and Dumbledore were already waiting there, and Lupin was also there with a faint smile on his face. As soon as Fudge saw them, he showed his eagerness. I came here immediately after seeing the letter. This is incredible. Can your potion really solve the werewolf problem? Maybe, but don't worry. Dumbledore smiled and led Fudge into the school. The potion has just been developed and needs further observation. Maybe you can find out first. We have prepared a video for this. I believe you will understand after watching it. He led Fudge back into the principal's office, where there was a crystal ball on the table. This is the magic recording ball, recording the process of Aerys' fourth experiment. Dumbledore explained. Then he waved his wand gently. The magic shadow ball suddenly emitted light and projected an image, which was the scene of Lupin after his transformation on the night of the full moon. Fudge's eyes were shocked, and he stared at the photo ball intently. In the screen, the entire process of screen recording and voice changing was recorded. When the moonlight of the full moon shone on him, his expression was calmer than ever before. Fudge stared at the image, his expression changing from solemn to surprised, and then to admiring. This is real. He really still has his self-awareness. Lupin was a werewolf registered with the Ministry of Magic, so he knew that this video could not be fake. Aris stood aside and added, not only that, the new wolf poison inhibitor retains all the abilities of the werewolves after transformation and will not cause harm to their bodies. Werewolves can take this potion without any scruples. After hearing this, Fudge was even more surprised. Although he knew that Aris was very capable, he didn't expect that he would give him such a big surprise so soon. He turned around and said solemnly, Aris, Snape, and Professor Dumbledore, you have solved a major hidden danger for the wizarding world. This is definitely news that will go down in history. We need to work together as soon as possible to promote this achievement to the entire wizarding world. Dumbledore and Aris looked at each other, then smiled and said, maybe there's no need to be so anxious. This potion is still in the experimental stage. How can I not be anxious? There have been werewolf attacks recently. I am having a headache over this matter. Fudge said with a wry smile. Perhaps you can announce this news first. Aris thought for a moment and said, "But this medicine does need some time to continue to observe its effects. I think you don't want to cause more trouble because of the effect of the potion." Aris had not expected how unexpected the incident was. He still underestimated the danger that werewolves brought to the wizarding world. Fudge's attitude at this time has proved everything, and the next thing should be easy. Okay, Fudge thought about it and calmed down. Now is not the time to be anxious. After I return, I will ask the Daily Prophet to write a report about the emergence of a new type of wolfsbane potion, and it will spread throughout the wizarding world as quickly as possible. I'll leave the potion matters to you guys. Everyone will remember your contribution. And you, Professor Snape, you will become one of the greatest potion masters of this era, and you will both go down in history. I just did what I had to do. Snape leaned forward slightly and spoke modestly. His face still maintained that characteristic indifference, but the raised corners of his mouth clearly showed his inner joy. In that case, it's time for me to leave. Minister Fudge stood up immediately. I'm waiting for your good news. Having said that, he quickly turned around and left the principal's office. Judging from his anxious look, he was obviously eager to make this matter public to relieve the current pressure. Aris and others looked at each other. A smile appeared on his face. The next day, with the intervention of the Ministry of Magic, the front page headline of the Daily Prophet published breaking news about a new type of wolfsbane inhibitor. This news instantly caused a stir in the entire wizarding world. In the early morning, Hogwarts was more lively than usual. People gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to discuss the contents of a newspaper. Did you see today's headlines? A Ravenclaw student waved the newspaper in his hand and said excitedly, "Aris and Professor Snape are amazing. The new potion they developed can completely control the out-of-control problem of werewolves." The Hufflepuff girl sitting next to him widened her eyes and said in disbelief, "It's hard to believe. This is a major event that will affect the entire wizarding world." Another Gryffindor student also chimed in. "Professor Shafik is such a genius. He has been doing some mysterious research since he came to school. It turns out he is doing such a great thing. They are geniuses. They may be able to solve the problems that the wizarding world has been unable to solve for thousands of years. In the future, werewolves may be able to coexist peacefully with us." Imagine that situation. It is incredible. Just as everyone was discussing this amazing innovation, Aris and Professor Snape appeared at the door of the auditorium. As soon as they came in, they felt countless curious and admiring eyes directed at them. "That's too bad, Professor Shafik." A little wizard couldn't help but stand up and shouted loudly. Aris smiled slightly. Although he pretended to be calm on the surface, he felt unprecedented attention and recognition in his heart. Snape simply raised his chin slightly, still maintaining his usual cold appearance, but his heart was also warm and relieved. "Nothing to say?" Aris looked at Snape teasingly. Snape sneered. Although he was very happy in his heart, he still turned around and sat in the teacher's seat in a proud manner. There is no need for explanation or speech. Aris smiled and shook his head. Looking at the current situation, it was really inappropriate not to say something. He thought for a moment and said, "Come on, you can do it in the future too." As he said this, he smiled and sat down at the Ravenclaw table. There was a round of applause in the auditorium, which was not only a recognition of the achievements of their 2 professors, but also a celebration of this innovation that changed the landscape of the wizarding world. Then all the little wizards burst into laughter and then gradually sat down again. However, the heated discussions still continued to be heard. In such excitement, people began to imagine a future without the fear of werewolves. Then Aris found Luna in the auditorium. As usual, she stood there quietly with a gentle smile on her face. Aris walked towards her, and they looked at each other. Although they didn't say anything, they smiled at each other tacitly. "I know my brother is the best," Luna said softly, her eyes full of trust and encouragement. "Luna is great too. I heard that you are very good at defense against the dark arts. Professor Lupin has told me more than once that you are one of the smartest students he has ever taught." Aris responded sincerely with a gentle smile on his face. But it seems like he just became a professor this semester, Luna said with a smile. Uh-huh, Aris shrugged. The two of them smiled and started eating breakfast. On this day, the air in Hogwarts was filled with joy and anticipation. Time flies. Half a month passed quickly. Minister Fudge visited again that day. During the past half-month, after Aris and Snape's continuous optimization and improvement, some side effects of the new Wolfsbane inhibitor were improved and its stability was greatly enhanced. Moreover, its applicability is greatly improved. It does not need to be taken the day before the full moon. The gene sequence can be modified at any time, and the spell of gene recombination can obtain permanent effects. Minister Fudge's visit again made Aris and Snape feel happy. This meant that the new Wolfsbane potion would soon be put on the market, as long as it could pass the test this time. Soon, Fudge appeared outside the Hogwarts Great Hall. He walked into the spacious and bright hall of Hogwarts, and everyone looked at him sideways. But this time he seemed kinder than before. Aris, Professor Snape. Fudge came up to the two of them with a friendly look on his face. His eyes rested on Aris, with a hint of respect, even compliment. Minister Fudge, welcome. Aris stood up and gave a simple greeting with a smile, while Snape nodded, still as calm as ever. We have prepared samples of the new Wolfsbane inhibitor. Aris spoke calmly, ignoring the gradually quieting environment around him. Okay, to be honest, you guys are faster than I expected. Thank you for your hard work. Soon, they arrived at Snape's private potion laboratory. Fudge smiled and took the sample from Aris. He looked at the clear liquid in the bottle and nodded seriously. We will conduct final testing and trials as soon as possible, and look forward to the surprises these drugs will bring us. Of course, we are very confident in its effectiveness, but you should understand that this is a serious matter after all, so we still need to be cautious. Aris said confidently, and Snape added, of course, the side effects of these potions have been significantly reduced, and their stability has been greatly improved. I don't think you will be disappointed. Fudge nodded with satisfaction, then took out a small leather bag from his pocket, which was filled with sparkling crystals and several rare metals. He handed it to Aris. By the way, Aris, I have also prepared and brought along the materials you mentioned earlier. 0 request flowers. Aris' eyes suddenly lit up. The materials that Fudge mentioned were naturally what he needed to build the Eye Energy Magic Circle. These materials are crucial to his huge Magic Circle project. He showed genuine joy on his face. This is great. Thank you for the help, Minister. It's just a small thing. Fudge waved his hand casually, but he knew in his heart that this was a win-win cooperation for all parties. 0. Everyone gets what they need, and for Fudge, Aris helps him even more. He always has gratitude in his heart. Aris and Fudge exchanged a knowing smile, and both sides completed the handover smoothly. Fudge then chatted with Snape and Aris for a few words before hurriedly saying goodbye and leaving behind a satisfied thank you. There should be no problem this time, right? Although Snape was happy in his heart, his expression was still cold as he spoke. You know the effects of potions best, don't you? Aris smiled. Just wait till you become a true potion master. This time, the whole wizarding world will know about it, and you will become famous all over the world. Aris' words caused Snape to fall silent. He thought about it, and suddenly said calmly, This is our joint achievement. I have to admit that you are the most outstanding genius I have ever seen, no matter in every aspect. Dumbledore should be very happy that Hogwarts can produce a student like you. Aris smiled. Seeing Snape's obvious change in attitude towards him, he felt a little emotional. The guy 207 is actually quite pitiful. He has not received any love since he was a child, unlike Harry's parents who have always grown up under the care of love. However, his original intention was not bad, or rather, he was a complete love-brained person. This is also the reason why Aris is willing to help him. After all, no one is perfect. Who doesn't make mistakes? That evening, Aris and Luna sat on a bench by the lake, with the light shining through the shadows of the trees. Brother, are you thinking about the formation again? Luna asked slowly. She could always keenly sense the unique look in Aris's eyes when he was thinking. That's right. With the materials sent by Fudge this time, I can start the second phase of the energy-gathering magic circle. Aris answered, his eyes full of expectation and determination. Those materials are very precious. If I rely solely on my own ability, I'm afraid it will take a long time to collect them. It seems that cooperating with the Ministry of Magic is a very wise choice. Although the Shafik family is huge, there are some things that cannot be obtained simply by having great power. Besides, Henry has been very busy recently, and he doesn't want to put more pressure on him. After trials at the teleportation magic circle test sites, the practicality of the teleportation magic circle has been proven, and the Ministry of Magic is now vigorously promoting it. This way, your dream is one step closer. That's great. Luna cheered him up with a smile, a hint of longing in her eyes. He also very much looks forward to the arrival of the world that Aris talked about, which would bring some surprises to this unchanging world. She has never been a quiet girl. There is an adventurous element in my heart. Aris nodded, looking at Luna's gentle eyes, and his heart was filled with motivation. With so many people supporting him, he believes that the magical world of the future will come soon. The third year of Hogwarts is almost halfway through, and the focus will be on the energy-gathering magic circle. As long as this formation is created, Hogwarts will soon undergo tremendous changes. Those young wizards who are interested in elemental magic will also be more fascinated by this new magic system, which is the source of everything. It is also the most important core of his reform of the world. The people's base determines the success or failure of the reform. This seems to be what some great man said. The original words may be different, but the general meaning is this. He has been moving in this direction. The sound of the lake water lapping in the air touched the hearts of both of them. Luna didn't know when she had gently leaned on his shoulder. The moonlight sprinkled on her face, making her look pretty and charming. Dormitory 2.1 of Hogwarts Castle in the distance. Several people in Harry's dormitory are chatting. All the young wizards felt incredible about the changes in Hogwarts during this period, especially what Aris said. Energy-gathering magic circle, elemental magic. All of this is subtly changing the inner thoughts of these little wizards, allowing them to see a wider world. The next morning, Aris was busy in the Hogwarts Square early in the morning. He was wearing a gray-blue wizard robe, holding a wand in his hand. He looked around, then leaned over and began to draw a series of complex symbols on the ground. The construction of a giant energy-gathering magic circle has entered a critical stage. Aris muttered in a low voice, "Now we just need the final connection. As long as it succeeds, the whole school will feel the power of elemental magic." His heartbeat gradually accelerated, and he felt extremely excited when he thought about the creation he was about to complete and the far-reaching impact it would have on the wizarding world. Luna had walked up to him without him noticing and asked softly, "Do you think we can succeed today?" Aris smiled and looked at her. "I think 0-1. We are almost there. As long as this magic array base can function normally, the energy-gathering effect can be achieved." Around the square, more and more little wizards were attracted, and they were talking quietly. Some took it to a high place just to see its full picture more clearly. "Look, the ground over there is glowing." Ronald ran to the top floor of the tower without knowing when, overlooking the entire Hogwarts castle, and suddenly shouted excitedly. In the direction of his finger, several faint halos were slowly floating around the edge of the magic circle. Is the energy-gathering magic circle going to work? Harry's eyes also gleamed. Both of them looked extremely expectant, and their faces turned slightly red due to their excitement. This will be the biggest magical change in the history of Hogwarts. Hermione also muttered to herself. She had read the entire history of magic at Hogwarts and was sure of this. "Look, Professor Shafik is also glowing," someone exclaimed. Everyone's eyes turned to Aris, and they saw that he was indeed emitting an inexplicable light and floating in the center of the formation, like a god descending. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation and admiration, and a deep shock. In their hearts, Samuels is more than just their classmate. more like a being that can create miracles. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Dumbledore was watching everything in the square intently through the window. He stroked his long beard and couldn't help muttering to himself, "Aris, it's incredible. It's like a replica of Merlin. Amazing." Perhaps he came to this world just to make it more glorious. In his mind, he had tried his best to overestimate Aerys's abilities. But at this time, I still feel that it is not enough. Aerys is so powerful and incredible that he is truly comparable to the god of magic. Whether it is his strength or ability, he can match. At this time, the school's professors also gathered on the highest tower, watching this 527 historic moment. Everyone held their breath, quietly waiting for that moment to come. With each wave of Aerys's wand, the magic circle on the ground glowed brighter in the sunlight. Finally, after the last wave of the wand, every symbol in the magic circle was lit up, the light gathered, and the whole Hogwarts was shrouded in a warm glow. There were bursts of exclamations from the crowd, and heated conversations filled every corner. "Look, Hogwarts is glowing," said a little boy who could not hide his excitement. "Aris, he did it. The energy magic circle seems to be completed soon." The whole school was in an uproar, and everyone was watching the miraculous scene before their eyes. "We're about to have the largest magic circle in the world. So exciting. We might be about to witness a miracle." Aris looked at the entire glowing area, and a sense of accomplishment surged in his heart. At this time, the entire Hogwarts was shrouded in the formation. As long as the formation is truly activated, the surrounding magic power will gather, become a real magical sanctuary. "Hope everything goes well," he said to himself, and before he knew it, his eyes met Luna's and they smiled knowingly at each other. At this moment, the tense atmosphere was replaced by joy and hope. Everyone knows that from this moment on, Hogwarts and the entire wizarding world have begun to change. The professors huddled together in the tower. Everyone's eyes widened as if they were seeing magic for the first time. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but whisper, "It's really a miracle." They know more than the little wizards and know what this magic circle represents. Snape had a surprised look on his face. He was observing carefully, confirming the changes in every place in the school. Looking at the light, his eyes gradually became serious. This was also an indescribable surprise for him. He never expressed his emotions easily, but at this moment he could not hide his shock. It's hard to imagine, right? A third-year student can do this. But I think no one in the school will treat him as a student anymore. Professor Flitwick echoed in a tone of admiration. Aris's creativity and courage are truly unquestionable. That's true. Professor Sprout nodded. She noticed that the plants seemed to have sensed the change in energy and were swaying their leaves slightly to greet the magic circle. Everyone's eyes were deeply attracted by the magical light, and they forgot the passage of time. At this time, the light of the magic circle reached a higher level, and almost the entire tower was immersed in warmth. Aris walked to the center of the magic circle and pulled out the last rune sheet from his pocket. This is the result of his hard work and countless nights of effort. It is the structural core of the entire formation. This moment is finally here. Luna stood nearby, her voice full of anticipation. The silver chain she wore also sparkled in the light, as pure as her eyes. Aris looked down at Luna, his heart filled with determination and warmth. He chuckled and said, "The next step is to witness a miracle, that I'm looking forward to it." She smiled. Aris placed the rune sheet in the center and pushed it gently with both hands. White light instantly connected all the symbols in the magic circle. The entire magic circle triggered its final transformation at this moment, transforming into a powerful energy flow, as if announcing the arrival of a new era. The professors held their breath, knowing full well that this was not only a display of power, but also a revolution in magical education. Dumbledore whispered, "From now on, Hogwarts will never be the same." Yes, a new starting point for Wong. Professor McGonagall's eyes sparkled with excitement. This will change our understanding of magic. In this brilliant light, Aris closed his eyes, feeling the magical energy that was inherited from Hogwarts. He knows that this is far more than just a success, but also the common victory of all those who are willing to believe and change. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Lu's warm smile. And there is Hogwarts, an ancient castle that has been reborn. At the moment when all the construction lines of the energy-gathering magic circle were connected, the energy flow of the magic circle spread out like ripples, as if an invisible wind was blowing across the entire Hogwarts. Countless little wizards poured out of the hall, looked up at the sky, and exclaimed in amazement, "Oh my God, look at those lights!" A third-year wizard boy shouted excitedly, pointing at the magic tower. That was the work of Senior Aris. He is truly amazing. A little wizard girl said with eyes twinkling and full of admiration, "I have never felt such magic." Another student murmured, trying to understand the magic churning within him. At this moment, the magic concentration in the entire school began to rise rapidly. Even the first-year wizards could clearly feel the changes around them, as if an invisible energy was vibrating and activating the still very weak magic seeds in their bodies. This feeling makes them feel extremely wonderful. The whole school was in an uproar. Everyone looked excitedly at the figure floating in the air in the center of the magic circle. They all knew it, of course. All these changes were brought about by the magic circle built by Aris. At the same time, the professors standing on the other side of the tower also felt this unprecedented change. Professor Flitwick stroked his beard excitedly and said with a smile, "This is simply a miracle. I feel relaxed all over." Professor Sprout blinked his eyes and showed surprise. "This magic power is incredible. The herbs in my shed may grow faster under this power. This is simply the best nutrient for plants." Dumbledore appeared behind everyone without knowing when. He nodded slightly, looking at Aris not far away with admiration in his eyes. This little guy did it, and he showed all of us another possibility of magic. He whispered to Professor McGonagall, "This is the luck of Hogwarts and the entire wizarding world. Yes, he is a miracle." Professor McGonagall smiled in admiration. At this moment, Aris, who was in the midst of all this, stood in the center of the magic circle, feeling the energy surging throughout the school. He could clearly feel that the energy-gathering magic circle was gathering the surrounding elemental energy. After the powerful energy gathered, it spread throughout the entire castle and then merged into every place, subtly changing this world. Isn't it incredible? He gently held Luna's hand as she walked over to him, feeling the warmth from her palm with a smile on his face. This magical energy will continue to nourish this castle and change the bodies of the young wizards here, making it easier for them to resonate with elemental magic. Eventually, this place will become the origin of elemental magic and will be coveted by wizards all over the world. He whispered to Luna, his voice full of hope and certainty. Luna smiled as bright as the sun. "I believe it, brother. Everyone must believe it. This change is so obvious. It's like the power of heaven and earth has changed. It's incredible. The entire Hogwarts, within the walls of this ancient castle, is filled with laughter and endless longing." At this moment, everyone was cheering excitedly. The laughter swirled in every corner of the campus and reached the sky. Hogwarts was full of joy. Even Christmas did not make these little guys so excited. "I'll go for a moment." Amid the lively cheers, Aris quietly stepped out of the crowd and walked straight to the side tower of Hogwarts. He saw Dumbledore standing on the top of the tower, watching him. At this time, Dumbledore should have something to say to him. Sure enough, as soon as he reached the foot of the tower, Dumbledore appeared in front of him. "Aris, I think we need to talk." Dumbledore's voice was gentle but firm. "This is beyond my imagination. The effect of the energy-gathering magic circle is too good. It's like a miracle." Aris smiled, feeling proud, but also a little nervous. "Of course, Professor, I just happen to have something I want to talk to you about." The two walked into the principal's office together. That room was always filled with an ancient and long-standing flavor, and the walls were covered with portraits of past principals. After entering the room, Dumbledore turned and looked at Aris with gentle encouragement in his eyes. "So, how do you plan to use this energy-gathering magic circle?" he asked, his tone full of genuine curiosity. The energy-gathering magic circle has many functions, but its greatest function is to subtly improve the magic power of the little wizard. Starting today, we can include meditation in the compulsory courses. As long as everyone has time, they can improve their magic power through meditation. Of course, the progress of the elemental magic course must also be accelerated so that the young teachers can become familiar with the resonance of the elements as quickly as possible. In this way, everyone's magic level should be greatly improved. Aris replied, full of confidence in his voice. This way, we can greatly speed up the accumulation of their magic power. Dumbledore nodded, thinking, this is indeed a good idea. Meditation can not only enhance magic power, but also help students better understand themselves. But will such a rapid improvement in strength affect the mentality of others? We need to pay attention to this. That's right. Aris nodded. In the practice of magic, this is something you need to be vigilant about at all times. I have no objection. The two chatted for a while, mainly Dumbledore asking about some deeper effects of the magic circle. Of course, Aris answered all these questions well. At this moment, the door of the principal's office was suddenly pushed open, and Professor McGonagall and other professors walked in one after another. Her face was filled with unstoppable excitement. Aris, you really did it. The changes in Hogwarts are incredible. Professor Sprout nodded and agreed. On behalf of my herbs, I thank you for the magical energy you brought. They will definitely thrive. Professor Flitwick looked at Aris with admiration. I want to know what other potential uses this energy magic circle has. Faced with the professor's enthusiasm and curiosity, Aris smiled with a calm satisfaction on his face. 0. Asterisk, 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 he explained. In addition to improving individual magic power, this magic circle can also enhance everyone's understanding and practice of high-level magic. Even if the magic level has been stagnant for a long time, it will be stimulated to be more. The professors nodded. They obviously felt the change as well. No wonder my magic power seems to have changed a bit. This hasn't happened for a long time. 0. When a wizard reaches adulthood, his magic power will gradually reach its peak. The current magic power level of these professors, with the exception of a few, is actually decreasing every year. But the energy-gathering magic circle alleviated this situation. Even a magic power is revitalized again. It actually started to show a growth trend again. How could the professors not be excited about this? They had previously thought it was an illusion. Until now, Aris confirmed that he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Thank you, Aris. Yes, you have given us hope for growth again. This is incredible. Principal Dumbledore, I suggest that we reward Professor Aris. His contribution to the school is really enormous. As night fell, the Hogwarts Great Hall was lit up as brightly as day. The flags hanging on all four sides swayed gently in the weak magical air currents, while the light from the huge chandelier poured down, illuminating the entire hall like a dream. Students and professors have arrived one after another, gathered in groups of 3 or 5, and discussions can be heard in the hall. In view of Aris's many contributions to Hogwarts, the school professors unanimously agreed that such a celebration banquet should be held and Aris should be awarded a contribution medal for 373. Moreover, it should be placed in the most conspicuous position in the showroom. The atmosphere of the celebration banquet obviously infected everyone. Everyone is looking forward to this special event. When the bell in the hall rang softly, Headmaster Dumbledore walked out from the teachers' seats, walked to the front desk, and raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. The huge auditorium suddenly became quiet, with only the sound of the chandelier swaying slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, I think today we are fortunate to witness the outstanding achievements of a young wizard. Dumbledore smiled widely, and his voice was carried throughout the hall through magic. Aris Shafik, This young magic genius not only enhances the magic of Hogwarts through his energy-gathering magic circle, but also brings new enlightenment to each of us. There was a murmur from the audience, and everyone nodded with expressions of approval on their faces. Even those naughty students showed expressions of listening attentively at this moment. Aerys's achievements are not only due to his extraordinary magical abilities, but also to his willingness to selflessly dedicate himself. Dumbledore continued. He made Hogwarts stronger and more vibrant, and we all benefited from his efforts. The professors present all smiled warmly. Professor Sprout had a hint of emotion in his eyes, while Professor Flitwick stroked his beard with his hand, as if thinking about something. In recognition of Aerys' contribution to Hogwarts, we have prepared a unique contribution medal for him. Dumbledore waved to the end of the hall, and the dazzling medal slowly appeared in a beam of light, followed by a burst of exclamations. At this time, Aerys, surrounded by students, walked onto the stage. Thunderous applause suddenly broke out in the auditorium. He stood under the spotlight, smiling slightly shyly. The medal was glittering with gold, with a Hogwarts emblem engraved on the front, an Aerys name, and contribution on the back. This medal will be placed in the most prominent position in the exhibition room, together with the school founder's merit cup. Congratulations, Aerys. The Weasley twins exclaimed quietly in the corner. He deserves this honor, right? In the entire history of Hogwarts, there has never been a more amazing student than him. I believe that in the future, Aerys will definitely become a great person like Dumbledore, and even surpass the headmaster and become a more respected person. I have no objection to this. He deserves this celebration party. Even Harry, who is usually not good at praising others, couldn't help but praise him softly. I really hope that one day we can stand on that stage. Aerys took the medal and held it gently in his hand, as if feeling its warmth. He looked down at the audience, his eyes sweeping across the familiar faces, his heart filled with emotion and warmth. Dumbledore smiled and patted Aerys on the shoulder. You did a great job, Aerys 3.1. Hogwarts is proud of you. As the applause rang out again, the atmosphere in the auditorium reached its climax. The dinner continued, with laughter and joy lingering in everyone's heart. This night is destined to be remembered forever. The image of Aerys holding the trophy high will be engraved in everyone's heart. This boy is a miracle. It is a miracle even more incredible than Harry Potter.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.